Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The winter wind, whipping up snowflakes, swept across the gray sky of the north. The air was filled with the scent of dryness and snow. Lynn's cheek was pressed tightly against a rough, moss-covered log. The icy touch pierced to the bone. A sharp chill ran down the back of his neck. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see pairs of legs encased in thick leather and fur, silently forming a circle. Heavy breathing filled the air, mingling with the soft rustling of chainmail. A deep, authoritative, and emotionless male voice rang out. Each word felt like a heavy stone crashing into Lynn's heart. In the name of Robert I of House Baratheon, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Lynn's pupils suddenly contracted. This voice, these words. He struggled to lift his head. Two strong hands pressed down firmly on his shoulders, fixing him firmly to the execution platform. I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby declare my judgment. Ned Stark. The chaotic fragments of memory, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed Lynn's reason. Shouldn't he be developing a deeper emotional connection with his junior sister? How could this be? A memory that didn't belong to Lynn came flooding back. A black robe, the cold, desolate Great Wall, and beyond the Great Wall, those eyes burning with blue flames, he became a deserter from the Night Watch. You are sentenced to death. Ned Stark's words seemed to put an end to everything. Lynn felt the pressure on him loosen. He heard a loud thud as metal was drawn from its sheath. The voice was long and clear, carrying a resolute determination to sever all ties. This Valyrian steel greatsword named Frost is imbued with magic and incantations. His body was wider than a palm's width, and he was taller than Robb when he stood up. Its color is as dark as black smoke. Ordinary weapons cannot kill White Walkers, but Valyrian steel has the power to kill them, making it incredibly precious. However, the forging method has long been lost, and the existing Valyrian steel weapons are all in the hands of various families, each with its own story. Lynn's heart pounded wildly in his chest, almost bursting through his ribs. No, I can't just die like this. Just as the ice was raised high, a cold mechanical voice exploded in Lynn's mind. A strong will to survive has been detected in the host. Enemy kill system officially activated. New player gift pack includes 1 free new player protection session. Host, Lynn. Strength 3 weak, agility 4 weakness, constitution 2 weak. The reference standard is 3 for all attributes of a healthy adult male. Skills none, experience points 0. Experience point note, defeating enemies grants experience points. The amount depends on the enemy's strength. Minimum is 1 experience point for an average human. Experience points can increase skill proficiency. Attribute value annotation can be improved through training, blessed items, and other methods. The maximum value through training is 10 points, while there is no limit to the attribute value gained through other methods. The attribute value is double absolute strength. Ignoring body weight, the pure maximum exertion ability becomes twice. For example, a normal person with 3 points of strength can snatch 120 kg, while the protagonist with 6 points of strength can snatch 240 kg. Lynn's consciousness wavered for a moment. System. But the pitiful panel data instantly extinguished the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited within him. Relying on this sickly body, let alone resisting, even getting up from the execution platform was difficult. He could clearly feel that the legendary Valyrian greatsword Frost had been raised high. It was aimed straight at his neck. Even Ned couldn't easily wield this greatsword. There was no time to think. Lynn mustered all his strength and forced a roar from his dry throat. The old gods have given me guidance. Lynn's hoarse and shrill voice pierced the heavy silence of the execution ground. Everyone was stunned. The greatsword, about to fall, veered off course and struck right next to Lynn's head. The cold wind whipped up by the sword's edge scraped against his skin, raising a fine rash of goosebumps. He swallowed hard. Lynn could even smell the cold scent of Valyrian steel emanating from the sword. Ned almost chopped him up. Thankfully, Ned managed to turn the greatsword to the side in time. Nonsense. A young, flippant voice rang out, filled with undisguised mockery. To save your own life, you'd actually say something like that? Lynn didn't need to turn around to know that the speaker was Theon Greyjoy, the only unsullied in the Iron Islands. No, it's still there. Ned Stark remained silent. He just stood there quietly. He held a greatsword, his figure appearing like a silent statue in the dim light of the day. But that halted sword was Lynn's chance. Lynn forced himself to calm down, his brain racing at an unprecedented speed. Ned Stark. A person who values honor and responsibility more than life itself. He followed ancient traditions. The Starks still have the blood of the first men flowing in their veins, and he believes that those who sentence someone to death must do it themselves. Before taking a life, one should at least look into the eyes of the person and listen to their last words. If someone fails to do this, perhaps their crime doesn't warrant death. He was an extremely fair person. Deceiving him with lies will only lead to your own demise. Trying to move him by begging for mercy is nothing short of wishful thinking. The only way out is to use his responsibility to fight against his tradition. Adult. Lynn's voice no longer roared but became calm and steady. He tried his best to make every word clear. I am a deserter. I broke my oath and according to the law deserve to be executed. This statement left those around them stunned once again. Theon even showed a look of confusion on his face. No one expected that someone who had just been desperately trying to survive would voluntarily confess to their crimes. A barely perceptible ripple also flickered in Ned Stark's deep gray eyes. But I didn't run away because I was a coward. That was because I received guidance from the old gods. Lynn spoke slowly but with great power. Everything I did was to bring the message back safely. Lynn turned his head and tried his best to look up at the tall figure. The old gods gave me foresight. Beyond the Great Wall, something has awakened. They rode dead horses, their eyes like burning sapphires. Wherever they went, everything froze. The White Walkers, they are not stories, sir, they are real. Lynn did not describe the specific scene. He simply described the deepest fears in the original owner's memories in the most straightforward language. That kind of chill that seeps into your bones, that suffocating, deathly silence, that indescribable ancient evil. The execution ground was deathly silent. Only the sound of the wind howling past everyone's ears. Robb Stark, standing behind Ned Stark, had a young face filled with shock and unease. His hand unconsciously gripped the hilt of the sword. My lord, he is spreading heresy and misleading the public. How could the old gods possibly guide him? Theon tried to break the eerie atmosphere. Ned Stark remained silent. He looked into Lynn's eyes. Those eyes held no cunning of a liar, only the terror of surviving a close call and an undeniable certainty. Lynn knew that the decisive moment had arrived. He met Ned Stark's gaze and spoke slowly and deliberately. I can foresee the future, not just the White Walkers. I can see other things happening. Kill me, it's simple, sir. With that greatsword in your hand, a single swing is all it takes. But what was beheaded with me was a warning of the coming long night. You are the Warden of the North. Your duty is to protect the North, to safeguard the Seven Kingdoms from the invasion of the wildlings and the dead. Which is more important, the life of a deserter or the safety of the entire North? You, my lord, must decide. If you don't believe me, I can give you a prophecy right now. After Lynn finished speaking, he stared intently at Ned Stark. Time seemed to stretch out at that moment. Every second was torture. Lynn could hear her own heart pounding like a drum. For a long time, what did you see? When Lynn heard Ned ask him, he immediately replied, on your return journey, you will encounter a dead direwolf. If I hadn't encountered the direwolf, you could have beheaded me on the spot, sir, and I wouldn't have uttered a word. The sound of metal being sheathed rang out, and Lynn felt a sense of relief. Take him back. Ned Stark's voice remained deep, but carried an undeniable weariness. Keep a close watch on them. Two guards immediately stepped forward and roughly dragged Lynn up from the ground. The feeling of exhaustion from surviving the ordeal instantly overwhelmed my entire body. Lynn's legs buckled and she almost lost her balance. He was dragged along, staggering through the crowd. Before leaving, he looked back one last time. Ned Stark was looking at him. The emotions in those gray eyes were complex and difficult to discern. There was scrutiny, there was skepticism. But Lynn knew he was safe for the time being. He managed to save his life from the sword of the Northern Guardians. Lynn knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was due to both the cold and the lingering fear. In his line of sight, the blue panel that only he could see remained silently suspended. Lynn's lips curled upwards uncontrollably. The winter winds show no sign of stopping. Lynn was supported by two guards, one on each side. He trudged through the snow-covered ground, his steps uneven. The cold touch of the chains came from my wrist, spreading down my arm and throughout my body. With each breath, I inhaled sharp, cold air that stung my lungs with pain. Lynn's health is very bad. The original owner, a deserter from the Night's Watch, had traveled south from the Wall and was already at his last gasp. Hunger and cold drained him of his last bit of strength. The outburst he just had on the execution ground had almost exhausted all of Lynn's energy. At this moment, Lynn could only be passively dragged forward. At the very front of the procession was Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell. He rode a tall warhorse, his broad back as steady as a mountain. The Valyrian greatsword named Frost was sheathed and slung diagonally behind him. But that invisible sense of oppression still enveloped the entire team. His sons followed behind. The older Robb rode alongside Jon Snow. The two were talking in hushed tones, their expressions serious. Theon Greyjoy, on the other hand, seemed much more relaxed, even having the leisure to play with his horse. The youngest, Bran Stark, was required by his father to ride alongside him on horseback. A trace of paleness still lingered on that youthful face. Lynn's gaze swept over the young figures before finally settling back on the monotonous snowfield before him. He knew very well that he had only survived temporarily. Ned Stark wasn't a fool. A story about the White Walkers might at most earn him a chance to be interrogated. If he can't provide any more valuable information, or if his story is deemed a lie, that Valyrian greatsword named Frost could be held to his neck again at any moment. This time there will be no more chances. Bran. Ned Stark's deep voice rang out in the wind, clearly reaching Bran's ears. Ned didn't turn around but slowed his horse down so that his son's mount could keep up more steadily. Do you understand why I brought you here today? Bran's little hands gripped the reins tightly as he looked up at his father's profile. Jon said, "I've reached the age to witness executions." "It's not just that." Ned Stark's voice carried a hint of instruction. "Do you understand why I'm executing him?" "Because he was a deserter from the Night's Watch." Bran answered quickly. "Yes," Duke Ned nodded slightly, "but he's also a person. Our laws are ancient, deserters must be put to death. I never enjoy the process, Bran. But my responsibilities do not allow me to back down." Ned's gaze drifted to the distant, grayish-white horizon. "The one who pronounces judgment shall draw his sword. If you're going to take a life, at least look him in the eye and listen to his last words. If he can't do that, then perhaps his crime doesn't deserve death." He spoke these words not only to Bran but also to every Stark descendant behind him. "Bran, remember this, one day you will be Robb's vassal. You will govern your own territory for your brother and the king. Upholding the law is your duty. At that time you must never take pleasure in killing, nor can you shirk your responsibilities. Face it head-on, never run away from it. Otherwise you will quickly lose your reverence for life. This is the law of the Stark family. It is the law of the North." Lynn listened in silence. He knew about this conversation. This is Ned Stark's initiation of children's understanding of honor and responsibility. A man whose nobility borders on pedantry, but that's precisely why he won the gamble. Bran was silent for a moment, seemingly processing his father's words, but his young mind clearly couldn't fully grasp the profound meaning behind it. What he cared about more was something else. "Father." Bran's voice carried the curiosity unique to children as well as a hint of undisguised fear. "Is what that deserter said true? The White Walkers, do they really exist?" The moment the question was asked, the atmosphere within the team instantly became somewhat awkward. Robb and Jon stopped talking and both looked over. Even Theon Greyjoy's flippant expression softened somewhat. All eyes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, fell on the prisoner being escorted at the end of the line. Lynn kept her head down, seemingly unaware of the stares she was being given. Eddard Stark remained silent for a long time. The wind and snow whipped his cloak, making it flutter loudly. Long ago in the Age of Heroes, a long night descended. He finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "The first men fought alongside the children of the forest to drive those creatures back to the land of eternal winter in the far north. Brandon Stark built the wall, and the Night's Watch was established to guard against their return. These are stories written in history books." Bran's eyes lit up for a moment but then quickly dimmed again. "So they're just stories, right?" Eddard Stark remained silent. He couldn't give a definite answer. As the Warden of the North, he understood the weight of those ancient legends better than anyone else. The North is different from the warm South. Here, people revere the ancient gods and believe in the existence of magic. We haven't seen the White Walkers for thousands of years. Ned finally said this. The answer was ambiguous, neither affirmative nor negative. But the solemnity contained within made Bran's young mind uneasy. Just then, Jon Snow, who was walking at the front, suddenly reined in his horse. "Adult." There was a hint of surprise in his voice. The entire group stopped. Lynn was shoved by the guards and stopped in his tracks. He looked up and followed Jon's gaze. In the snow not far away lay a huge black shadow. It was the carcass of a wild beast. Its size far exceeds that of an ordinary wolf, almost as big as a small pony. Its dark gray fur was stained with congealed black blood, and a broken antler was deeply piercing its throat, a fatal wound. "We've really encountered a direwolf." Robb Stark's voice was filled with awe. Ned also turned around abruptly to look at Lynn. He quickly dismounted and went forward to examine the wolf carcass. It really is a direwolf. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Direwolf, the Stark family crest. A legendary creature that is said to live only north of the Wall. They haven't appeared in the land south of the Great Wall for over 200 years. Being here now is hardly a good omen. Most importantly, that deserter was right. Theon Greyjoy whistled, dismounted, and cautiously walked over. It's huge. He kicked the stiff corpse with his boot. This is a monster. It's not a monster, Jon Snow retorted, dismounting as well and crouching down to examine the scene closely. It's a mother, look. He parted the tangled fur beneath the mother wolf. Several furry little creatures huddled together, nestled against their mother's cold body, emitting faint whimpers. They are still alive. Bran's eyes lit up instantly. Look, father. He jumped off his horse and stumbled over. The pups hadn't opened their eyes yet, and their bodies were only the size of small dogs. They instinctively burrowed towards warmth. Bran carefully picked one up and held it up to his eyes. The little guy was completely black except for his wet nose. Kill them. Theon Greyjoy's voice rang out coldly. They won't survive, they have no mother. Eddard Stark frowned, looking at the few fragile little lives with a complicated expression. Born with death. Theon is right, Ned said in a deep voice. This is the most compassionate approach. No, Bran immediately yelled. Robb quickly spoke up as well. Father, I beg you, a direwolf died in the southern border. A sudden voice interrupted. The sound wasn't loud, but it stopped everyone in their tracks. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The one speaking was Lynn, the captured deserter. He stood there, his wrists still shackled, his face deathly pale, but Lynn's eyes were unusually bright at that moment. Ned Stark turned around, his gray eyes locking onto him. That gaze was almost tangible, carrying scrutiny and pressure. Lynn did not back down. He met Ned's gaze and continued calmly. Adult, the direwolf is the sigil of House Stark. A she-wolf died on the road, her throat pierced by a deer antler, but its body bore the marks of being torn apart by a mountain lion. Lynn spoke slowly and deliberately. Theon Greyjoy's smile froze. He instinctively retorted, how could there be mountain lions in the north? Mountain lions only exist in the warm south. The stag, the emblem of House Baratheon, is a stag wearing a crown. The lion is the Lannister family crest. The wolf represents the Starks. The wolf's lower jaw bearing the broken horn. It also refers to the problems left behind after King Robert's death. Robert's children were not his biological offspring, which also alludes to Baelish's dagger that caused the chaos. And Ned is that wolf. After figuring out the meaning of caste toughness, Ned was killed. There are 6 cubs here. Lynn's gaze swept over the few hungry wolf cubs, 4 men and 2 women. That corresponds exactly to the 6 children of the Duke of Stark. Looking at the 5 direwolves on the ground, Theon wanted to retort. There were clearly 5. But Ned's cold expression made him swallow his words back. The wind howled, swirling up the snowflakes on the ground and hitting people's faces. This is no longer a coincidence. This is an omen, an ominous sign from the old gods. What exactly are you trying to say? Eddard Stark's voice was colder than the winds of the north. If cubs correspond to one's offspring, then could this dead direwolf correspond to itself? Winter is coming. Lynn enunciated those 4 words slowly and deliberately. The Stark family motto, spoken by an outsider like him, carried an eerie sense of destiny. This is not a gift, sir. This is a warning. What lies beyond the Great Wall has awakened, and the ancient gods have issued a warning. They belong to the Stark children. They will protect them. After Lynn finished speaking, he fell silent and lowered his head again. He said enough. To say anything further would be a curse, not a warning. He didn't want to lose his head. Eddard Stark stood silently in place. He looked at the dead mother wolf, at the deadly antler, and then at the 5 cubs. Remove his shackles. Although Ned still had doubts about Lynn, his attitude was much better than before. Then Ned's gaze fell on his youngest son, Bran. Bran was holding the wolf cub tightly in his arms, looking at him with pleading eyes for a long time. You raise them yourselves. Eddard Stark finally spoke. You feed them yourselves, train them yourselves. If they die, bury them yourself, don't use others' methods. Joy instantly lit up the children's faces. There's still one left, Jon Snow's questioning voice rang out. He pulled another cub from the snowdrift beside him. It was pushed out by its companions and lay alone in the snow. This wolf cub was pure white, even its eyes were red. It lay there quietly, unlike the other wolf cubs that whimpered. An abandoned one. Ned also remembered what Lynn had just said. He was also puzzled when Lynn mentioned there were 6 wolf pups here, since he had only seen 5. There really were 6. This made Ned somewhat believe that Lynn could see things that others couldn't. Could he really be able to predict the future? Theon whistled, interrupting Ned's thoughts. You're quite a good match for him, Jon Snow. Jon ignored Theon and simply picked it up. The little direwolf nestled quietly in Jon's arms, neither barking nor making a sound. That deserter was right, there really are 6. This one is yours, Jon. Robb smiled and said to his illegitimate brother. Robb and Jon Snow had a good relationship. He had reddish-brown hair and a muscular build. He is 14 years old now. As Eddard Stark's son, he inherited his father's character: uphold honor, be loyal, and uphold justice. A rare smile appeared on Jon Snow's face. And so the era of the direwolves came to an end. The guards escorting Lynn again caught up with the procession. No one went to see him anymore. It was as if his shocking remarks were nothing more than a whisper in the wind, but Lynn knew that everything was different now. Even with his head down, he could feel the gaze of the Duke of Winterfell lingering on his face for a very long time. Doubt still lingered in that gaze, but more than anything, it's a sense of vigilance. Robb and the others were too young to understand the meaning behind the terms deer, lion, and wolf, but Ned knew perfectly well. Upon returning to Winterfell, Lynn was neither hanged nor thrown into the dungeons. He was locked in a room at the bottom of the tower. The room was small, containing only a hard bed, a table, and a small window letting in a cold draft. Winterfell, situated above the hot springs, boasts an incredibly beautiful environment with its own independent hot spring heating system. It wasn't as cold as I'd imagined. Compared to the night watch deserters' days of sleeping in the open, this place was practically paradise. The guards brought over a simple meal: black bread, roast meat, and a steaming bowl of awful soup. Lynn wolfed down the food, finally feeling a little warm in his cold stomach. The feeling of weakness in my body subsided slightly. He walked to the bronze mirror, and his appearance was still the same as before, and his name was also the same as before. It seemed that because of his time travel, he had changed everyone's preconceived notions, and everything seemed so reasonable. Perhaps this is the power of a system. This also made Lynn feel a little better. At least he wasn't the ugly monster who got beheaded at the beginning of the show. How was he supposed to find a woman now? He'd probably be rejected to death. Looking out through the narrow crack in the stone at the window, you can see a corner of the castle courtyard. The guards were patrolling and the servants were busy. Everything seemed to be in perfect order. But Lynn knew that beneath this calm, a huge storm was brewing. He forcibly tied his own fate to that of his family in an almost insane way. The blue panel that only he could see reappeared before his eyes. His gaze fell on the glaring experience points. 0. Enemy elimination system. To gain experience points, you must kill enemies. But now he is an unarmed prisoner, locked in the most fortified castle in the north. Who can he kill? Lynn's brows furrowed tightly. He must improve his skills as soon as possible. In this world where life is as insignificant as grass, only strength is the only thing we can rely on. The room was filled with the smell of lime and mildew. The only window was set very high. It was just a narrow slit, casting a pale, weak beam of sunlight. Lynn leaned against the corner of the wall, every muscle in his body protesting. The weakness born of hunger and cold lingered like a persistent, intractable disease. Lynn won his gamble on Ned Stark's sense of honor. He temporarily stabilized himself using the omens of the old gods, but this is just a delaying tactic. One lie requires countless lies to cover it up. A prophecy needs an even more shocking prophecy to prove it. He's like a tightrope walker with a bottomless abyss beneath his feet. Any mistake could shatter him to pieces. He had to increase his value as quickly as possible so that Ned Stark would feel that killing him was a loss, an immeasurable loss. Lynn's thoughts raced as he pieced together fragments of memories from his past life about this world. The White Walker's warning was just the beginning. The sign of the direwolf is the second step. Next, he needs to drop a truly groundbreaking announcement, one that will shake the entire North and even the entire Seven Kingdoms. A tragedy that is about to happen and cannot be stopped. The current king, Robert Baratheon, and Ned Stark were sent to the Eyrie in the Vale as children to be adopted by the Duke of the Eyrie, the Lord of the Vale. Ned died 8 years after Robert. The two brothers were together for 7 years. This fostered a deep bond between Ned and Robert. Ned's sister Lyanna was also engaged to Robert, further strengthening their family ties. Their adoptive father, the Vale Lord at the time, was none other than Arryn. At the time, older Arryn was in his 40s and had no children, so he treated Ned and Robert as his own sons. After Rhaegar, the Mad King's son, took Robert's fiancée Lyanna, he also killed Ned's older brother and father. They also demanded that old Arryn hand over Robert and Ned. These two young men are a threat to House Targaryen. Old Arryn naturally refused to agree and had his two adopted sons launch a war of usurpers. It could be said that Arryn was Robert and Ned's benefactor. Lynn's hopes are now entirely pinned on old Arryn. A series of heavy footsteps sounded outside the door, interrupting Lynn's thoughts. With a creak, the heavy wooden door was pushed open. Instead of a guard, an elderly man in a gray academic robe walked in. Around his neck hung a necklace made of different metals, each metal representing a different field of knowledge he had mastered. Bachelor of Arts Luin, the brain of Winterfell. He was also one of Ned Stark's most trusted advisors. Maester Luin's gaze was calm yet sharp, carrying the prudence of a scholar. He didn't speak immediately, but simply observed Lynn quietly. From his pale face to his tattered black clothes, and even his eyes that remained bright in the dim light. They say you predicted the appearance of the direwolf. Maester Luin's voice was very gentle, revealing no emotion. I made no prophecies. Lynn's voice was a little hoarse. I was merely interpreting the warnings of the old gods. Old gods. Maester Luin pondered the word, his gray eyebrows slightly raised. You claim to have seen the White Walkers, and now you're mentioning the old gods. Young man, do you know what you're saying? I know. Lynn met his gaze without flinching. I know winter is coming. Scholar Luin remained silent. He walked to the only table in the room and put down what he had brought, a piece of bread, a bowl of hot soup, and a small cup of medicine. The Duke of Stark has asked me to examine your body. Maester Luin's tone remained calm. I'd also like to hear what else you can deduce. Lynn didn't move. He knew that Maester Luin's real interrogation was only just beginning. Maester Luin represents Ned Stark's reason and skepticism. My lord, do you believe in the existence of the White Walkers? Lynn countered with a question. I believe the historical records. Maester Luin's answer was flawless. History records say they were repelled thousands of years ago. Lynn shook her head. Historical records also state that direwolves have not been seen south of the Great Wall for 200 years. Lynn's words caused Maester Luin to pause for a moment. Lynn continued. A she-wolf died on the road, her throat pierced by a deer antler and her body bearing the claw marks of a lion. The deer is Baratheon, the lion is Lannister, and the wolf is Stark. This is no coincidence, Your Excellency. This is the coming storm. Maester Luin turned around and looked intently at Lynn. You seem to have a good understanding of Southern heraldry. A deserter from the Night's Watch shouldn't know these things. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. This is a trap. He was behaving in a manner far from that of an ordinary night watchman. I wasn't born a night's watchman. Lynn lowered his eyelids, his tone becoming low. Before I put on black, I had a family and had read a few books. This explanation is weak, but it is the only one. Scholar Luin did not pursue the matter further. He simply pushed the cup of medicine in front of Lynn. Drinking it will be good for your health. Lynn stared at the murky liquid in the glass but didn't move. Bachelor's degree holder. His voice was even lower, carrying a deliberately crafted air of mystery and unease. The warnings of the old gods extend beyond the north. Maester Luin frowned. What's the meaning? The eye of the storm is not in Winterfell, but in King's Landing. Lynn raised his head, his eyes fixed on Maester Luin. No matter how high the harpy flies, it cannot escape the hunt of fate. Maester Luin's pupils suddenly contracted. Eagle, House Arryn of the Eyrie, Jon Arryn, the King's Hand, Guardian of the East. Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon's foster father. Throughout the Seven Kingdoms, he was a symbol of stability and order. What exactly are you trying to say? For the first time, Maester Luin's voice trembled slightly. Lynn knew he had completely captured the other man's attention. He leaned closer and spoke slowly and deliberately in a voice only the two of them could hear. Hand of the King, Lord Jon Arryn, he's already dead, the news just hasn't arrived yet. He did not die from illness nor from old age, he was murdered, boom. These words were like a thunderbolt to Maester Luin's mind. His face turned deathly pale instantly. He instinctively took a step back, bumping into the table behind him with a loud thud. Nonsense. Scholar Luin lost his gentleness and rebuked him harshly. But the horror in his voice could not be concealed no matter what. Do you know what you're accusing? This is treason. I have not accused anyone. Lynn leaned back against the wall. His body trembled slightly from weakness, but his gaze remained resolute. I'm just conveying the warnings I've seen. Soon, a raven from King's Landing will be my witness. The king will travel north to invite Lord Ned to come south and take over Lord Jon Arryn's position. And this is the beginning of all the tragedy. Lynn paused, his gaze fixed intently on Maester Luin. If not handled properly, Lord Ned will also die in King's Landing. A deathly silence fell over the room. Only Maester Luin's heavy breathing remained. He looked at Lynn as if he were looking at a devil crawling out of hell. Every word this deserter uttered struck a nerve most acutely in Westeros, from the White Walkers in the north to the intrigues of King's Landing. All of this goes far beyond the scope of lies that a deserter could fabricate. This is not a lie. This is a prophecy, a terrifying and suffocating prophecy. For a long time, it was only then that Maester Luin regained his voice. To whom else have you said these words? Only you, Your Excellency, Lynn answered respectfully. Remember, never tell anyone. Maester Luin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He picked up the bread and hot soup from the table and put them back into Lynn's hands. This time his movements were no longer bland but carried an undeniable force. Eat these. Live on. You must survive until the ravens arrive. Having said that, Maester Luin didn't look at Lynn again, turned around and quickly left the room. The heavy wooden door was closed again. The sound of the lock clicking shut echoed in the empty corridor. Lynn leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. His back was soaked with cold sweat. He knew he had just walked on the edge of a cliff again. But he won his gamble. He had completely intertwined his fate with the death of Arryn and Ned's journey south. Lynn picked up the bowl of soup, which had cooled down a bit, and drank it down in large gulps. A warm current flowed into my stomach, dispelling some of the chill. He must survive. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Lynn's gaze fell once again on the panel that only he could see. Experience points, 0 now. He needs to gain Ned's trust. Only then can he regain his freedom, instead of being locked in this little house and unable to do anything like we are now. Maester Luin's footsteps echoed in the empty stone corridor. The sound was much more urgent than usual. The academic necklace he wore, those metal rings representing knowledge and reason, now clattered and rattled with each step he took. He had just come out of the cell at the bottom of that tower. The young deserter's words, like a ghostly whisper, lingered in his mind, refusing to leave. The hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn, he is dead. He was murdered. Soon a raven from King's Landing will be my witness. This is not the ramblings of a madman. Those eyes, that resolute tone, that terrifying logic that connected all the clues. The signs of the direwolf came first. The conspiracy of King's Landing is yet to come. Scholar Luin felt a chill run down his spine. This chill was even more intense than the ice and snow of the northern winter. He had to inform Duke Ned of all this immediately. He walked across the courtyard, the cold wind whipping up his gray academic robes. The guards nodded to him, but he paid them no heed. He had only one destination, Sacred Tree Forest. Passing through that low, black iron and wooden door, the noise of the outside world was instantly shut out. A damp, earthy smell of decaying leaves wafted towards me. This is the oldest part of Winterfell. It is also the foundation of the old god belief. Ned Stark was standing under the heart tree. The enormous weirwood tree had bark as white as bone, and its blood-red leaves rustled in the breeze. The strange human face on the tree trunk, dripping with red resin, resembled a pair of eternally watching eyes. Ned didn't turn around. He simply and quietly polished the Valyrian greatsword ice in his hand. In the dim light, the blade rippled with a faint sheen, bachelor's degree. Ned's voice was deep, blending seamlessly with the tranquility of the sacred tree forest. "How is that deserter's health?" Scholar Luin walked up to him and stopped. He could hear the faint sound of water flowing over the rocks in the nearby hot spring pool. He was very weak, but his life was not in danger. Maester Luin's voice was somewhat hoarse. The Duke and others. Scholar Luin paused, seemingly considering his words. He said a few more things. Ned stopped wiping. He placed the soft cloth he used to wipe the sword on a nearby stone and turned around. His gray eyes looked at Scholar Luin. Those eyes held a calm and coldness like the northern sky. "What did he say?" Scholar Luin took a deep breath. The icy air in the sacred forest pierced his lungs, calming his chaotic thoughts slightly. He said the eye of the storm was not in the north, and in King's Landing. Ned frowned slightly. Maester Luin lowered his voice even further. Each word seemed unusually heavy, he said. "Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, is no longer alive." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Only the red leaves of the heart tree are still rustling. Ned's expression remained unchanged. He remained like a silent statue. But Maester Luin could sense that the atmosphere around him had changed. It was a sense of oppressive tension, like the calm before a storm. He also said. Maester Luin continued with difficulty. "Lord Arryn did not die of illness, nor did he die of old age. It was murder." The word murder is like a stone thrown into a calm pond. Ned's pupils contracted sharply. Jon Arryn, that man who was like a father to him, the Valley Guardian who taught him honor and responsibility, the current Hand of the King, murdered. How is that possible? Robert's ability to live a carefree and pleasure-seeking life, indulging in drinking, gambling, and womanizing, and neglecting state affairs, was all thanks to Arryn, the king's hand. He also said that the king would soon head north. Maester Luin, almost holding his breath, uttered the last and most crucial sentence. "We invite you to travel south and assume the position of Hand of the King. Furthermore, if you, sir, are even slightly careless, you too could die." Dead silence. The sacred forest was utterly silent. Ned Stark remained silent. He simply turned around and looked again at the heart tree that was shedding tears of blood. His hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword. A deserter from the Night's Watch. After a long while, Ned's voice rang out again, terribly hoarse. "How did he learn all this?" He said it was a warning from the old gods, Meister Ruin replied. The old gods? Ned chewed on the word. As a man from the north, he understood the weight of the old gods better than anyone else. That's not the statue of the 7 gods in the southern church. It was the whisper of the wind, the leaves in the forest, and the flowing stream. It is an ancient belief etched into the blood of every northerner. The children of the forest and the beliefs of the first people. The first men arrived on the continent of Westeros 12,000 years ago. To fight the first men, the children of the forest created the uncontrollable Night King using ice magic. The first men and the children of the forest first fought and then made peace, fighting the White Walkers together, and eventually the first men followed the children of the forest in worshipping the old gods. 6,000 years later, the Andals arrived on the continent of Westeros. They defeated the first men and the children of the forest, driving them to the north, while they themselves occupied the south. They worship 7 gods, meaning one god possessed 7 different forms, hence the name 7 gods, also known as the New Gods. In the south, everyone worships the 7 gods, while in the north, everyone worships the old gods. Since it concerned his faith, Ned had to reserve his opinion for the time being, even if he had doubts. The direwolf too, Sir Luin added. The antlers pierced the she-wolf's throat and her body bore the claw marks of a lion. Baratheon Lannister Stark, this is all too much of a coincidence, sir. Ned closed his eyes. The image of that young man's defiant gaze on the execution ground flashed through his mind. That young man had bound his life to the safety of the North and the fate of the Starks. He wasn't begging for mercy, he was issuing a warning. He wanted to live. Ned's voice remained cold. To fabricate a sensational story in exchange for one's life. Perhaps, Scholar Luin did not refute, if this story is true we cannot bear the consequences. Ned slowly opened his eyes, he looked at Zinshu's sorrowful face. Was the old god truly warning him through the mouth of a deserter, or is all of this just the beginning of a much larger conspiracy? Send someone to keep an eye on him. Ned finally gave the order. Give him food and water and make sure he lives. Ned thought for a moment, then said again, stop detaining him, let him out for some fresh air. Yes, sir. Meister Luin bowed and accepted the order. We'll wait. Ned's voice carried a trace of weariness that he couldn't shake off. Waiting for the ravens of King's Landing. If he's wrong, my ice will correct that mistake. If he is right. Ned didn't continue, but the weight contained in those unspoken words weighed heavily on Scholar Luin's heart. If he is right, then winter is coming. A harsh winter that will sweep across the 7 kingdoms is coming. Scholar Luin departed. In the godswood, only Ned Stark remained. He reached out and gently touched the pale bark of the heart tree. The cold touch brought a sense of calm to his chaotic mind. Father. He murmured softly, Big brother, please guide me. The wind blows and the red leaves sway as if responding silently. Inside the tower, Lynn leaned against the cold stone wall, listening to her own steady heartbeat. He knew that Meister Luin would relay his words to Ned Stark without missing a single one. He also knew what choice Ned Stark would make. Wait, this is the most precious thing he fought for himself. The warmth from the hot soup and bread is repairing this battered body. Strength is gradually returning to his limbs and bones. In Lynn's line of sight, the blue panel was still floating. Host, Lynn strength 4 sick, agility 5 normal, constitution 4 pathological skills, none experience points, 0. After resting, Lynn has recovered considerably and is expected to be fully recovered by tomorrow. Lynn's gaze pierced through the narrow crack in the window, looking out at the gray sky. By this time, Jon or Ryn would have long since died. He is now waiting for the ravens of King's Landing. Hurry up and come. Early the next morning, the sound of the wooden door opening carried a stiff, unpolished quality as if it hadn't been turned in a long time. A beam of grayish-white light pierced through, dispelling the lingering chill in the room. Lynn squinted, adjusting to the long-lost light. Come out. The guard's voice was devoid of emotion. He was simply carrying out orders. Lynn was neither taken back to the execution platform nor sent to a deeper dungeon. He was led to the castle courtyard. The crisp air filled my lungs, carrying the lingering sound of metal clanging and the aroma of roasting meat wafting from the distant kitchen. This vibrant atmosphere gave him a sense of being in another world. Lynn's health is recovering. The energy from the hot soup and bread is slowly repairing this body that has been hollowed out by hunger and cold. 2 guards stood behind him like door gods, neither too close nor too far. It serves both as surveillance and as a silent warning. Lynn's activities were confined to this small area of the courtyard. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Not far away, Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell, was sparring with his coach, Sir Roderick. The wooden swords clashed, producing dull thuds. Robb's movements were steady and powerful, methodical and precise, revealing a seriousness beyond his years. Meanwhile, Theon Greyjoy was practicing his archery. His movements were elegant, and each arrow drew murmurs of applause from the servants around him. But his gaze kept unconsciously drifting towards Robb, with a hint of barely concealed rivalry. Sansa Stark is learning embroidery. Arya Stark, on the other hand, embroidered it into a complete mess. Everything was full of life, a raw and resilient vitality belonging to the North. Lynn strolled over to Sir Roderick and watched the two spar. Sir Roderick was an experienced teacher and always managed to pinpoint Robb's weaknesses. No wonder he was able to train young men like Robb and Jon, who are quite skilled in swordsmanship. Seeing Lynn learning from him, Sir Roderick did not chase him away. Instead, he stopped what he was doing and beckoned to him. "Hey kid, you've been watching for ages. If you want to learn, come over here. What are you doing, sneaking around like that?" The ruggedness and straightforwardness unique to the North, Lynn didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight over. "Sir, I'd like to learn two-handed swordsmanship. Could you teach me?" Sir Roderick was somewhat surprised. He looked Lynn up and down, then went over and pinched his arm and shoulder before shaking his head. "With your physique, a one-handed sword is just right. You're a bit short on the skill level for a two-handed greatsword. Even if you could wield a greatsword, you probably wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Don't aim too high, start with the basics." Lynn had already mastered the one-handed sword and naturally had no interest in learning it again. He insisted. "Sir, I still wish to see your greatsword." Seeing Lynn's persistence, Roderick scratched his thick white beard in embarrassment. At that moment, Robb, who was leaning on his iron sword and panting, spoke up. "Sir Roderick, if he wants to learn from you, teach him a couple of tricks, let him hit a wall, and he'll naturally behave." With the young Wolf Lord speaking, Sir Roderick was no longer troubled. He took a heavy training two-handed greatsword from the weapon rack and tossed it to Lynn. "Hold on tight." Clang! Lynn reached out to catch it but underestimated its weight. The heavy sword nearly slipped from his grasp and the impact left his wrists numb. Roderick looked surprised. "I didn't expect you to have some basic skills. Well then, I'll teach you. However, at your current level, it's still barely enough." The heavy sword felt cold and rough to the touch. The weight of the entire sword pressed down on Lynn's forearm, making him feel as if he were carrying an iron pillar rather than a sword. Sir Roderick shook his head and easily took the greatsword from Lynn's hand. Roderick was very strong. Lynn estimated he had an 8 out of 100 strength, which was related to his robust physique, and he wielded the heavy weapon with ease. "Watch closely, kid. The essence of the greatsword lies in brute force and momentum. Of course, you can't make this thing look fancy either." As soon as he finished speaking, Sir Roderick lowered his body slightly, twisted his waist and abdomen, and moved his arms accordingly. The heavy blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a muffled whistling sound. There were no fancy moves, just a simple sweep, yet it carried an indomitable momentum, as if it could cleave everything in its path in two. Each swing of the sword relies on the rotation of the body, using the waist and abdomen to drive the shoulders, then transmitting the energy to the arms and finally the sword itself. With your physique, although you have some core strength, you can barely wield the sword, you can only be carried by it. Sir Roderick handed the sword back to Lynn. "Try again." Lynn mimicked him, lowering her center of gravity and trying to twist her waist and abdomen. But the sword was too heavy. When Lynn tried to imitate Roderick's movements, his swings were weak and lacked any power. It was more like swinging a wooden stake. Robb watched from the side, shaking his head, but there was no mockery in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of strangeness. "That kid actually got it swinging. Goodness, this kid's got some skills," he muttered to himself. If Lynn were a little stronger, he might actually be able to wield a greatsword. Just as Lynn was desperately trying to sense the momentum that Roderick had mentioned, a cold notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Learnable skill two-handed greatsword detected. Learning requirements: strength greater or equal to 7. Your current strength attribute is insufficient to master this skill. Lynn's movements faltered. Not enough strength. Are there any conditions required for skills learning? Indeed, if learning it allows one to disregard physical limitations and apply it directly in combat, then this system would be far too overpowered. It wasn't the right time yet. Anyway, Roderick couldn't escape. Lynn put down his heavy sword and bowed deeply to Sir Roderick. "Thank you for your guidance, sir." After all this trouble, although he didn't learn any new skills, he gained a new understanding of how to use strength. More importantly, he found a clear short-term goal. Although this kid overestimates himself, his attitude is at least decent. Robb, who was standing nearby, walked over with his sword on his shoulder, patted Lynn on the shoulder, and looked at him with a hint of inquiry. "How was it? Do you want to learn more?" "I wanted to learn it too, but I ended up like you." Robb was a kind man who did not look down on Lynn because he was a deserter. He was sincere and straightforward. Lynn grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Of course, I will definitely seek further advice from Sir Roderick when I have the opportunity. Roderick nodded in agreement. Lynn seems to have quite a bit of talent, and he's not a petty person either, he said immediately. Kid, if you want to learn in the future, just come find me. I'll definitely teach you whenever I have time. But you should warm up your body first before you come. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats broke the tranquility of the courtyard. A messenger covered in snow rushed in through the castle gate. He stumbled as he dismounted, his face filled with panic. Duke. He charged toward Ned Stark, who was watching his son's train. Sir Robert and Sir Roderick, who were sparring, stopped. Theon also lowered his longbow. All eyes were on the messenger. Another caravan. The messenger's voice was very low. But in the quiet courtyard, a few words still drifted into Lynn's ears on the wind. White Blade River. And not a single one survived. Ned Stark's previously calm face instantly turned frosty. The air around him suddenly became heavy. This is a provocation against the North. Robb's young face was filled with anger, and his hand gripped the hilt of the wooden sword tightly. Father, let me go, just a bunch of rats hiding in the gutter. Theon Greyjoy approached, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement on his face. Leave them to me, sir. I promise to hang their heads on the city walls. Ned ignored them. He simply gave a brief order to the captain of his guard. Gather manpower, clear them out. The captain of the guard bowed and accepted the order, then immediately turned to carry it out. Ned then turned to Robb. Come with me. This is to bring him into the council chamber, a clear signal. The young Wolf Lord of Winterfell will be officially involved in the military operations to clear out the north for the first time. The group walked briskly toward the main castle. In the courtyard, only Lynn remained, guarded by 2 soldiers. Lynn's heart began to beat strongly. It wasn't because of fear. Rather, it was because of an irrepressible desire, enemy elimination system. To gain experience, you must kill enemies. Now the enemy has appeared. They were not nobles nor soldiers, they were just a band of lawless robbers. Killing them won't cause any trouble and won't invite any family retaliation. They are perfect experience points. This is his chance. This is his only chance to escape his prisoner status and truly take control of his own destiny. When Ned, Robb, and the others emerged from the main castle with grave expressions, Lynn made a move. He took a step forward. The guard behind him immediately reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. Stop right there. Let him speak. Ned Stark's voice rang out. He stopped and turned around. Those gray eyes like deep pools gazed silently at Lynn. The guard released his grip. Lynn met everyone's gaze, straightened his worn black clothes, and bowed slightly. The Duke. Lynn's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear. You gave me my life, I can never repay this kindness. Theon Greyjoy let out a sneer. Even a deserter knows how to repay a debt of gratitude. Lynn ignored him and just looked at Ned. Prophecy is words on the wind, time will tell. But now, loyalty needs to be proven with actions. Lynn's gaze shifted to the assembled guards, to the sharp blades and cold armor. I have heard that bandits are ravaging your territory and slaughtering your people. They threaten the security of the North. They are the enemy of the entire North. Lynn raised his head and looked directly into Ned Stark's eyes. I am not a knight, nor do I hold a title. But before I donned the black clothes, I fought for my life. Please allow me to join the cleanup operation. Let me use the blood of those bandits to wash away my shame and prove my worth. You gave me my life and you can take it back any time, but let me fight for the North first. The courtyard was completely silent. Everyone looked at Lynn with disbelief. A prisoner who had just been fighting for his life on the execution platform has now volunteered to face the ruthless bandits. Robb's face was full of surprise. Theon's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he were looking at a delusional madman. Maester Luin stood behind Ned, his gray eyebrows furrowed tightly. Ned Stark remained silent for a long time. He just looked at Lynn, looking at his pale face, his tattered clothes, and his eyes that still burned with fire in the cold winds of the North. This person is shrouded in mystery. His request under the Northern Code of Honor sounded rather noble. He would use the enemy's blood to wash away the shame of being a deserter. Prove your loyalty through actions. This is very Northern, that's also Stark. What gives you the right? Ned finally spoke, his voice icy. Lynn answered quickly. If I die at the hands of bandits, you'll be one less troublesome. If I survive and kill the enemy, then I'll have proven I'm not just a useless bum who only talks the talk. Ned's gaze lingered on his face for a long time. It went on for so long that Lynn could almost hear his own heart pounding in his chest. Horan. Ned called out the captain of the guard's name. Give him a sword. The captain of the guard was taken aback for a moment but immediately bowed. Yes, sir. Ned's gaze returned to Lynn. You'll join Robb's group. Don't let me down. After saying that, Ned Stark turned and strode away. In Lynn's sight, the blue panel seemed to brighten a bit. Name, Lynn strength 5'3" for an average adult, agility 5 average adult 3, physical fitness 5'3" for average adults. After a night's rest, his body has fully recovered to its peak condition. Moreover, this attribute is quite good among the Old Night's Watch members, ranking in the upper middle range. Killing some ordinary people, some of whom are even bandits who can't even use weapons properly, is easy. A simple, unadorned longsword was presented to Lynn. The hilt is wrapped in rough leather, and the guard is a simple cross shape without any superfluous decoration. This is a standard-issue longsword for guards, heavy, sturdy, and full of pragmatism. Lynn reached out, his fingertips touching the cold hilt of the sword. In that instant, a strange warmth surged from his palm, instantly spreading throughout his body, as if something long dormant had awakened deep within his blood. Those fragments of memories that didn't belong to him surged up again. This time, it's not about the fear of the White Walkers. Rather, it refers to countless days and nights spent wielding swords against the wind and snow on the Great Wall in dire straits. It's the feeling of resistance when a sword blade cuts through flesh during a fight with savages. It was Elisha Thorne's monotonous and stern rebuke. Hold on tight, useless. Your sword is your life. These instincts ingrained in the original owner's bones merged completely with Lynn's soul at this moment, syncing with the original owner's battle memories. Synchronization complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. One-handed sword proficient 18-100. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Riding beginner 910. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Hand-to-hand combat proficient 84-100. Lynn's eyes changed. If before his eyes burned with the flame of survival, now this flame is surrounded by a layer of steel-like sharpness. Lynn tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The longsword in his hand no longer seemed like an inanimate object, but rather an extension of his body. Let's go, Robb Stark's voice came through. The young wolf lord had already mounted his warhorse. He glanced at Lynn, his eyes still scrutinizing her. Lynn didn't say much and nimbly mounted a spare pony. The 10-man squad quickly rode out of the gates of Winterfell. A cold wind howled across the fields. The team left a long trail of hoofprints on the snow-covered ground. Theon Greyjoy rode up to Robb. He glanced back at Lynn, who was trailing at the back of the group, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Robb, do you really believe this guy? A deserter who broke his Night's Watch oath is now talking about fighting for the North. Don't you find it ridiculous? Robb stared straight ahead, his young face expressionless. My father told me to watch over him. That's enough, Theon shrugged. Okay, hopefully he won't hold us back. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind helping Lord Ned carry out the law ahead of schedule. Their conversation was not loud, but even in the wind, bits and pieces of the sound still drifted into Lynn's ears. Lynn didn't care. He simply felt the weight of the longsword in his hand and the power slowly returning to his body. He knew that words were powerful, but swords and blood were more likely to earn respect. The group traveled eastward along a tributary of the White Blade River. The stench of blood in the air grew stronger as they ventured deeper. Finally, at the edge of a burned-out woodland, they found the wreckage of the attacked caravan. Several carriages overturned on the ground, their goods scattered everywhere, the ground stained a mottled blackish red by snow and congealed blood. Several corpses lay stiffly in the snow, their faces still frozen with the terror of death. Crows circled above the bodies, cawing hoarsely. They just left not long ago. An experienced veteran examined the tired tracks and said to Robb, "No more than half a day." Robb's face darkened and he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Chase. The caravan set off again, the horses' hooves clattering dully as they pounded the blood-soaked snow. They chased for several more miles. From a sparse grove of trees ahead, the crackling of a campfire and the faint sounds of rough laughter and curses could be heard. Robb raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. Everyone immediately dismounted silently. Horan, flank us from the left. Robb lowered his voice and calmly assigned tasks. Theon, you're a good archer, find some high ground to cover us. The rest of you follow me. He looked at Lynn one last time. You stay close to me, don't wander off. This is both an order and a warning. Lynn nodded and drew the longsword from his waist. The sword was drawn from its sheath, emitting a clear, resonant hum. The cold, sharp edge reflected in Lynn's calm eyes. He was already aware of this. To live a better life, you have to kill. The group stealthily made their way into the woods, pushing aside the last clump of bushes obscuring their view. Not far ahead, in an open area, a dozen or so ragged bandits were gathered around a campfire, tearing into roasted meat and drinking the stolen ale. Their weapons were carelessly tossed aside, their faces filled with the indulgence and smugness of looting. Theon noticed this too. There were 10 of them, including one deserter, against 20 robbers, which meant each of them had to kill 2 people. Robbs, the other side has way more people than us. Should we go back and ask for backup? Go back and get backup. By the time reinforcements arrived, they had already fled. If they just change their clothes, who will know they're robbers? They're poorly equipped, but they can fight. A fierce glint flashed in Robb's eyes as he raised his sword. For the north. A roar like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Robb was the first to rush out, followed closely by the Stark guards who shouted battle cries in scattered bursts. The bandits were thrown into chaos, frantically grabbing their weapons. Some even coughed violently from choking on the alcohol. Theon's arrow also whistled through the air at that moment, piercing precisely through the neck of a bandit. The battle erupted instantly. Lynn's breathing was steady, and his heart was beating strongly in his chest. Unlike the others, he didn't roar. Instead, he focused all his attention on the chaotic battlefield before him. These bandits were just ordinary people carrying weapons. One of the thugs noticed Lynn. The thug was tall and had a face full of scars. When he saw Lynn's tattered black clothes and pale face, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. A soft persimmon. He grinned maliciously, raised the short-handled axe in his hand and brought it down hard on Lynn's head. The wind howled. Lynn's body reacted faster than his brain. He dodged the axe blade with a sidestep. Now, Lynn did not retreat but instead took a step forward, his center of gravity suddenly sinking downwards. The longsword in his hand thrust upwards from a tricky angle. Lynn's proficiency with the one-handed sword was instinctive at this moment. There were no fancy moves, only the simplest, yet most deadly stab. A slight sound. The sword tip pierced his throat with pinpoint accuracy. The sneer on the bandit's face froze instantly and the contempt in his eyes turned into extreme terror. He tried to make a sound, but only a hissing sound escaped his throat. Blood gushed down the sword, its warm touch staining Lynn's hand. Kill one bandit, experience point +1. Lynn felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, she found it very exciting. Without the slightest hesitation, he abruptly drew his longsword. Warm blood spurted out, and the tall bandit, like a chopped-down log, collapsed to the ground with a thud. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding shouts of battle seemed to have faded into the distance. Lynn wiped his hands, which were slippery from the blood on his clothes. At that moment, all he could see was life and death. Two more bandits, having discovered their companion's death, roared and attacked from both sides. A curved sword and a wooden club, accompanied by a fierce wind, blocked all of Lynn's escape routes. Lynn took a deep breath. He shifted his feet and twisted his body, dodging the deadly scimitar. At the same time, he parried the sword in his hand outwards. Lynn again blocked the wooden stick that was about to smash into his head with perfect precision. Lynn flicked his wrist, and the longsword slid down the wooden stick. The wooden stick has no guard. Ah. With a piercing scream, Lynn cleanly severed the hand of the thug wielding the club, and the club fell to the ground. Blood gushed out. Before the other thug could react, Lynn had already pounced on him. His movements were swift and decisive. A clean, sharp horizontal slash sent the longsword slicing through the air. The bandit only had time to see a flash of light from a sword. The next moment, his world suddenly began to spin. Kill one bandit, experience point +1. Kill one bandit, experience point +1. Lynn swung his sword again, piercing the heart of the bandit with the severed wrist, ending his suffering. In just a few breaths, Lynn killed 3 people. He stood there, sword in hand. At this moment, Lynn's body was splattered with warm blood. The surrounding bandits were stunned by Lynn's swift and decisive fighting. They instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lynn. Not far away, Robb Stark, who had just cut down an enemy with a single sword strike, also witnessed this scene. His young face was filled with shock. This deserter. They killed 3 enemies so quickly, that deserter. No, he was not a deserter. The thought flashed through Robb Stark's mind. Deserters don't have that kind of look in their eyes. He is a true warrior. Theon was equally dumbfounded. He hadn't included Lynn in his calculations, thinking each of his team needed to kill 2 people to win, but Lynn quickly surpassed his target. Lynn's chest heaved violently with his rapid breathing, but his hand holding the sword remained firm. A bandit leader with a full beard let out a beast-like roar, breaking the brief silence. "What the hell are you all afraid of? They're on horseback. We can't escape even if we wanted to. We might as well fight them. Go. Let's cut down a few as sacrificial lambs first." Fear was replaced by a more primal ferocity, and the remaining bandits began to clamor again. Some of them realized it too. This man in black seemed more threatening, a tough one, but the continuous attacks were also pushing him to his limit. If 2 people gang up on you, even the strongest person can't fight off 4 opponents. Robin saw through the bandits' intentions and roared, trying to lead the 2 men closer to Lynn. "Stop them." Seeing Robb give the orders, the other group of bandits instantly understood who their leader was. They turned around and attacked Robb and his men from the side with reckless abandon, forcing Robb to fight back. Lynn's eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, I still managed to get noticed. 2. He swiftly and decisively killed 3 people. It was hard for him to go unnoticed. Lynn leaned his back against a thick pine tree. In this way, he only needs to face enemies coming from the front and sides. He would never forget that even the mighty Dawn's sword had been stabbed in the back of the neck. It seems unlikely that he can defeat multiple opponents single-handedly at his current level. Robb and his men attracted the attention of most of the bandits, which greatly reduced the pressure on Lynn. One of the bandits charged forward first, his long-handled axe whistling through the air as it came down on his head. Lynn did not take the hit head-on. He slid his foot, his body pressed against the tree trunk, narrowly avoiding the axe blade. Wood chips flew everywhere. The axe was deeply embedded in the tree trunk. This is the gap. Lynn flicked his wrist and the longsword flew from bottom to top. The sword tip cleanly sliced open the bandit's unprotected throat. Blood gushed out, leaving a shocking red stain on the gray tree trunk. Kill 1 bandit, experience point +1 before the corpse could fall. Another bandit's curved knife swept across, aiming straight for Lynn's waist and abdomen. Lynn twisted his waist and swung his sword to parry. Clang! The clang of metal rang out and sparks flew everywhere. Just as he parried, a thug suddenly appeared and pounced on him from the side. He had no decent weapon, only a sharpened wooden stick, yet he viciously stabbed it towards Lynn's ribs. There was no way to retreat at the critical moment. Whoosh! A stray arrow flew through the air and landed precisely in the eye socket of the bandit wielding a club. The screams stopped abruptly. The bandit's body stiffened for a moment, then he slumped to the ground. Lynn's attention was drawn to the thug who had ambushed him, while the thug whose scimitar Lynn had deflected grinned and raised his knife again. Lynn was able to react, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. On the battlefield, fighting against multiple opponents is a constantly changing game, and all of this happened too suddenly. The blade flashed, and Lynn tried his best to dodge, but he only managed to turn to the side. A sharp, tearing pain shot through my left shoulder. His clothes were ripped open, his skin and flesh were torn open, and blood instantly stained half of his body. Lynn groaned and staggered. The excruciating pain stimulated his nerves, but it did not cause him to lose his mind. Instead, it stirred up the ferocity in his bones. Instead of retreating, he used the momentum of his staggering lurch forward and rammed into the ground. He slammed his shoulder into the bandit's arms. The bandits never expected him to dare to act this way even after being injured. Caught off guard, he was knocked back several steps. Lynn's sword moved, a simple and direct upward flick. Sizzle! Without the protection of armor, the sword sliced through the bandit's abdomen, moving upwards until it ripped open his chest. Internal organs mixed with blood gushed out onto the ground. The bandit's sinister smile froze. He looked down at his empty abdomen, his eyes filled with unbelievable despair. Kill 1 bandit, experience point +1. Seeing that he was wounded, Lynn stopped trying to be brave and headed towards the edge of the battlefield. Roar! Robb Stark's furious roar echoed through the air. Young Robb was now in a bloodthirsty frenzy. He completely ignited the wolf-like blood within his body. He no longer adhered to the swordsmanship taught by his instructor. Despite his young age, every swing of his pen is full of power. Bold and expansive, with the wildness unique to the north. One of the bandits had his arm severed by a single sword strike and fell to the ground screaming in agony. Another bandit was cut down by him, shield and all, with a single sword strike. 20 people is neither a small number nor a large number. The situation on the battlefield began to tilt rapidly due to the outbursts of Lynn and Robb. The bandit leader watched with eyes wide with rage. He abandoned his fight with the Stark guards and made a move to flee. But they happened to run into Lynn, who was also trying to wander outwards. Seeing Lynn injured, the bandit leader roared and charged at Lynn, brandishing a blood-stained double-handed axe. Before the person even arrived, a strong stench of blood and sweat filled the air. The axe blade whipped up a fierce wind and crashed down. Lynn did not dodge. He was now completely exhausted, and no matter how hard he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape the range of the long-handled weapon. He bent his knees slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and held the long sword horizontally in front of him. When, a loud bang. Lynn used the thickest part of his sword to parry, deflecting the fatal axe blow to his side. The immense impact caused his arms to tremble violently. The wound on his shoulder ripped open again, and the pain made his vision go black. A flicker of surprise crossed the bandit leader's eyes, which quickly turned to cruelty. He tightened his wrist, pressing down on the axe, wanting to crush this stubborn fellow completely, but Lynn achieved her goal. He used that block to create an opportunity to get close to his opponent. Lynn abruptly released his grip on the sword with his left hand, and his body turned to the right. His right elbow, like a cannonball, slammed into the bandit leader's ribs. Snap! the crisp sound of bones breaking. The bandit leader let out a painful groan, his massive body momentarily stiffening from the intense pain. At the same time, Robb, unwilling to let the bandit leader go, also arrived, and he thrust his longsword forward. The longsword pierced through the hilt, precisely penetrating the bandit leader's chest. Fearing that Robb would steal his kill, Lynn quickly picked up the longsword from the ground and stabbed it into the bandit's eye socket. Kill bandit leader X1, experience points +2. The murderous glint in the bandit leader's eyes quickly faded. Lynn suddenly drew his longsword. The tall bandit instantly lost all hope. They actually gave me 2 experience points. It seems the stronger the opponent, the more experience they give. But it seems he's not particularly strong, otherwise he wouldn't have only given 2 experience points. So, if I kill a powerful figure like Jaime or a White Walker, or even the Night King, how much experience would I gain? Of course, you can also choose to massacre civilians to gain experience. However, if I were to do that without a powerful backer or someone to protect me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have a place in the entire Westeros. With their leader dead, the remaining bandits completely collapsed. They dropped their weapons and fled in all directions, crying out. They were met with the blades of the Stark guards and Theon's deadly arrows. The battle is over. Silence returned to the woodland. Only the crackling of the campfire and the groans of the wounded guards remained. Lynn leaned against the pine tree, which was covered in war scars, and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He was trembling all over. It wasn't because of fear, but because of exhaustion. The wound on my shoulder was still bleeding, and my ribs, which had been struck, were throbbing with excruciating pain. Every breath he took aggravated his injuries, nearly causing him to faint. My vision started to blur. A pair of boots covered in mud and snow stopped in front of him. Lynn struggled to lift her head. It's Robb Stark. The young Wolf Lord still carried an undiminished murderous aura on his face, but his blue eyes were filled with complex emotions. Shock, confusion, and a hint of admiration. You. Robb opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He looked at the corpses around Lynn, then at Lynn's horrific wounds. At this moment, all language seems pale and powerless. Horan. Robb turned and yelled at a guard. Come here, bandage him. Theon Greyjoy also came over. He put away his longbow and squatted down. Looking at the deep, bone-revealing wound on Lynn's shoulder, the previous mockery vanished. He won Robb and Theon's approval with his wounds and blood. In his line of sight, the blue panel that only he could see was silently floating. The stench of blood in the woods was somewhat dispersed by the biting cold wind. The campfire was still crackling, its light illuminating the faces of those who had survived the ordeal. The guards were clearing the battlefield, piling up the bandits' bodies and tending to their wounded comrades. Holland ran over carrying a medicine box. He tore open the blood-soaked clothing from Lynn's left shoulder. The wound was so deep that bone was visible and the flesh was torn and rolled back. It looked particularly menacing in the dim firelight. Holland acted swiftly, first rinsing the wound with strong liquor. The excruciating pain made Lynn's body tremble violently, his jaw clenched, and a fine layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Theon Greyjoy walked over, abandoning his usual flippancy. He looked at Lynn's pale face, then at the gruesome corpses of the bandits around him. Unexpectedly, even a runaway crow has quite sharp claws. The mockery in his tone had faded considerably, replaced by a scrutinizing tone tinged with astonishment. Lynn didn't have the strength to respond. His entire focus was on the blue panel that only he could see. Host, Lynn. Strength, 3 injured and weak. Agility, 3 weakened by injury. Constitution, 3 injured and weak. Skills, one-handed sword proficient, 18-100. Horse riding beginner, 9-10. Hand-to-hand combat proficient, 84-100. Experience points. 7. The number 7 is the best reward for Lynn's life-or-death struggle just now. But the 3 bright red, weak statuses on the panel constantly reminded him of his current poor physical condition. The excruciating pain from the wound and the exhaustion made Lynn's consciousness waver. He must return to Winterfell as soon as possible to receive treatment from Maester Luin. Experience points should definitely be prioritized for attribute point allocation. 3 points of strength is the average person's physical attribute. If I can directly increase it with experience points, I'll soon be invincible. Add all the points to improving physical constitution. Please note, attribute points cannot be increased through experience points. Experience points can only be used to improve learned skills. There are many ways to increase attribute points. Please explore them on your own. That's true. If I could directly increase my attributes with experience points, I could become a Superman in just a few days. Lynn thought he had discovered some loophole. After some testing, it really didn't work. In that case, let's just focus on improving our skills. Lynn's gaze fell on the column for riding skills beginner 910. The road back is still long. Given his current physical condition, the mere jolting on horseback would be enough to worsen his injuries, without the slightest hesitation. System, add 1 experience point to riding skill. Lynn silently recited it in his heart. Experience points -1 riding skill 910 right arrow 1010, level increased congratulations host. Your riding skill has improved to proficient 0100. A warm current suddenly flowed through Lynn's limbs and bones. It wasn't the warmth of regaining physical strength but a more mysterious feeling. Fragments of memories about horseback riding flooded his mind. How to maintain balance on horseback, how to use subtle leg strength to control the horse's direction, how to sense the horse's emotions. This knowledge seemed to be innate to him, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times and it was ingrained in his very being. All right. Holland bandaged Lynn's wound tightly with a clean linen cloth, his voice steady. You're lucky you didn't break any bones, otherwise you'd be in big trouble. Lynn nodded and with the help of the guards shakily stood up. Robb led over the pony that belonged to Lynn. Can you still walk? The young wolf lord looked at Lynn. His blue eyes no longer held a simple scrutiny, but rather a hint of concern. Lynn nodded. He didn't speak but took a deep breath, endured the excruciating pain, and mounted his horse. He performed this movement much more nimbly than when he arrived. As soon as I sat in the saddle, that wonderful feeling returned. He could clearly feel every tremor of the horse's muscles beneath him and sense its slight unease caused by the surrounding smell of blood. Lynn subconsciously squeezed the horse's belly slightly with his leg, and the reins in his hand trembled slightly as well. The previously somewhat agitated pony miraculously calmed down and snorted meekly. A flicker of surprise crossed Robb's eyes. He didn't ask any further questions. Let's go back. The group regrouped and set off on their journey back to Winterfell. This time, Lynn was no longer at the back of the line. He rode alongside Robb and Theon. This is a silent signal. Lynn had the most kills this time, so he was qualified to walk at the front of the group. Westeros reveres force. Lynn earned their respect with his sword and blood. The night wind in the north is icy and biting. The horse's hooves crunched and squeaked on the snow. Lynn's body rose and fell rhythmically with the horse's gait. His improved riding skills allowed him to adapt to the bumpy ride in the least strenuous way. This allowed his tense muscles to relax somewhat and also made the shoulder wound less painful. What did you do before? Robb suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His gaze fell on Lynn's longsword, which was still stained with blood. Lynn's swordsmanship lacked both the elegance of a knight and the discipline of an instructor, but each move is simple, direct, and deadly. That's a technique purely designed to kill the enemy in the shortest amount of time. That's definitely a Night's Watch tactic. His approach was very similar to that of his father's younger brother, Uncle Ban Yang. Before I put on the black clothes, I was just an ordinary person trying to survive. He became a night watchman because he committed some crimes. Lynn stared straight ahead, his voice muffled by the wind. The Night's Watch of today has lost its former glory, most of its members are criminals, and going to the wall is practically tantamount to exile. To survive, you have to learn something. This answer is ambiguous yet reasonable. Robb did not ask any further questions. He simply increased the horse's speed silently. On the distant horizon, the massive gray outline of Winterfell gradually became clear under the starlight. As the procession passed through the castle gates, torches were already burning brightly in the courtyard. Ned Stark stood on the steps of the main castle, with Maester Luin carrying a lantern behind him. His expression, like the night sky over the north, was calm and dignified. His gaze swept across the ranks, over the heads of the bandits carried on horseback and over the wounded guards. Finally, his gaze settled on Lynn. The deserter, whose body was half-stained with blood, was now sitting quietly on his horse, walking side by side with his eldest son. Robb dismounted, strode quickly to his father, and knelt on one knee. Father, the bandits have all been wiped out. The intelligence this time was inaccurate. They actually had 26 people. Luckily, Lynn killed a lot of people, otherwise we wouldn't have won so easily. Ned nodded, helped his son up, and patted him on the shoulder. Although his eldest son was young, he was already able to share his burdens, which made him very gratified. You did a great job. Ned's gaze passed over Robb and landed on Lynn again. He fought bravely, father. Robb spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of youthful excitement. He killed 6 bandits and protected the flanks several times. He proved his loyalty through his actions. The courtyard was completely silent. All the guards looked at the young man who was still sitting on his horse with complicated expressions. Ned Stark remained silent. He just looked at Lynn, his gray eyes swirling with emotion, doubt, scrutiny, and a subtle acceptance. Clearly, a crow that runs away cannot be fearless in the face of death. He began to believe Lynn's account of the White Walkers to some extent. For a long time, Bachelor of Luin, Ned finally spoke. Take him to get treatment. Use the best wound medicine. Yes, sir. Meister Luin, carrying a lantern, descended the steps and came to Lynn's horse. Lynn dismounted, staggering as he did so. After a long period of tension, he arrived at a safe place, and weakness and exhaustion overwhelmed him instantly. Lynn handed the longsword back to the guard beside him. Ned stopped Lynn from doing so. No need to return it. Keep the sword. It's what you deserve. As Lynn followed Meister Luin through the courtyard, he could feel the gaze of the Warden of the North lingering behind him. He knew that from tonight onwards, he was no longer the prisoner who could be beheaded at any moment. He survived, but the crisis is not over yet. Lynn and Ned, Meister Luin, were all waiting for the Raven. In Meister Luin's room, the smell of herbs and old parchment mingled together, filling the air with their aroma. Lynn lay shirtless on the hard wooden bed. He could clearly feel the cooling sensation as the ointment was applied to the wound, suppressing the burning pain of the torn flesh. You have a very good physical constitution. Meister Luin's voice was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. The injury is less severe than I expected. He rebandaged Lynn with clean linen, his movements as practiced as if he were handling a fine piece of sheepskin. Who taught you your swordsmanship? The scholar asked the question casually. Alisathorn, the instructor of the Night's Watch. Lynn buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. He only taught how to stab someone with a sword as quickly as possible. He taught nothing else. This answer caused Meister Luin to pause in his work. His gray eyes swept over the crisscrossing, tiny, old scars on Lynn's body. Those weren't injuries sustained while fleeing. Those are medals earned through countless battles against savages on the Great Wall, fought with their lives. A cowardly defector wouldn't have such a thing on his back. Have a good rest. Scholar Luin asked no further questions, packed his medicine box, and turned to leave. His Excellency the Duke instructed that you may stay here until you recover. The door was closed gently but not locked. Lynn knew this was a signal from Ned Stark. He is no longer a prisoner. Rather, it is a special object that needs to be observed. Lynn let out a long breath. Now he didn't have to think about anything. Take good care of your injury. Then wait. Wait for the Raven that flew in from King's Landing to stamp the final seal on all his prophecies. The next day, Lynn was allowed to move freely within the castle, always with 2 guards following him at a distance. It was less about protection and more about surveillance. He didn't go to the courtyard. Robb and Theon were practicing their swords there, and the clanging sounds annoyed him. He simply found a quiet corner, leaned against the cold stone wall, and basked in the meager sunlight of the north. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying the battle with the bandits that night over and over again. Every angle of the sword swing, every moment of dodging, every tactile sensation of blood splattering. These experiences, gained at the cost of his life, are the foundation of his livelihood. A series of light, deliberately quiet footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Lynn opened his eyes. A small figure stood in front of him, blocking the hard-won ray of sunlight. It's Arya Stark, the youngest daughter of the Duke of Winterfell. She stood with her hands behind her back, wearing a drab men's shirt, her hair a mess like a bird's nest, and her face smeared with mud. But her gray eyes, belonging to the Stark family, shone with an astonishing light. Completely different from her appearance in the drama, even though she is petite, the sparkle in her eyes gives her a wild and beautiful aura. They say you're a good fighter. Arya's voice was clear and crisp, carrying the straightforwardness characteristic of people from the north. Lynn didn't speak, she just looked at her. Arya took another step forward, her little fists clenched tightly. The Night's Watch's swordsmanship is completely different from what Sir Roderick taught them. Sir Roderick said swordsmanship should be graceful like dancing. She pursed her lips, clearly disagreeing. But your sword isn't. Your sword is fast and direct. She seemed to be searching for a word to describe it. Lynn's lips twitched involuntarily. This little girl is a born she-wolf. You want to learn? Arya's eyes lit up instantly like 2 flames igniting in the darkness. She nodded vigorously, her expression extremely serious. Teach me. The little girl's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of pleading. Please. Lynn looked at her longing eyes. An opportunity to forge a deeper connection with the Stark family has presented itself. Moreover, she was Ned Stark's most beloved youngest daughter. Okay, I can teach you. Lynn slowly stood up and stretched his still somewhat stiff shoulders. However, this is an exchange. You need to teach me something too. Arya was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to make such a request. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. But I can't do anything. You will, Lynn smiled. For example, what secret passages are there in the castle that no one else knows about? Which kitchen foreman would secretly hoard ale? How can I sneak into the sacred tree forest without being detected? Arya's mouth slowly opened into an O shape. She never imagined that the bad things she did in her daily life could actually be used as tuition fees. I agree. Without any hesitation, she immediately agreed. Make a deal, but not now after I've recovered. Furthermore, this matter must not be known to anyone. Come. Arya held out her dirty little fist. Lynn was taken aback. He then extended his fist and gently touched it to her small fist. A simple agreement was reached. Just then, a series of urgent bell tolls rang out over the castle. Clang, clang, clang. The sound emanating from the bachelor's tower was heavy and distant. Ravens have arrived. The smile on Lynn's face vanished instantly. He looked up at the towering gray tower. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Arya also heard the bells. She glanced at the tower in confusion but quickly turned her attention back to Lynn. It's a deal. I'll come find you tonight. After Arya finished speaking, she skipped and hopped away like a happy little deer. Lynn didn't move. He simply stood there quietly, sensing the changes taking place within the castle. The guards' footsteps became hurried and the servants' whispers were much quieter. An invisible sense of tension was rapidly spreading in the air. A storm is brewing and the wind is howling. In the study of the main castle, the flames in the fireplace crackled and popped. But the atmosphere inside the room was colder than the ice and snow outside. Ned Stark stood by the window looking at the gray sky outside. He held a small piece of parchment in his hand. The edges of the paper still bear remnants of the wax seal from the Raven's letterbox. Catelyn Tully, his wife, was standing behind him. Her face was filled with undisguised worry and sorrow. John, he's dead. Catelyn's voice trembled slightly. Her sister, Lysa Arryn, became a widow. The relationship between the two families is somewhat complicated. Lysa Arryn was the wife of old Arryn in his later years, and Lysa was Catelyn's sister, while Ned was Arryn's adopted son. Ned didn't turn around. He remained silent like a stone statue. The letter said it was a sudden, acute illness, a fever. Catelyn continued, her hands tightly twisting her sleeves. In another letter that Clessa secretly sent, it said, Catelyn paused, seemingly hesitant to utter that terrible word. It was murder. The Lannisters did it. A deathly silence fell over the study. Only the firewood in the fireplace seemed to be emitting its final, mournful cry. Ned slowly turned around. His face was expressionless, but his gray eyes were churning with turbulent emotions. Lynn's words echoed wildly in his mind like a curse. Hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn, he's dead, he will be murdered, exactly word for word, the prophecy has come true. Robert, the king, is on his way north. Catelyn's voice was filled with unease. He's coming to Winterfell. He wants you to go south and succeed Jon Snow as the new Hand of the King. Ned closed his eyes, and this is the beginning of all the tragedy. Lynn's words echoed in my ears. This sent a chill down Ned's spine. The chill rose from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body. It was even colder than the fiercest winds of the north. Winterfell has changed. The air was no longer filled only with cold and stillness. Instead, there was a cacophony of excitement, tension, and anticipation. The king is coming. This news came like a gust of wind. The wind blew through every corner of the castle. The aroma of baking bread lingers in the kitchen for 24 hours. The blacksmith's furnace burned brightly all night and the hammering never stopped. The guards need to polish every piece of their armor. The maids carried piles of clean linen, hurrying down the corridor with light, quick footsteps. Lady Catelyn Stark was at the center of this storm. She was like a tireless queen bee, orchestrating the entire castle's operation with precise and stern commands. The ale from the cellar must be the very best. Change all the bed sheets in the guest rooms to new ones and scent them with lavender. Tell the stable boy to thoroughly clean all the horses used by the king's procession, leaving not a single stray hair. Her voice echoed clearly and powerfully in the courtyard, demonstrating her capable and efficient nature. But deep within those blue eyes belonging to the Tully family, there lingered an unshakable worry. Ned Stark, on the other hand, remained completely uninvolved. He did not appear in the courtyard, nor did he inquire about any preparations. He would either stay alone in his study or go to the sacred tree forest. He polished the Valyrian steel greatsword Ice again and again. It seemed that only in this way could he find a moment of peace. Lynn sat on the steps leading to the armory, sensing the undercurrent. Since the prophecy was proven true, he is no longer a prisoner. On the contrary, Catelyn and Ned treated him with great courtesy. Lynn now has a warm room. The 3 meals a day were no longer black bread and cold water, but freshly baked soft bread and hot broth. He even acquired his own longsword. All of this was obtained through that bloody battle and that mysterious prophecy. Lynn's gaze swept across the bustling courtyard and landed on Theon Greyjoy, who was practicing archery in the distance. The adopted son of the Iron Islands was beaming with excitement at the prospect of meeting the king. He was nominally an adopted son, but in reality he became a hostage after the rebellion. But the Starks treated him no differently. Ned treated him like his own son, teaching him manners, skills, and the loyalty of House Stark. Theon's bow-drawing posture became increasingly elegant. Every arrow hit the bullseye, drawing cheers from the surrounding stable boys. Theon enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Unlike the Stark children, he couldn't sense the weight hidden beneath the glory. For Theon, his adopted son, it was just a grand feast. Lynn looked away. He knew that beneath this superficial harmony, cracks had long existed. Just then, a figure walked into the courtyard. It was Jon Snow, the one who knew nothing. He was dressed in simple leather armor, carrying a blunt-tipped sword used for practice, and silently walked toward the training dummy in the corner. He did not join Robb and Theon's side. He always did this, habitually choosing a less conspicuous location. Just then, Lady Catelyn came out of the main castle to inspect the stables. Her gaze met Jon's briefly in the air. It only took a moment. Catelyn's previously gentle expression froze instantly. All warmth vanished from those blue eyes, leaving only icy disgust. She didn't say a word. He simply turned slightly to the side and quickened his pace. It was as if even glancing at Jon Snow would tarnish her eyes. Jon's body stiffened. The sword he had just raised also stopped in midair. The expression on his face seemed to have been chilled by the winter wind, all its luster dimmed. He silently lowered his arms and head, his black hair obscuring his eyes. Lynn saw all of this. Catelyn's hatred was so naked, so undisguised. In Westeros, bastards were an open disgrace to noble families. Their surname will be collectively referred to as Jon Snow. The bastards of the Storm's End generation bear the surname Storm, those in the north are Snow, and those in the south are Sand. It varies from place to place, but locals can tell at a glance. Jon's presence constantly reminded Catelyn of her husband's past infidelity. It's normal for men leading troops into battle to sometimes need to release their desires and leave behind illegitimate children, and Catelyn understood this. It would be one thing to keep him outside, but Ned deliberately kept him right under his nose. Moreover, Ned would get angry with her whenever he asked about Jon's mother. She vented all her anger on Jon. While Jon Snow wasn't abused, it could be said that he was. Jon Snow grew up amidst Catelyn's disdain. The commotion in the courtyard seemed irrelevant to Jon at this moment. He stood there alone, his figure appearing exceptionally lonely. Lynn watched all of this. Lynn generally appreciates Jon Snow more. He certainly had his flaws in the show. He betrayed Ygritte, and to prevent Daenerys from becoming the next Mad King, he stabbed her after Tyrion's warning, which could be considered a betrayal of his leader. But Jon is straightforward, loyal, and a mixed bag of good and bad. Lynn would never forget the scene of Jon Snow drawing his sword alone against a vast army in the Battle of the Bastards for Ned's youngest son, Rickon. Fear is a biological instinct. Courage is the hymn of humanity. Not everyone has the courage to draw their sword. But sometimes being too upright is not a good thing. However, Jon is still young, and I have plenty of time to help him become less upright and rigid. The idea of recruiting Jon Snow also arose in Lynn's mind. That evening, Lynn was in his room, carefully sharpening the longsword with a whetstone. His calm face was reflected in the sword. Maester Luin's ointment was very effective. It greatly reduced the pain in his wound. A soft knock sounded on the door. "Come in." The door was pushed open a crack and a head peeked in. "It's Jon Snow. Did I bother you?" Jon's voice was hesitant. "No." Lynn put down the whetstone and pointed to the only chair in the room. Jon walked in and closed the door behind him. He didn't sit down but stood in the center of the room, his hands twisting together somewhat helplessly. "You are a member of the Night's Watch." Jon finally spoke, his gaze falling on the longsword in Lynn's hand. Lynn responded, "So, what's it like on the other side of the Great Wall?" In Jon's eyes there was a hint of youthful curiosity and longing. "It's very cold." Lynn's answer was simple and direct. "It's colder than Winterfell. The wind is like a knife, it can cut right to the bone." What kind of people are the Night's Watchmen? This is what Jon really wanted to ask. There are all kinds of people. Lynn leaned back in her chair and looked at him. "Thieves, robbers, indebted gamblers, knights who have lost their lands, and people like me. Of course, there were also some noble scions who went for the honor." Lynn added, "It's just a small amount." Jon remained silent. Lynn's words were completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, the wall was a place full of honor. There, one's background no longer matters. Everyone is a brother in black, working together to defend against threats from beyond the Great Wall. On the Great Wall, does a person's background really not matter? Jon's voice was low, tinged with uncertainty. A child born out of wedlock can actually earn respect. Lynn looked at him. looking at this future commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch. Looking at the confusion and vulnerability on his face that seemed out of place for his age. At the Great Wall, people only judge you by your swordsmanship and whether you dare to stand at the forefront when the savages charge. Lynn's voice was calm. Whether your name is Jon Snow or Stark doesn't matter. They only care whether you're reliable. Jon's eyes slowly brightened. It was a light that felt like finding a home. But Lynn changed the subject. That's not where heroes belong, Jon. Once you don black, you must renounce your family lineage, your fiefdom, and never marry or have children. Your entire life will be dedicated to that cold wall. Until you die. Silence fell over the room. Only the sound of the wind outside the window could be heard, howling and whistling. The light on Jon's face gradually dimmed. He wanted to escape Winterfell, to escape Lady Catelyn's cold gaze, but he never imagined the price would be so heavy. I see. After a long silence, Jon finally spoke in a low voice. Thank you, Lynn. He turned around, ready to leave. Jon, Lynn called out to him, your father loves you very much. Jon stopped in his tracks. But sometimes love can't solve all problems. Lynn looked at him and said word by word. Ultimately, the kind of person you become is a choice you make yourself. Jon did not turn around. He simply stood at the doorway, his shadow stretched long and thin in the dim light. Then he pushed open the door and went out. It's late at night. Most of Winterfell was silent. Only the footsteps of the patrolling guards echoed in the empty courtyard, and occasionally a few neighs of horses could be heard from the stables. Lynn's room was located on one side of the main castle, near the kitchen. The flames in the fireplace had shrunk to a small, dark red ember, barely dispelling the chill in the room. Lynn sat cross-legged on the bed. The longsword Ned Stark had given him lay across his lap. He didn't sleep, he's waiting. Tap, tap, tap. A very faint, almost inaudible knocking sounded on the door. Lynn opened her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. He got out of bed and unlatched the door. A small figure darted through the crack in the door, moving as nimbly as a cat. Arya Stark, carrying a practiced wooden sword taller than herself, slipped into the house. She slammed the door shut behind her, let out a long sigh, and wore the excited look of someone who had successfully pulled off a prank. Arya lowered her voice and said smugly, "The guard thought I was sleeping." She put the wooden sword she was practicing with on the ground and dusted off her hands. Her eyes burned with a desire more intense than the embers of the fireplace. "Do you remember our promise? Teach me." Lynn didn't waste any words. He picked up his longsword and twirled it in the dimly lit room. The steel cut through the air, making a faint humming sound. The Night's Watch's swordsmanship has no name. Lynn looked at Arya. It has only one purpose. That is, to kill the enemy and survive in the shortest amount of time. It's not pretty, it's even ugly. Arya nodded vigorously. I know. Lynn walked to the center of the room, clearing a small space. Watch closely. He assumed a standard swordsmanship starting stance. The center of gravity shifted, and the sword's edge pointed diagonally at the ground. This is a posture that highly emphasizes stability and explosive power. When the enemy slashes down, Lynn simulated a blocking motion. Instead of using brute force to block the attack, he used the angle of the sword to deflect the imaginary enemy's attack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword thrust out. The movements were concise, fierce, and aimed directly at the vital points. Defense is always about preparing for the next offense. Lynn sheathed his sword. Many of the savages beyond the Great Wall are taller and stronger than us. If you try to outmuscle them, you'll be the one who dies. Arya watched intently. She raised her wooden sword, trying to mimic Lynn's movements. Lynn interrupted Arya's actions and handed her his sword. Wooden swords are children's toys. Use this. A look of excitement flashed in Arya's eyes. This was the first time she had ever touched a real sword. This is the real thing that Catelyn has always forbidden her from touching. Arya took the heavy one-handed sword. Ah, she let out a sharp cry and thrust out her sword with one hand, but her actions looked somewhat comical. The heavy sword slowed her down. Lynn picked up Arya's wooden sword and sparred with it. Arya's small arms trembled from the impact of the block. When stabbed, it lacked sufficient penetrating power. No, Arya stopped and frowned in frustration. I can't do what you did and deflect the sword. Lynn looked at her tense little face and trembling arms. He realized that while the Night's Watch's swordsmanship emphasized technique, its foundation was still based on the strength of adult men. It was still too heavy for Arya. He needs to make adjustments. Lynn pondered for a moment, then raised his sword again. This time his actions changed. He no longer emphasizes the stability of blocking, but focuses on dodging and skillful counterattacks. The sword's edge is no longer a straight, more energy-consuming slash. Instead, it traces a light arc, specifically targeting gaps in the enemy's defense. Lynn's movements were smaller but faster. As Lynn immersed himself in this more agile swordsmanship concept tailored for Arya, that familiar blue panel quietly appeared. The host has demonstrated exceptional adaptability, meeting both strength and agility requirements, and has successfully learned a new skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Light Sword Beginner 110. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. This light sword style, derived from the Night's Watch swordsmanship yet completely different, is precisely what he currently lacks. When facing opponents with superior strength, his prized one-handed sword proved somewhat inadequate. He cannot fight these kinds of people by simply outmatching their strength. The only way to deplete the opponent's stamina is by dodging. All you need to do is deliver the fatal blow when the opponent is exhausted. Try this one. Lynn broke down this prototype of the light sword into the most basic footwork and thrusting techniques and taught them to Arya. Arya's eyes lit up. She raised the iron sword again. This time she didn't try to block. As Lynn lightly tapped Arya's iron sword with his wooden sword, she took a half step back while simultaneously slashing at Lynn's wrist from a tricky angle. Wow, so fast! Arya cried out in excitement. She felt like a fish in water freed from its constraints. However, this excitement lasted only a moment. When she attempted a series of attacks, another problem arose. While light swords don't require as much strength, they demand a very high level of coordination and precision. Arya's several thrusts missed their mark. She stopped, panting, her face flushed red. It still doesn't work. Arya slumped her shoulders in dejection. My sword is too heavy. She looked at the steel sword in her hand, then at the wooden lump in Lynn's hand. She suddenly realized a cruel truth. I'm a girl. Arya's voice lowered, tinged with resentment. No matter how much I train, I can't match Robb or Theon's strength. She looked up, her gray eyes filled with confusion. This kind of swordsmanship ultimately relies on brute force to overwhelm the opponent, right? Lynn remained silent. Arya's intuition was spot on. Even with a light sword, under the battlefield logic of Westeros, the ultimate lethality still depends on the power to penetrate armor or shatter bones. Lynn knew that Arya needed a completely different way of fighting. A swordsmanship that does not rely on strength but only on speed and precision. You're right, Arya, Lynn patted her head. You don't need to be the strongest, but you can be the fastest. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Over there. I think I heard something. They are night patrol guards. Arya's face turned pale and she grabbed Lynn's sleeve. Lynn quickly blew out the kerosene lamp, plunging the room into darkness instantly. He pulled Arya along and hid in the shadows behind the door. The footsteps grew closer and closer, finally stopping at the doorway. Lynn could clearly hear the guards breathing outside the door. Arya held her breath nervously. Her small hands were icy cold as she clung tightly to Lynn. She is 2 years younger than her older sister Sansa and is only 9 years old, but she already knows that she shouldn't be in a man's room at night. A long time. I might have misheard you. Let's go. Another guard muttered. This awful weather, even the wind sounds like a ghost. The footsteps faded into the distance. Lynn and Arya exchanged a glance in the darkness and both breathed a sigh of relief. I should go back now. Arya's voice trembled slightly. Can I come tomorrow? Tomorrow night? Be careful. Lynn helped her tidy up her messy hair. The castle has been crowded and noisy these past few days. The king's entourage is almost here. Arya nodded vigorously and like a fawn disappeared silently at the end of the corridor. Lynn closed the door and lit another candle. He looked at the longsword in his hand, then at the Light Sword Beginner 110 on the system panel. Although Arya didn't learn it, he gained a lot. Lynn knew he needed to improve his skills as soon as possible. The king's arrival meant that the eye of the storm had shifted to Winterfell, and he was already in the eye of the storm. Several days have passed. Winterfell was like a beehive that had been poked open, completely boiling over. The king's carriage has reached the White Blade River. This news quickened the pace of everyone in the castle. The blacksmith's furnace burned day and night, and the clanging of the hammers almost drowned out the sounds of drills being conducted in the courtyard. In the kitchen, the fat cook, Gage, was yelling at the top of his lungs. He was directing the workers to carry barrels of beer into the cellar. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the wheat scent of freshly baked bread, wafting far into the cold air. Lynn sat on the low wall leading to the Godwood forest. He no longer needed to be guarded by soldiers. That bloody battle and the fulfilled prophecy earned him this limited freedom. Lynn was a member of the Night's Watch, and Ned, seeing his usefulness, kept him temporarily in Winterfell. Lynn will eventually be sent back to the Wall. Lynn's wounds have scabbed over under Maester Luin's care. The newly formed skin and flesh itch slightly at the edges of the wound, giving a real sense of life reviving. Lynn simply watched quietly. Watching Robb and Theon practice under the guidance of Sir Roderick, a practice that was more rigorous than ever before. The wooden swords clashed, the sound dull yet powerful. Watching Sansa Stark, accompanied by her mother Catelyn, choosing fabrics for the banquet. Sansa's face held a girl's longing for the prosperity of the South. Looking at Jon Snow, he remained in that secluded corner alone, practicing with his sword over and over again. Sweat soaked the black hair on his forehead, but he didn't care. It was as if all their energy was being vented in this silent chopping. Everyone is busy preparing for a grand celebration. Only Lynn knew that they were busy preparing for a storm that would sweep across 7 nations. A series of light footsteps came from behind. Lynn didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Arya has been clinging to him for the past few days. They're all so stupid. Arya's voice carried a hint of disdain. She imitated Lynn, climbed up the low wall, and sat down beside him. His 2 legs swung back and forth against the wall. Sansa only thinks about her prince, while Theon only wants to show off his power in front of the king. My mother made me learn embroidery because she said the ladies from the South would watch me. Arya mimicked Lady Catelyn's tone, her voice high-pitched and somewhat comical, but there was no smile on Arya's face. I don't want them to see me embroidering. I don't want to embroider. Lynn turned her head and looked at her. The little girl's face was full of stubbornness that was beyond her years. Then you should practice swordsmanship, Lynn said. Lynn had a good impression of Arya. Sir Roderick refused to teach me. He said swords were for boys. Arya's voice lowered, filled with grievance. Father said that once winter is over, Bran and Rickon will start learning too. It just doesn't include me. Lynn didn't speak, but simply took a thin twig out of his pocket. He used his finger to draw a crooked human figure on the dusty wall. Let me tell you a story. Lynn's voice was very soft. In the far east, even farther than Essos, there lived a girl. Her country was invaded by the enemy, and her father was too old and frail to go to the battlefield. So she cut her long hair, put on her father's armor, and went to the army in his place. Arya's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened. She stopped swinging her legs and listened intently. She couldn't wait to ask until Lynn finished speaking. Didn't anyone realize she was a girl? Found it, Lynn smiled, but by then she had already achieved remarkable military exploits through her wisdom and courage. She became a hero admired by all the soldiers. In the end, she defeated the enemy and saved her country. Lynn used a twig to draw a crown on the little man's head. What's her name? Arya pressed on, her eyes sparkling like stars. Magnolia, Lynn whispered the name. Mulin, Arya chewed on the unfamiliar pronunciation. This story is unlike the chivalric tales told by Sir Roderick. It's not like those boring, ancient myths about the children of the forest that the old nanny tells her. There is no magic or dragons in this story. There was only one girl and her sword. But it stirred her emotions more than any other story. Do you know many more stories like this? Arya looked up at Lynn. Lynn's calm face was reflected in her gray eyes. Knows a lot. Qin Liangyu, Joan of Arc, Florence Nightingale, Mu Guiying, Fu Hao. They are all first-rate heroes. Then you'll tell me all of these from now on, okay? Good. Lynn nodded. The hustle and bustle of the courtyard seemed to have faded away from them. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, falling on the two of them and bringing a touch of warmth. Arya remained silent for a long time. She looked at Lynn, looking into his always calm eyes and at the faded black cloak he wore. He was unlike anyone else in Winterfell. Her father loved her but hoped she would grow up to be a lady. Her mother loved her but hoped she would be as graceful as Sansa. Her brothers loved her but they treated her like a little sister who needed protection. Only Lynn. Only he would see himself as a warrior who could wield a sword. Only he would tell himself the story of Mulin. He understands her. Lynn. Arya's voice suddenly became very serious. Lynn turned to look at her. When I grow up, I want to marry you. There was no hint of a joke on the little girl's face. Lynn's smile slowly froze. Lowly, I don't discriminate between meat and vegetables. It's not impossible. Such a simple little story and it's all gone. The Duke's youngest daughter was lured away. It's not that Arya was unreserved. Rather, the story of Mulin truly resonated with her. After all, it was a classic story from another civilization. How could a mere native like her possibly withstand such a challenge? Lynn looked at Arya. Arya seems a little small. However, we can wait until she grows up. He urgently needs a foothold, and a marriage alliance with the Starks would be the best option at present. It's just a little difficult. After all, Arya came from the Stark family, which had ruled the entire North for thousands of years. The Duke of Winterfell, of the bloodline of the Warden of the North, and also the most beloved little princess. He was a newcomer, a nobody with no connections or influence, a deserter from the Night's Watch, a prisoner who barely managed to secure a peaceful life through prophecy. Marry him? To outsiders, they don't look like a good match at all. However, Lynn was not afraid. For time travelers to transcend social classes is not a difficult thing at all. Without that ambition, what's the point of time travel? Good. Lynn reached out and, as usual, ruffled Arya's slightly disheveled hair. A smile returned to Lynn's face. But you're still too young now, let's talk about it when you're older. 3 years minimum. The preconceived notions from their past life were deeply ingrained, and even in this world, Lynn felt a little intimidated by this little girl. Lynn's smile gradually faded after Arya's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, until it disappears. He returned to his room, closed the door, and was left alone, and there was that long sword lying across his lap. When I grow up, I want to marry you. Marry him, but simply living like this is far from enough. He lived on Ned Stark's pity and skepticism. He survived thanks to Maester Luin's ointment and observation. The feeling of having one's fate in someone else's hands made Lynn very uncomfortable. He refused charity. What he wanted was the right to speak on equal terms with the Stark name. What he wanted was supreme power. As a time traveler, Lynn is well aware of all the messy things in Game of Thrones. This is its unique advantage, aside from the three-eyed raven. Lynn's gaze fell on the blue panel that only he could see. Moreover, he also has a system. This is also his most important asset. Survival is only the first step, and now he wants even more. For example, Arya. In the previous world before the Qin dynasty, the scholar official class and retainers were similar to knights. A duke like Ned is similar to a prince or a duke in ancient Daxia. Especially in some dynasties, a duke might be considered a title above the first rank, with a status higher than that of a first-rank official. What does rank 1 mean? Premier of the State Council, Chairman of the Central Military Commission, and member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. The rank of first-grade official also includes ministers of the central government or provincial governors. Ned is probably the most upright and friendly duke among the known figures, and also the one I can most easily approach at the moment. If we have Arya in our hands, the road ahead will be much easier, especially in Westeros, a land that values status. Having a powerful backer is a shortcut to gaining a certain status in the early stages, not a guarantee of lifelong loyalty to House Stark. Otherwise, there would be no point in me writing this book. House Stark is just a stepping stone, so you can rest assured. If being polite to these figures makes you uncomfortable, it's actually to avoid having to act like an overpowered protagonist when you don't have the ability. Just think about the difference in status between an ordinary person and the vice president. We're not invincible yet, so let's be a little more cautious for now. The king's horn finally sounded over Winterfell. The sound was loud and resonant. With its unique southern splendor and flamboyance, it shattered the tranquility of the northern morning. The entire city of Winterfell came to life, looking down from the highest point of the main castle. A massive procession, like a long golden dragon, was slowly making its way along King's Road. The crowned stag banner of House Baratheon and the roaring lion banner of House Lannister fluttered in the northern winds. The knight's armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. The ladies' carriages were decorated with magnificent curtains. In the courtyard, the Starks were already dressed in their finest attire, waiting. Ned Stark wore a gray fur cloak and had a solemn expression. Lady Catelyn stood beside him, a flawless smile on her face. Robb, dressed in newly tailored leather armor, stood as tall and straight as a young pine tree. Sansa, dressed in a sky-blue dress, had a flushed face from excitement, and her gaze kept drifting towards the blonde prince at the front of the procession. Arya put on an iron helmet which looked out of place on her, and her face was full of impatience. The youngest Rickon peeked out curiously from behind his mother. Bran, the always energetic boy, was among them. Lynn stood behind an inconspicuous pillar, away from the center of the crowd, like an outsider observing this grand meeting. The heavy clatter of hooves and the sound of wheels rolling over the ground grew closer and closer. Robert Baratheon, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, was forced to dismount. It's not hard to guess that Robert was 6 feet 5 inches tall, like a towering giant, standing out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. It would be hard not to notice him. He was overweight and had a fleshy face. He had long lost the dashing appearance of the Stormland bucks in his youth. Back then, clad in armor and wearing a massive helmet with 2 forked antlers, he became a true giant. Even Ned struggled to lift those hammers. Now it has completely changed its flavor, but that kingly majesty still made everyone bow their heads. After the guards placed a dismounting stool in place, Robert then dismounted. Ned led his family members in kneeling on one knee. Robert, with a cold expression, strode quickly to Ned. He gently beckoned Ned upwards with his finger, signaling him to stand up and speak. After Ned stood up, Catelyn and the other family members slowly rose as well. Ned, I haven't heard from you all these years. Robert's loud voice, tinged with displeasure, echoed in the courtyard. Ned first gave a respectful bow before speaking. To protect the northern frontier, my majesty. Winterfell is at your service. Robert carefully examined Ned, whom he hadn't seen for many years. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Ned, you look like you've gained weight. Ned shrugged slightly. Then he gestured with his eyes for Robert to look at his own equally out-of-shape body. Robert couldn't hold back and started laughing first, as did Ned. Robert then opened his arms and gave Ned a big hug. He then gave Catelyn a hug. He then began to inspect Ned's children and lavishly praised each of them. Following closely behind were Queen Cersei Lannister and her twin brother Jaime Lannister. They are so dazzling. Cersei was as beautiful as the rumors said, with deep blue eyes and golden curls that exuded nobility. James was the same. He was a born lion with a handsome face, dazzling blonde hair, and an innate sense of superiority. They wore polite smiles, but those smiles didn't reach their eyes. Ned's expression darkened when the Lannisters appeared. The Lannister family of Casterly Rock was one of the last of the great noble families to join Robert's faction. He only made his statement after Ned's rebellion was almost successful, and the outcome was exceptionally clear. Ned despises opportunistic people the most. On the other hand, Jaime was a kingslayer, and Ned never thought highly of him. Even though James was incredibly strong, he was still like that. Lynn's gaze lingered briefly on them. He knew that beneath that glamorous exterior lay a secret powerful enough to overthrow the entire kingdom. Cersei walked gracefully up to Ned, a forced smile on her face, and then extended the back of her hand. Ned kissed the back of her hand and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Catelyn also bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty." Cersei nodded slightly and smiled faintly. Robert, having finished the pleasantries, got straight to the point. "Ned, let's go to the cellar." Ned knew Robert wanted to see the Lyanna Stark sculpture. After each deceased Stark was buried, a craftsman would carve a statue of him and place it in the crypt. Ned's deceased father, older brother, and sister were among them. Ned did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Cersei first. Sure enough, Cersei's expression was quite unpleasant. Lyanna was the love of Robert's life. Even if he were kidnapped and taken by Rhea, or even if he died, he would still be more important than her, his legal wife. Cersei originally loved Robert as well. Unfortunately, Robert only saw her as a tool for the Baratheon-Lannister marriage alliance. Cersei will never forget. On their wedding day, Robert drank too much. While he was sleeping at night, he kept calling out Lyanna's name. This is the shame of her entire life. Thinking of this, Cersei's expression turned cold. "Darling, we've been traveling for a month. There's no need to be in such a hurry to see a dead person." Robert glared at his queen, ignoring Cersei's reaction. "Ned." He looked up at Ned, gesturing for him to follow. Ned glanced at Cersei before following Robert. The atmosphere in the air was somewhat oppressive. Arya asked Bran, puzzled, "Where's the little devil?" Tyrion Lannister is the younger brother of Cersei and Jaime, born dwarf. Little Devil is his nickname. Cersei heard Arya's quiet question. He walked toward James with a grim expression. "Where is our little brother hanging out? Go find that little beast." The clamor in the courtyard fell into an eerie silence after Ned and Robert left. Lynn leaned against the shadow of the pillar, watching the two figures disappear at the entrance to the cellar. One is his nominal monarch. One was his temporary protector. These two men were not only brothers but also comrades in arms, and they are all stepping into the abyss. The smile on Queen Cersei Lannister's face had vanished, replaced by a burning rage in her eyes. She looked in the direction of the cellar. That gaze seemed to want to burn that dark entrance to ashes. Jaime Lannister stood beside her, a nonchalant smile on his face. He gently patted the queen's tense shoulder with his gloved hand, a gesture that was intimate and ambiguous. "My dear sister, why get upset over a dead person?" His voice was low with a hint of mockery. "Even a king needs some harmless hobbies." Cersei remained silent. She simply withdrew her gaze, her cold eyes sweeping across the entire courtyard before finally settling on the Stark children, especially Sansa. The cellar steps were wet and slippery from the melting snow and ice. The crypts are always warm because Winterfell sits atop a hot spring. Ned and Robert walked among the dead of the Stark family, their footsteps echoing through the crypts. The torchlight flickered in the narrow passage, casting long, distorted shadows of the two men. The air was filled with a smell of dust and coldness. Robert Baratheon remained silent, only breathing heavily. His obese body appeared somewhat clumsy on the narrow stone steps. Ned followed behind him, equally silent. He could sense the suppressed emotion emanating from the king. That's not the majesty of a ruler ruling the world. It was a heavy, almost crushing sorrow. They walked past rows of statues of the Stark ancestors. Those cold stone statues holding iron swords silently watched the newcomers. Soon, the two stood before 3 stone coffins arranged side by side. This sculpture is of Ned's father, Eddard Stark. He sat down solemnly, his stone fingers gripping the sword lying across his lap. The 2 stone coffins beside him belong to his children. One of them is Ned's older brother, Brandon. The other was Ned's sister, Lyanna, who died at the age of 16. Today, only Ned's brother, Benjamin, is still alive. Robert knelt before Rickard's statue, bowed respectfully, and then stood up. Jon Arryn is dead. Robert's voice suddenly broke the suffocating silence. Ned paused for a moment. "I know, Your Majesty." Robert turned around. The firelight illuminated half of his face, revealing bloodshot eyes. "I respect him, although I don't know how he died. But I know I'm surrounded by vipers, Ned. Liar, coward, and sycophantic villain. I can't trust anyone." Robert's gaze was fixed intently on Ned's face. "I want you to be my prime minister. This is not a request, it's a command." Ned's heart sank. He thought of Catelyn's worries, of the peaceful days of Winterfell, and of his own children. He wanted to refuse, so he knelt on the ground and said tactfully, "Your Majesty, I am a man from the north. I don't belong in the south. Listen, Ned." Robert stepped forward, his massive figure almost completely engulfing Ned. "I didn't come here to discuss this with you. I need someone I can trust with my back. Of all the 7 kingdoms, I only trust you. And me? I ate, drank, and had a good time, indulging in all sorts of pleasures, including going to PR asterisks and asterisk utes to my heart's content. Damn it, Ned, stand up and talk." Robert helped Ned up. "You helped me get this damn iron chair, so you should at least try to help me keep it, right? We are destined to govern this country together. The 2 families should have been united by marriage if your sister Lyanna were still alive. Fortunately, it's not too late yet. I have a son and you have a daughter. They will continue this tradition." Ned avoided Robert's gaze. "Jon's son." Robert quickly shook his head. "He's only 6, he'll inherit the dukeship of the Eyrie." Ned was somewhat surprised. The Arryn family has served as the guardians of the East for generations. This was supposed to be a hereditary position, Robert explained. "How can a 6-year-old child be a guardian? He has no ability to command troops in battle. If that doesn't work, we can just give it back to him in a couple of years when he's older." Since Robert had said so, Ned knew that Robert had already taken care of the Arryn family. "I'm afraid I've been set up too. The will of the king cannot be defied." "I obey your will, Your Majesty." Ned's voice was low. Robert was somewhat angry. "Damn it, Ned, don't G call me Your Majesty. Say that again and I'll kill you." Ned gave a helpless smile. After this interruption, the sadness on Robert's face faded somewhat, replaced by a look of weariness. Robert turned to face another statue, Lyanna Stark. The craftsman's skill was superb, forever freezing her youthful appearance in stone. Even the cold stone statues cannot conceal the wildness and beauty that belong to the north. Robert reached out his hand. The enormous hand that once wielded the warhammer was now trembling slightly. He gently stroked Lyanna's cold cheek with his rough fingertips. "Why did they have to put her in this godforsaken place? She should be surrounded by blue skies and white clouds." "Ned, I always have dreams at night." Robert's voice was as soft as a sigh. "In my dreams, I kill him over and over again. Riga, I use my warhammer to smash through his fancy armor and shatter every bone in his body, again and again." Inside the cellar, the only sound was the crackling of burning torches. "You have already killed him, Your Majesty," Ned reminded him softly. "Yeah." Robert withdrew his hand, his sorrow instantly replaced by a deep-seated hatred. "But I'm still not satisfied. As long as one Targaryen is alive, I won't sleep soundly." His voice suddenly rose in pitch, echoing through the cellar. "That Viserys, and his sister Daenerys, they're still alive, Ned. They lurk on the other side of the narrow sea, multiplying like cockroaches, waiting to one day return and take everything from me." Robert's eyes burned with a mad flame. "I want them dead. I will erase the name Targaryen from this world." Ned felt a chill run down his spine. The chill rose from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body. It was even colder than the fiercest winds of the north. Killing innocent children, this violated all the honor and principles he believed in. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but Robert glared at Ned. "You forgot. The Mad King tortured your father." He put the hood over Brandon's head and placed him right across from the torture chamber. "Your father's screams made your older brother desperately lunge forward. The louder your father screamed, the more your eldest brother couldn't resist rushing forward to save him. In the end, your eldest brother strangled himself to death, dying before your father. The ministers were all forced to witness the executions. The timid dared not utter a word of dissuasion, while those who were loyal, if they dared to speak out, were invariably either beheaded or exiled." "Ned, have you forgotten all of this?" Looking at Robert's face, contorted with rage, Ned's words of rebuttal stuck in his throat. The main hall of Winterfell was baked into a noisy and sweltering furnace by hundreds of tallow candles and roaring fireplaces. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted wild boar fat, mixed with the sour smell of ale spilled on the ground. These scents combined to create a dizzying, warm current. The bard's lute music was torn to shreds by King Robert's rude laughter and the lord's loud toasts. The strong, muscular soldiers, shirtless, embraced delicate PR asterisks and asterisk utes. Lynn stood in the most inconspicuous corner of the hall, holding a glass of ale. The cold stone pillars behind me blocked out most of the heat. Lynn gazed silently at the grand yet hypocritical spectacle before him. Ned Stark sat in the main seat. He kept Robert company as he drank glass after glass of wine. But the smile on his face was stiff like a mask. He was clearly not used to this kind of situation. Lady Catelyn, on the other hand, mingled with the ladies of the South. Her demeanor was impeccable, but a hint of worry lingered in the depths of her eyes in the candlelight. Soon, Catelyn left to tidy up Sansa's appearance. Tonight, Sansa will be the star, and she doesn't want to be a laughingstock to the ladies of the South. Lynn's gaze swept across the crowd. He saw Jaime Lannister. The Kingslayer was whispering something to his sister, Queen Cersei, which elicited a soft, seductive laugh from the latter. Nobody noticed. Their beauty seemed so out of place and so dangerous in this chaotic environment. Lynn downed the beer in his glass in one gulp. I turned around and left the hustle and bustle. Walking through a corridor adorned with antler chandeliers, the cold air outside cleared his muddled mind considerably. A suppressed, hushed conversation came from the window not far ahead. It was Lady Catelyn and Sansa. Sansa's voice carried a hint of urgency, fueled by wine and fantasy. Her sky-blue dress shimmered softly in the moonlight, and her pretty face was full of a young girl's longing for the future. Prince Joffrey is so handsome and so brave. I will be his queen. When should we get married? Should we do it now or wait? Although she didn't see Mrs. Catelyn, Lynn could imagine the expression on her face at that moment, exhausted, worried, and a little powerless. Sansa, listen. Catelyn's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Don't get excited, your father hasn't given his approval yet, Sansa asked, puzzled. Then why didn't he agree? He will soon become the prime minister, second only to the emperor. At this point, Sansa smiled excitedly. Catelyn's face showed bitterness. Then he will have to leave his home. They will also leave me. Of course, you'll leave home too. Sansa's expression showed a hint of confusion. Didn't you also leave your homeland to come to Winterfell? And I one day will become queen. Sansa suddenly turned her head. Please get father to agree. Catelyn wanted to say something more. But she was interrupted by the impatient Sansa. Please marry a prince. This is my lifelong dream. Catelyn looked at her daughter's longing gaze and remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. These are not the songs sung by the bards of the North. Becoming a queen is not simply about wearing beautiful dresses and attending balls. I understand, Sansa interrupted her mother, her voice rising slightly, tinged with the hurt of being misunderstood. I will be a good queen, just like Queen Nymeria in the myth. I will bear him a golden-haired prince. Mother, please tell father to agree quickly. I don't want to stay in Winterfell anymore. It's cold and boring here. The girl's plea, like a delicate needle, pierced Lady Catherine's heart. Lynn's face remained expressionless. He showed neither sympathy nor contempt. He was like the most composed chess player, watching a piece on the board destined to be sacrificed, gleefully walking towards the trap. From this moment on, Sansa's fate was inextricably linked to the blood-stained Iron Throne. He was powerless to stop it, nor did he want to. Sansa has been blinded by power. Ned Stark must head south. This was the king's order, the request of his dearest friend, and more importantly, his inescapable responsibility as Warden of the North. Lynn's gaze passed through the window and looked into the depths of the courtyard. There, an ancient, abandoned tower stood in the night like a broken fang. A thought flashed through Lynn's mind. That's where Bran fell, and it's also the greatest benefit he can currently seize for himself. Lynn silently retreated, disappearing back into the shadows, and left the corridor. He did not return to his room. Instead, they walked through the noisy courtyard and headed to the other side of the castle. Far from the lights of the main castle, only the torches of the patrolling guards cast flickering spots of light in the darkness. Lynn arrived at the foot of the abandoned tower, the first castle, the oldest part of Winterfell. He raised his head and looked up at the dilapidated wall. He knew that Bran Stark, the boy who loved to climb, would fall from a great height. He will see things he shouldn't see. Jaime and Cersei's secret. This secret will be like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating huge waves. Saving Bran wasn't out of any lofty moral sense. Lynn has no morals to speak of, and he's not a pedantic Stark. What does a healthy, undisabled Bran Stark mean to the Stark family? What will I gain by saving the Duke's second son at a crucial moment? That will no longer be simple trust. It was a debt of gratitude that could change Lynn's fate. A bargaining chip that could truly free him from his prisoner status and give him a place in society. This is the first and most crucial piece he can place in this game of power. Lynn couldn't afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before he had the power, he could only resort to intrigue, just like Lord Baelish Littlefinger. Lynn must act, but not recklessly. He couldn't just rush up and tell everyone there was a problem inside the tower. That would not only make him seem like a madman, but it would also diminish Stark's gratitude towards him. He needed the perfect timing, an unassailable excuse, and a plausible reason to appear at the scene of the incident. Lynn's gaze began to sweep over the surrounding environment. Below the tower lies a forgotten vacant lot, overgrown with weeds and scattered with discarded stones. This place is very remote, almost no one comes here, except that boy who likes to climb everywhere. Of course, there are also Cersei and her brother who are fond of having affairs. He now needs to understand Bran's habits, the routes he climbs, and the times he usually appears. Starting tomorrow, he will lie in ambush here day after day. Until that day, Bran and the blonde siblings appeared together in the tower. Lynn withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. The hustle and bustle of the banquet was kept out by the thick stone walls. Beneath the first fortress, only the sound of the wind could be heard. The wind howled through the barricades, swirling up withered leaves and snow from the ground. Lynn stood in the silent shadows. The longsword in his hand reflected a series of flowing, cold glints in the cool moonlight. He didn't practice those wide-open, sweeping moves. It's just the most basic thrusting, parrying, and dodging. He repeated each movement hundreds of times. The muscle soreness showed that he had gained even more control over his body. Sweat trickled down Lynn's forehead, quickly dried by the cold night wind, taking away the last trace of warmth from his skin. A series of footsteps approached from afar. The footsteps were very light, with a hint of hesitation. Lynn stopped moving, but his grip on the sword did not loosen in the slightest. He turned around. Jon Snow stood not far away, also holding a blunt-tipped practice sword in his hand. He wasn't wearing formal attire for the banquet, just a simple black leather armor. That handsome face, which did not belong to the Stark family, carried a sense of loneliness that seemed out of place at the banquet. "I thought I was the only one here." Jon's voice was somewhat low. Lynn sheathed his sword. "Me too." Jon walked over and stood next to Lynn. He gazed at the brightly lit tower in the night and remained silent for a long time. "They're all inside." Jon's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. "Cheers, drinks, celebrate the king's arrival. And I can only stand here." Lynn did not speak. He knew that Lady Catelyn would not allow Jon to appear at the head table. In such a grand setting, the presence of an illegitimate child is the greatest humiliation for her. Jon chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Sometimes I really want to leave this place." He raised the blunt sword in his hand and swung it at the dummy. "Go somewhere where nobody knows me. Go somewhere where my surname is no longer Jon Snow." His gaze fell on Lynn. There was a hint of inquiry in those eyes. "You say, is the Great Wall truly my only refuge?" Before Lynn could answer, another voice rang out from the shadows behind them. "The Great Wall is no one's final destination, child." The voice was steady, with a hoarse quality characteristic of the North. Lynn's pupils suddenly contracted. A figure on horseback emerged from the darkness. He was dressed in worn-out black clothes, lean and with a face etched with the sharp features of time. Those eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. "He is Benjamin Stark, Lord Ned's brother, the chief ranger of the Night's Watch." Uncle Ban Yang. The dejection on Jon's face vanished, replaced by the joy of seeing his loved ones. He respected Bunyan as much as he would his own father, Ned. Ben Yang nodded to Jon as a greeting. His gaze, however, bypassed Jon and landed directly on Lynn. That gaze was scrutinizing, but without hostility. "You are the crow that flew back." Ban Yang spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. "When I returned to the wall, the Night's Watch all said you were a deserter." Lynn did not offer any explanation. He simply stared silently at Ban Yang. Banyan's gaze moved from Lynn's face to his hand, gripping the sword hilt, and finally settled on the snow beneath his feet. There are countless footprints left from repeated practice. A very subtle smile curved the corners of Ban Yang's mouth. "Deserters don't practice swordsmanship like this. I've also heard about the bandits." "You did a great job." Ban Yang took a few steps forward and a chill emanated from him. That's the aura that comes from those who spend years on the desolate Great Wall, their very bones soaked in ice and snow. "I saw you fight those savages with my own eyes. I know you're no coward. Furthermore, I also witnessed the presence of White Walkers during my recent reconnaissance." Ban Yang drew a conclusion. "I will explain things to my brother. The Night's Watch needs warriors like you, not a corpse hanging on the gallows." Lynn's heart skipped a beat. A warm current spread from my chest to every part of my body. The Chief Ranger's promise. This carries more weight than any excuse. This means that the sword of deserter that had been hanging over his head has finally been removed. Thank you, sir. Lynn bowed slightly, his voice carrying a hint of relaxation that he himself was unaware of. It's been 2 months since I last saw you, and you've certainly learned a lot more about manners. Banyang waved his hand, indicating that Lynn didn't need to be so polite. His gaze returned to Jon. You've grown up. A smile appeared on Banyang's face. I rode back overnight so that you wouldn't have to deal with the Lannisters' dreadful banquets alone. You know my brother Ned, every time he attends one of these boring parties, it's like he's a bear trapped in a cage. Aren't you going inside for the dinner party? Jon smiled bitterly. Lady Stark believed that it would be an insult to the royal family for a B*******D to sit at the same table as royalty. Banyang nodded knowingly. No one knew Jon Snow's situation better than he did. He cares about Jon Snow a lot. Well, there aren't any of those annoying restrictions on the Great Wall. The illegitimate child can sit down at any time. Jon stood ramrod straight. He looked at his uncle, whose gray eyes burned with an unprecedented light. Then take me with you when you go back. If you just talk to my father, he'll definitely agree. I want to be a member of the Night's Watch. At the Great Wall, one's background does not matter. I have no surname, only brothers. Banyang's expression remained unchanged. He simply looked at his nephew, at his face flushed with excitement. You have no idea what you're talking about. Banyang said, we have no family. Once you put on black, you will never be able to marry or have children. Do you think this is some kind of hero game? We are facing savages, eternal winter, something more terrifying than death. Unlike the last time Jon questioned Lynn, this time his eyes held an unprecedented firmness. I don't care. I am ready to take the oath to join the Night's Watch. Lynn understood that Catelyn's actions today had deeply hurt Jon. You're still just a child. Banyang's tone softened somewhat. When you realize what this means, you'll most likely regret it. Stay in Winterfell, Jon. Wait until you're older, until you truly understand what you're giving up, then come back and say these things to me. After saying that, Banyang stopped looking at him. He patted Lynn on the shoulder. Kid, I'm going in first. Remember to come back and find me later. Then Banyang turned around and disappeared back into the deep darkness. Only Jon and Lynn remained in the courtyard, and then there was the endless sound of the wind. Jon stood there, stunned, for a long time. He then raised his head and looked at Lynn, his voice hoarse. Is what Uncle Banyang said true? Was I too naive? Lynn looked at him. Looking at the future commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, one sees a vulnerability on his face that belies his age. Lynn did not comfort him, he simply stated calmly. You chose this path, Jon. No one can walk this path for you. Jon Snow's figure appeared particularly frail in the cold moonlight. His sword hung limply at his side, and he looked as if his bones had been removed. Uncle Banyan's words were more biting than the cold winds of the north. Lynn offered no words of comfort. He simply stood quietly to the side, letting Jon process this cruel reality alone. Compassion is the cheapest thing in the world. Jon needs to get through this on his own. A voice suddenly came from the shadows behind them, carrying a hint of drunkenness and amusement. It seems not everyone enjoys the noise at banquets. Lynn's muscles tensed instantly, and his fingers gripping the sword hilt tightened slightly. He turned around abruptly. A small figure emerged from the shadow of the colonnade. He was only half the height of an average man, but his well-tailored, magnificent robes and the silver cup filled with crimson wine in his hand proclaimed his noble status. Tyrion Lannister, Queen Cersei's brother, known as the Imp. A carefree smile played on his lips, and his eyes gleamed with a cunning, all-knowing glint in the moonlight. Tyrion's gaze fell directly on Jon Snow. Let me guess. You must be Ned Stark's B******** son. Jon's face instantly darkened, and his hand gripping the sword turned white. The surname Jon Snow is an unhealable scar on his body. Tyrion, without any mercy, poked the scar hard with his finger. Tyrion seemed oblivious to the anger on Jon's face and took a sip of his wine. Is your uncle a Night's Watchman? Jon turned around to face the short dwarf. What are you doing here? Tyrion shrugged. Think about how to spend dinner with your family. I've always wanted to visit the Great Wall. Jon Snow ignored him and simply asked, Are you Tyrion Lannister, Cersei's brother? Tyrion took a sip of his drink and chuckled to himself. Yes, this is perhaps my greatest achievement. You carry the melancholy of the north, but your face is far more handsome than that of your half-brothers. This is usually brought from the mother's side. Did I offend you just now? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up the matter of the illegitimate child. Tyrion swirled the wine in his glass, causing ripples to spread across the surface. Don't look at me like that, child. Jon's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. You are indeed an illegitimate child. Your father is Ned Stark, but your mother is not Lady Stark. Never forget who you are, and the world will never forget, because your name will forever bear the mark of Jon Snow. Use it to arm yourself. That way no one can use it to hurt you." Jon was stunned. Then a surge of anger welled up in Jon's heart. "What do you know? And what do you even know about what it's like to be a child born out of wedlock?" Tyrion looked directly into Jon's eyes. "All dwarfs in the world are illegitimate children in their father's eyes. What's the difference between you and me?" Upon seeing Tyrion's short stature, Jon's anger immediately dissipated. Tyrion's gaze shifted from Jon Snow to Lynn Snow. He looked Lynn up and down. From Lynn's faded black clothes to the sword in his hand, and even his calm eyes in the night. "And you? You don't look like a dwarf. Are you also an illegitimate child like him?" Tyrion asked with great interest. "Oh no, you're not from House Stark." "You smell like a crow." Lynn didn't speak but simply met his gaze calmly. This dwarf exuded a dangerous aura. It wasn't a threat from force, but a sense of oppression stemming from wisdom. A night watchman, instead of seeking warmth with a plump PR asterisks and asterisk ute at a banquet, stands here in the freezing cold with the Duke's B asterisk D sun. Tyrion took another sip of his drink, his smile widening. This is quite an interesting combination. The banquet was too noisy. Lynn finally spoke, his voice somewhat flattened by the wind. "Oh," Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I actually think this level of noise is just right to mask some of the less pleasant sounds. For example, lies, conspiracies, and other voices." His gaze lingered for a moment on the longsword at Lynn's waist. Lynn knew there was a hidden meaning in Tyrion's words. "I was just out for some fresh air in Lynn." This dwarf was far more lucid than he appeared. "How's the Great Wall?" Tyrion changed the subject, his tone becoming more relaxed. "I've always wanted to see the end of the world. I heard there are savages there and something even more terrifying." His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he were discussing an absurd fairy tale. "The Great Wall is very cold." Lynn's answer was simple and direct. "It's colder than Winterfell." Tyrion laughed. "It seems the Night's Watch's eloquence is as lackluster as the weather in the north." He downed the last drop of wine in his glass and casually tossed the expensive silver cup into the snow. "All right, you two melancholy gentlemen. I'm going to find something warmer, softer to while away the night." He winked his black eye at Jon. "Remember my words, child. There's nothing wrong with being an illegitimate child. At least you don't have to attend those incredibly boring parties." Having said that, Tyrion hummed an off-key southern tune and with his short legs wobbled and disappeared at the other end of the courtyard. In the snow, only a lonely silver cup and a string of footprints of varying depths remain. Jon remained rooted to the spot, as if he were nailed to the ground, for a long time. He slowly exhaled, and that breath condensed into a cloud of white mist in the cold air. "He's right." Jon's voice was low, but the previous confusion was gone. He looked up at Lynn, and a glimmer of light rekindled in his eyes. "That is not the light that leads to a home. Rather, it is a kind of resilience that springs forth from the ground after recognizing reality." Lynn did not respond. His gaze passed over Jon's shoulder and landed on the brightly lit tower in the distance. "A long time. Lord Ban Yang is still waiting for me." Lynn patted Jon on the shoulder and then walked toward the banquet hall. Lynn pushed open the heavy oak door to the banquet hall. A wave of heat, a mixture of barbecue grease, beer, and sweat, mingled with the sounds of lutes and boisterous voices, hit me. The hall was as bright as day. Hundreds of tallow candles burned on the antler chandelier, casting a flickering light. The flames roared in the fireplace, their light making the lords' faces, flushed from alcohol, appear even more ferocious. King Robert was already completely drunk. He embraced a voluptuous maid and with slurred speech boasted of his bravery on the Trident River in his youth. Queen Cersei watched coldly, a chilling sneer playing on her lips. She sat next to Catelyn, who seemed uninterested. Lynn's gaze swept quickly across the crowd. Soon he found the person he was looking for by the fireplace on one side of the hall: Ned Stark and Benjen Stark. The two brothers did not participate in the revelry over there. They stood in the shadows, talking in hushed tones. Ned's face bore an undisguised weariness and worry, and Banyan, the chief ranger. Even in the warm hall, he still exuded a chilling aura from the Great Wall. Lynn walked straight through the noisy crowd. "Adult," Lynn said softly. Ban Yang turned around, his sharp hawk-like eyes lingering on Lynn for a moment. "I was just talking to Ned about you." Ban Yang's voice was very gentle. He turned to his elder brother. "Ned, this kid isn't a deserter." Ned Stark remained silent. His gray eyes held a complex mix of emotions. He looked at Lynn, seemingly waiting for an explanation. "The people on the Great Wall all say he fled to escape punishment." Ban Yang continued, his voice carrying the hoarseness characteristic of people from the north. "But I saw him fight the savages with my own eyes. He lay in the snow with the corpses of 3 savages beside him. A coward couldn't do that, Ned nodded. A few days ago, he fought bandits to the death, killing 6 of them single-handedly. He was truly a hero. Banyan's gaze shifted to Ned. Ned, when I returned from my patrol this time, I discovered something in the ghostly forest. Something that shouldn't exist. Even amidst the noisy banquet, Banyang's voice was deliberately kept very low. The White Walkers. These 2 words caused Ned's pupils to contract sharply. He suddenly looked at Lynn. Lynn's prophecy, Bunyan's testimony. At this moment, they perfectly overlapped. That was no longer Lynn's ramblings. It was a warning from beyond the Great Wall. Ned's breathing paused for a moment. He remembered that morning. He recalled holding the Valyrian greatsword named Frost to this young man's neck. The cold blade had already pierced the skin. If he had used just a little more force, a head would have rolled onto the snow. He would execute the raven that had brought him this ominous prophecy, just as he would execute other deserters. But in the end, he still hesitated. In retrospect, that hesitation saved the young man's life. It's also possible that it saved the entire North. Ned's doubts were finally completely dispelled. An indescribable emotion welled up from the bottom of my heart. That's not just simple trust. Instead, I feel fortunate. I'm glad I wasn't blinded by anger and prejudice. I'm glad I ultimately chose to believe in that 1 in 10,000 chance. Ned's taut jawline slowly relaxed. He looked at Lynn, and the scrutiny and doubt faded from his gray eyes. All that remained was a deep, complex expression, almost one of approval. The Night's Watch truly needs warriors like you. Ned finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. But the North needs you more now. These words struck Lynn like a thunderbolt. He was no longer the prisoner who needed to be sent back to the Great Wall. He was no longer the deserter who needed prophecy to survive. Ned Stark's words gave him a new identity. One of their own, recognized by the Warden of the North who stayed behind. Banyang looked at his older brother. Ned, the Night's Watch has its own rules. Ned understood what Banyan meant. He made no attempt to hide it. I know this doesn't follow your rules. If anyone who commits a crime can join the Night's Watch and then break their oath and leave, then the Night's Watch oath is being treated like a joke. What rules will there be then? But Lynn has the prophecy of the old gods, and I need his help. Banyan, if what he says is true, the North will inevitably face turmoil in the future, and this will concern the safety of the entire North. If the North falls, who will provide the Night's Watch with supplies? Will they rely on the Southern Lords? Banyang glanced at Ned in surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen Ned like this. My impression of my elder brother has always been that he was upright and incorruptible. He's changed a lot since I last saw him a few months ago. At least Banyang thinks this is a good thing. The Starks need more flexible thinking, not a bunch of stubborn mules. Indeed, most of the Night's Watch's supplies came from House Stark. If the Starks are finished, the Night's Watch will naturally be finished too. All prosper together, all suffer together. Banyang smiled and nodded without refusing. I will explain this to the Commander-in-Chief. You are my brother and he understands the implications. Commander-in-Chief Mormont will agree. Ned hesitated for a moment before speaking again. If he cannot leave the Night's Watch, then let him go south as a member of the Night's Watch. That way it won't be considered breaking his oath. Banyang said with a smile. Then I'll first have Lynn removed from the Night's Watch. If the Commander-in-Chief reacts strongly, this is also a backup plan. Ned was relieved. Very well, let's do it that way. Ned looked at Lynn again as if waiting for an answer. I understand, sir. Lynn lowered his eyes, concealing the fleeting glint of shrewdness within them. Banyang patted Lynn on the shoulder quite hard. Keep it up, kid. Don't embarrass the Night's Watch. After saying that, Banyang picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. I don't belong at this party. I'll talk to you about John tomorrow. I'm going to the cellar for a bit. Banyan gestured to Ned, then turned and left the banquet. Only Ned and Lynn remained by the fireplace. The flames crackled, casting their shadows on the stone wall behind them. The king wants me to go south to King's Landing and take over Jon Arryn's position. Ned's voice carried a hint of weariness. This is not a request for opinions, it is simply stating a fact. You will say yes. Lynn said calmly. Ned wasn't surprised. He looked at Lynn and suddenly asked, You said before that all of this was the beginning of a tragedy. What else did you see? Lynn looked up and met Ned's gaze. He knew that the real show was about to begin. Ned's gaze tried to pierce through Lynn's calm facade and see the secrets hidden deep within his soul. What else did you see? The question seemed particularly heavy amidst the crackling of the fireplace. Lynn did not answer immediately. He simply raised his eyes and calmly met the gaze of the Guardian of the North. In those eyes there was no fear, no hesitation, only a bottomless tranquility. Adult. Lynn's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. I know you have many questions for me. But prophecy is a mysterious thing. Sometimes it appears in my mind uncontrollably. Sometimes, making proactive predictions comes at a price that most people can't imagine. The future is like a fork in the road in the darkness. I can see that one of the paths leads to a cliff. But if you knew the location of the cliff now, you might be so eager to avoid it that you overlook the trap beneath your feet and end up falling into another abyss. These words are more persuasive than any other words. Prophecy is obviously impossible without a price. Ned's tense body finally relaxed a little. He understood. Lynn was explaining a cruel truth in a way he could understand. Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Forcibly reversing a known tragedy could very well trigger a series of even more violent backlashes. Once the gears of fate are forcibly turned, they will only crush all those who try to resist in a more brutal way. Seeing Ned's silence, Lynn spoke up as well. My lord, during this trip south, I foresaw some things that will happen, and I will tell you how to deal with them one by one. First, don't rush to investigate Lord Arryn's death. You only need to be wary of Cersei, Genos, and Baelish. We should pay particular attention to Berish. Whatever he says to you, adults should simply agree with him, but not believe a single word he says. He has absolutely no credibility whatsoever. Secondly, if you are impatient for quick results, the Golden Robe is a weather vane and will inevitably betray you. To thoroughly investigate Lord Arryn's death, you should first weaken the city's garrison and ideally bring them under your control. The Golden Robes, named for their golden cloaks, are directly under the command of the Iron Throne and are a vital force in maintaining law and order in the capital. At least it is an important force in the superficial order. After King Robert's death, Ned could have controlled the situation as regent, but Littlefinger betrayed him. This directly led to the Gold Cloaks siding with Cersei, resulting in Ned's arrest and the subsequent tragedy. Third, and most importantly, His Majesty Robert's situation is far more dangerous than you think. You only need to remember one thing. As long as he lives, you live. Keep a close eye on Robert's eating and sleeping habits and don't let him go hunting. Ned's body jolted and a look of anxiety appeared on his face. You're saying someone wants to kill Robert? Who on earth dares to be so bold? Lynn shook her head, refusing to answer the question. Sir, I could only see some fragments. As for the rest, I don't know much. House Lannister occupies King's Landing. How could a few men from the north possibly defeat these natives if they wanted to fight them head-on? That's simply impossible. Lynn told Ned to first establish a firm foothold and focus on defense, and to wait until his own power had developed and he was firmly established before making any further moves. Lynn was afraid that if he told Ned directly, the upright Ned would lose his temper and cause irreparable consequences. I see. I will do as you say, Ned nodded seriously. Lynn added another layer of insurance for Ned. My lord, if King Robert truly dies, you will need to support Joffrey's ascension to the throne and agree to any conditions Cersei sets, including appeasement and flattery. Take advantage of their momentary lapse in vigilance and immediately return to the north. As long as you remain in the north, whatever happens in King's Landing, you will be safe and sound. Just a little. Lynn looked directly into Ned's eyes and spoke slowly. I'm afraid you won't be flexible. Ned waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'll do as you say. He wasn't stupid. Hearing Lynn's arrangements, he sensed danger. Since we've chosen to believe in Lynn, let's go all the way. Even if Lynn wanted to harm him, he had no choice. Ned stared at the young man before him. This crow that escaped from the Great Wall, this variable with mysterious prophetic abilities. Lynn, can I trust you? Lynn nodded slightly, his tone devoid of any flattery, only calmly stating the facts. It is you, my lord, who have pardoned me. Everything I have is tied to Winterfell and to the entire north. Having received his answer, Ned stopped asking about those vague and uncertain futures. He made a decision. After the king leaves, you and Banyan will return to the Great Wall and explain to the commander-in-chief that you broke your oath. When you come back, I'll give you a completely new identity. Ned looked at him, speaking slowly and deliberately. Become my personal guard and accompany me south to King's Landing. This statement carries more weight than any golden dragon or fiefdom. This means that Lynn will completely shed the stigma of being a prisoner and deserter and has found a foothold where he can stand firm. Even though this fulcrum is the Stark family, which is in dire straits, but for Lynn, who desperately needed a springboard, it was enough. Lynn lowered her eyes, concealing the turmoil that surged within her. Yes, sir. At the other end of the banquet hall, the atmosphere was far less somber than in the study. Cersei Lannister, seated high in the main seat, was listlessly tracing the rim of a tall silver goblet with her long, slender fingertips. Beside her, Catherine wore a perfectly appropriate smile as she engaged in the Queen's casual conversation. but in those blue eyes belonging to the Tully family, a lingering shadow remained. "Is this your first time in the North, Your Majesty?" Catelyn took the initiative to speak, trying to break the awkward silence. Cersei's gaze passed over her and landed on Sansa, who was not far away. The girl was gazing intently at her son, Joffrey. A barely perceptible smile crept across Cersei's lips. "Yes, this place is indeed unique." Catelyn's smile was somewhat stiff. "I guarantee it's much harsher here compared to King's Landing. When I first arrived, I also felt fear." "Harsh?" Cersei's voice was like the finest silk in King's Landing, smooth, yet devoid of any warmth. "It's more than just harsh. The wind here can turn a woman's skin into sandpaper." Catelyn tightened her grip on the wine glass. Just then, a figure filled with both eagerness and anticipation walked up to the table. "It's Sansa." She changed into a brand new sky-blue dress. Her hair was neatly combed, and her face was flushed with excitement. "Your Majesty." Sansa lifted her skirt and gave a flawless curtsy. "Mother." Cersei's gaze slowly swept over Sansa. That look didn't seem like he was looking at a future daughter-in-law. It was more like he was scrutinizing a valuable mare about to enter the market. "Hello, beautiful little pigeon." Cersei spoke, her tone unusually praising him. "You are so beautiful." Sansa's heart leaped with joy at the compliment. Cersei put down her wine glass, leaned forward slightly, and moved closer to Sansa. Those emerald-green eyes gleamed with an all-knowing shrewdness. "How old are you, child?" "I'm 13, Your Majesty," Sansa replied obediently. 13 years old. Cersei sized up her already well-developed figure. "Is it still growing?" Sansa, not understanding, simply smiled and nodded. "I think so, Your Majesty." Cersei ran her fingertips lightly across the rim of the goblet, producing a soft tinkling sound, and then she asked the question. "Has your period started?" The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Sansa's blush instantly changed from an excited flush to a blush of shame. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. She could only look to her mother for help. Catelyn's face instantly darkened. A surge of anger, a feeling of being blatantly offended, rose from the depths of her heart. For the first time, those blue eyes held undisguised hostility. In the North, on her home turf, right in front of her, her daughter was so humiliated. Cersei, however, seemed oblivious to the fury in Catelyn's eyes. She simply picked up her wine glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid inside, a playful smile playing on her lips. "Not yet, Your Majesty." Sansa's voice was barely audible. "Oh." Cersei seemed a little disappointed, but then smiled and changed the subject. "The direwolf embroidery on your skirt is so beautiful. Did you make it yourself?" Sansa, as if grasping at a straw, nodded hastily. "Yes, Your Majesty." "What a skillful girl." Cersei smiled kindly. "Please embroider something for me in the future." Sansa was flattered and agreed. After bowing, he practically fled back to his seat. Cersei casually turned her gaze back to Kate, her smile unchanged, but her words were icy cold. "The entire realm of the Seven Kingdoms is waiting for our two families to have grandchildren." Catelyn suppressed her anger and forced a stiff smile. "I've heard some rumors too." Cersei's gaze fell on Sansa once more. "Your daughter will become the apple of the eye of the court." The queen spoke in a declarative tone. "Such a beautiful flower shouldn't be buried in the icy wilderness of the North." Catelyn's expression turned as cold as the winter snow outside the window. Meanwhile, Sansa, back in her seat, was quickly replaced by another emotion, by her initial embarrassment. Prince Joffrey was looking at her, a charming smile on his handsome face, and raised his glass to her from afar, with a loud bang. Sansa felt her cheeks burning. She lowered her head in a panic, grabbed her female companion, and mumbled something incoherently. She tried to hide the sweetness and secret joy that almost overflowed from her chest. That humiliating question from the queen had long been forgotten by her. The noise in the banquet hall had long since subsided. All that remained were the occasional clinking of cups and plates as the servants cleaned up the mess. The night wind slipped in through the cracks in the window, and Lynn's room was deathly silent. He did not light a lamp. Moonlight streamed through the narrow window, casting a cold, bright patch on the floor. He sat cross-legged on the bed, the long sword resting horizontally on his knees. "He's waiting." Tap, tap, tap. A very faint, even cautious knock sounded on the door. Lynn opened his eyes in the darkness without the slightest surprise. "Really, those who are meant to come will come." Lynn got out of bed, stepped barefoot onto the cold stone floor, and unlatched the door. Two people were standing outside the door. Scholar Luin carried a lantern that flickered in the wind. His usually calm face was now filled with solemnity. In the shadows behind him stood an even taller figure, Ned Stark. The arrival of the Guardian of the North instantly made this small room feel oppressive. Lynn stepped aside to let them in. Ned bent down and stepped into the low doorway. He didn't look at Lynn. His gaze swept over the simple furnishings in the room, finally settling on the longsword lying on the bed. Meister Luin slammed the door shut, completely shutting the room out of the cold wind. "It's so late, I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Meister Luin's voice, like the man himself, was dry and cautious, yet polite. "Adult." Lynn respectfully pointed to the only chair in the room. Ned did not sit. He just stood there, his aura colder than the winter night outside the window. Meister Luin took out a roll of parchment bound with fine thread from his wide academic robe. The parchment was so small that it could almost be held entirely in his palm. A letter from the Eyrie. Scholar Luin untied the thin thread, his movements slow and deliberate. It was sent through secret channels. The lady has already translated the coded message. He unfolded the parchment and held it up to the light of the lantern. The dim light illuminated the unease in his eyes. "It's Lady Lysa, Lord John Arryn's widow and Lady Catelyn's sister." Only Meister Luin's hoarse voice echoed in the room. In her second secret letter, she stated that John Arryn did not die of illness and that she possessed concrete evidence. Meister Luin looked up at Lynn. If what Lysa says is true, then Lord Arryn was indeed murdered. Anger burned in Ned's gray eyes. "Lysa said it was the Lannisters." "Lannister. My most respected foster father died at the hands of the Lannisters." Ned's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth, every word filled with hatred. That suppressed, raging energy, like the fury before a volcanic eruption, made the air in the entire room scorching hot. "I'm surrounded by poisonous snakes." Ned remembered what Robert had said in the cellar. He remembered Cersei's beautiful yet cold face. He remembered Jaime Lannister's eyes, which always held a mocking look. Prophecy? Warn, now it has all become a bloody reality. Ned suddenly looked at Lynn. That gaze no longer held the slightest doubt or scrutiny. All that remains is the agonizing struggle to confirm the truth and the desperate urge to grasp at the last straw. All the prophecies you spoke of have now come true. What should we do now? Do we still have to go to King's Landing? Meister Luin also looked at Lynn. For the first time, this learned elder's eyes revealed awe and fear of the unknown power. Prophecy, a legendary ability, and its owner was standing right in front of him. Lynn met their gazes. He threw the secret letter from Meister Luin into the fireplace. "My lord, you must go to King's Landing." "What?" Ned almost thought he had misheard. "Go to King's Landing? Go to that den of wolves that killed my father? How is this any different from suicide?" "Shouldn't we change our plans?" "That's precisely why you must head south, my lord." Lynn looked at Ned, speaking slowly and deliberately. "The king's prime minister, the most powerful man in the Seven Kingdoms, died in his own bed. And the murderer is very likely the king's bedmate. You know better than I how dangerous King Robert's situation is. He trusts you, he needs you. At this time, besides you, who else in the entire Seven Kingdoms dares to go to King's Landing and remove the venomous snakes that lurk beneath his throne? My lord, you swore allegiance to your king." Lynn's words precisely dissected Ned Stark's heart. Honor, responsibility, loyalty to close friends. These things were ingrained in his very being, becoming an indispensable part of his life. Ned's breathing became heavy. He clenched his fists. But the Stark family never ends well if they go south. His father and his brother responded to the Mad King's call and were tortured to death by him. The previous king's hand had already died in a conspiracy. If he were to become the new king's hand, he would inevitably become the target of everyone's criticism. Lynn looked at him quietly. Watch as this king of the north struggles painfully between loyalty and danger. But in Lynn's mind, an even more insane plan was unfolding. Ned Stark's move to King's Landing was inevitable. Even if Ned didn't want to go, Lynn would do everything she could to get him to go south. Lynn didn't intentionally send Ned to his death. If only Ned would put aside his ridiculous notion of honor. If only he were willing to use the methods of the North to deal with the conspiracies of the South. Then, Lynn dares to guarantee it. There are too many opportunities in King's Landing. So many. Enough for a direwolf to sit as regent on that iron throne forged from swords. Although the process might be a bit challenging, Lynn wasn't afraid of the risk since he had already traveled through time and the system could enhance his combat power. House Stark will become his most important springboard and also a safe haven where he can develop steadily in the early stages. It's better to be your own boss than to rely on others. His goal has always been the Iron Throne. A flicker of intense heat, unnoticed even by himself, flashed in Lynn's eyes. He wants to play this game. Moreover, he wants to win. And the Wolf family is currently the quickest path for Lynn to access supreme power. In public, Ned is a genuinely good person, someone who gets things done. Personally, there's the connection to Arya Stark. Ned will be his father-in-law in the future. As long as the Wolf family is willing to support him, he doesn't mind sharing the benefits with them. Moreover, they own the system. Just give yourself time to develop and become stronger. Therefore, aside from dragons and the Night King, Lynn will fear no living creature. I see. After a long silence, Ned finally spoke. The struggle and anger in his eyes had faded, replaced by a resolute determination to face danger. I will go to King's Landing. I will uncover the truth and avenge my adoptive father. Scholar Luin opened his mouth. He was actually willing for Ned to go south. But since he was venturing into the lion's den, he was also worried about Ned's safety. In the end, all he could do was let out a helpless sigh. Ned gave Lynn a deep look. You are good. Come to King's Landing after you've been to the Great Wall. I'll be waiting for you there. Having said that, Ned didn't linger. He turned and opened the door, his tall figure quickly disappearing into the night. Maester Luin placed the lantern on the table and bowed respectfully to Lynn. The Stark family owes you a favor. After the old scholar finished speaking, he also left. Silence returned to the room. Lynn walked to the window and opened it. A cold night wind swept in, dispelling the stuffiness in the room. Lynn gazed at the waning moon in the distance, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists before slowly exhaling a puff of white breath. The game has officially begun. Jon Arryn died as a result of a conspiracy between Cersei and Littlefinger, while Lysa Tully, Arryn's wife, maintained a close relationship with Littlefinger, ultimately leading to Arryn's death. In short, Catelyn's sister Lysa is not only Arryn's wife, but also Littlefinger Baelish's mistress. But Littlefinger's true love was Ned's wife, Catelyn, who in turn married Ned, a strange love triangle. Lynn couldn't tell Ned right now that Littlefinger was the one who plotted to poison Arryn. Ned already disliked Littlefinger, and after hearing this news, he'll probably kill Baelish on the spot. As for Baelish, a hidden player outside the four factions, Lynn didn't want him to log off so early. Baelish believed he had reached the pinnacle of political maneuvering, unaware that a genius had already seen through everything. All of Baelish's covert manipulations were completely transparent to Lynn. Moreover, Lynn did not intend to expose Baelish immediately. Baelish poses absolutely no threat to Lynn. He also needed Baelish to continue muddying the waters so that he could reap the benefits. If Baelish can thwart his plot against House Stark, the anxious Baelish will surely try to sow discord between House Baratheon and House Lannister. That will be exactly what Lynn hoped for. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The courtyards of Winterfell were already filled with the neighing of horses and the excited barking of hounds. The servants, their breath steaming in the air, led the restless horses. The knights, meanwhile, were talking and laughing loudly as they checked their saddles and bows. The air was filled with the crisp scent of leather, horse sweat, and the morning frost. King Robert Baratheon, the hangover still lingered on his swollen eyelids, but he was full of energy. For him, nothing relieved the boredom of Winterfell better than a good hunt. Ned. Robert's booming voice drowned out the noise of the entire courtyard. Stop dawdling. The wild boars of the north won't be waiting for us. Robert put his arm around Ned's shoulder. The force was so great that the latter staggered. Ned Stark had changed into a set of leather armor that allowed for easy movement, and a hint of helplessness crossed his face. He wasn't enthusiastic about it, but he couldn't refuse the king's offer. His gaze swept across the crowd and soon spotted the figure standing in the shadow of the colonnade. Lynn. He was dressed in black, a long sword at his waist, and as quiet as a stone. Ned walked over. After last night's private conversation, his opinion of this young man has undergone a complete transformation. They were no longer simply protectors and prisoners. Rather, it is a subtle trust imbued with a sense of reliance. Lynn, Ned's voice was calm and steady. Come with us. Spending a day on horseback is better than being cooped up in a castle. Besides, with you here, I feel more at ease. That last sentence revealed his true intention. Lynn looked up. He looked into Ned's sincere gray eyes and also saw King Robert's curious gaze from not far away. Lynn shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, sir. But the old wounds I sustained while fighting the bandits are still throbbing. He pointed to his ribs and arms. A long-distance ride would be too much for me. I want to stay in the castle and do some recovery exercises. This reason is both reasonable and demonstrates a soldier's duty. What Ned saw as an invitation transformed into understanding. He nodded. All right, take care of yourself. Ned patted Lynn on the shoulder heavily, then turned and followed the king's procession. The bugle sounded again. A massive hunting party poured out of the gates of Winterfell. The sounds of horses' hooves and dogs barking gradually faded into the distance. The courtyard fell silent in an instant. After the hustle and bustle subsided, a vast silence enveloped the entire castle. The calm on Lynn's face slowly faded as the last rider disappeared from sight. He did not return to his room. Instead, carrying his sword, he walked through the deserted courtyard and headed towards the Forgotten Tower. First fortress, the wind whistled through the broken ramparts. Lynn chose a sheltered, open spot. The view is expansive and it's secluded enough to avoid attracting attention. Lynn drew his longsword. The sword's edge traced cold arcs in the grayish-white light of the sky. Stabbing, parry, dodge. He was completely focused, as if he were truly just a warrior diligently practicing his sword. But his ears caught every sound around him and his eyes were subtly fixed on the ancient tower. He's waiting. There's a boy and a brother and sister. Waiting for an opportunity that could change the fate of the entire North and even the Seven Kingdoms. Time slipped away little by little amidst the monotonous sound of swords being swung, until a small figure wearing a gray top came into his view. Lynn sheathed his sword. Bran Stark. The boy was like an energetic little wolf running around the empty castle. His father and brothers went out of town to hunt, but he was left behind. Out of sheer boredom, climbing became his only source of amusement. Bran's gaze was quickly drawn to the oldest building in Winterfell. First fortress. I've climbed the first fort countless times, but the boy's face still showed an excited, eager expression. Lynn has completely taken Bran's every move under control. Bran began to prepare to climb, while his direwolf Summer sat on the ground, tilting its head and looking at Bran, whimpering uneasily. They've arrived, almost simultaneously. Another tall, golden figure silently slid out from the direction of the main castle. Jaime Lannister. He wasn't wearing that dazzling golden armor, but rather a simple hunting outfit. His steps were light yet alert, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he slipped into the shadows of the first fortress. Immediately afterwards, Queen Cersei also appeared. She covered her brilliant blonde hair with a hood and quickly caught up with James. The two figures, one after the other, disappeared into the dark doorway of the tower. Lynn smiled. Everything was exactly as he remembered it. Bran has already started climbing. Like a nimble monkey, he used both hands and feet to search for a gap to gain leverage on the mottled stone wall, constantly climbing upwards. Lynn's breathing was extremely soft. The sword in his hand also stopped. He began to move his feet, seemingly unintentionally, closer to the bottom of the tower. Every step was meticulously calculated. He had to appear in a location that was just right for him to pass by. He had to react with the most instinctive speed at the moment the boy fell, not too early, but it can't be too late. The sound of wind drifted in, and from the windows high up in the tower, a suppressed, childlike gasp escaped. Lynn looked up. He saw that small figure had already climbed to the upper middle level of the tower. The top floor of the first fortress has been sealed off for a long time. A window high up was broken. A cold wind blew in, stirring up the dust on the ground. Sunlight pierced through the narrow arrow slit, drawing several clear beams of light in the air and illuminating the swirling dust particles. This is the most secluded corner of the entire Winterfell. Cersei Lannister leaned against the cold stone wall. She casually slipped off her gorgeous silk gown. Her long, flowing golden hair was spread out in disarray on the dusty wall. Jaime Lannister also took off his cumbersome cloak, wearing only a white shirt, the same blonde hair, the same blue eyes. We shouldn't be here. Cersei's voice carried a hint of panting and also a touch of excitement. That's too dangerous. Danger? James looked up, his face bearing his usual nonchalant smile, indifferent to everything in the world. Robert and his pack of northern swine are probably chasing a doe's tail right now. Who cares about us? Jaime reached out and gently ran his fingertips across Cersei's slightly trembling skin. That action was full of possessiveness and affection. I waited a month. Being on the road kept me from having the chance. James's voice became hoarse. He pulled Cersei closer, bent down, and inhaled the scent of her hair. A whole month. I'm going crazy. Cersei let out a suppressed gasp. The cold stone wall and the burning hot body created a stark contrast. Dust particles danced wildly within the beam of light. A faint, suppressed sound echoed intermittently in this forgotten tower, and right outside the tower, a small, thin figure was using both hands and feet to climb up the ancient wall. It's Bran Stark. He likes climbing. I love the feeling of having the entire city of Winterfell under my feet. Today, with the king and his father both out, Sir Roderick will not come to reprimand him. This is the best opportunity. He wanted to climb the first fortress that no one dared to climb. The wind blew across his cheeks, bringing a biting chill, but it only made him more excited. Familiar rocks, sturdy handholds, he moved swiftly along the vertical wall like a nimble monkey. It's getting higher and higher. The people in the courtyard also turned into tiny black dots. Just then Bran heard a sound. It came from the windows at the top of the tower. It wasn't the wind. The sound was strange, like someone was crying. Curiosity drove him to speed up. He climbed onto the windowsill. Then Bran arrived. The interior of the tower was dimly lit and dimly lit. Cersei leaned against the cold stone wall. Her hood had already slipped down, and her long, golden hair was loosely draped over her shoulders. the gorgeous skirt gathered at the waist. Jaime Lannister breathed heavily as his hand caressed Cersei's smooth skin. The roughness of the stone wall contrasted sharply with the warmth of the skin. "Hurry up, James." Cersei's voice was suppressed and urgent. "If someone finds out, no one will find out." James looked up, sweat trickling down his handsome profile. He kissed Cersei's lips, swallowing all her unspoken words. Outside the tower, Bran finally climbed to the window. Driven by intense curiosity, he gripped the windowsill with his little hands and used all his strength to pull himself up. Bran poked his head out. He saw it. Queen and James. Bran's eyes widened in surprise. Cersei was passionately embracing Jaime. Suddenly, Cersei caught a glimpse of the window out of the corner of her eye. "Stop right now." Inside the tower, James's movements suddenly stopped. He abruptly turned his head, following Cersei's gaze, and looked out the window. Their eyes met. Bran's gray eyes were filled with shock and fear. James's eyes instantly turned cold. "Damn it, how did that child get up from down there?" Cersei realized what was happening too. She screamed, frantically pulling at her skirt, and hid in the shadows. He saw it, James, he saw it. James's movements were incredibly fast. He strode quickly to the window. He looked down at the boy clinging to the outside of the wall, trembling with fear. "Good lad, you can climb pretty well. How old are you this year?" Bran stammered. 10 years old." James's gaze sharpened. "At 10 years old they already understand a lot," he asked tentatively. "What did you see, child?" James's voice was eerily calm. Bran opened his mouth but was too frightened to utter a single word. He wanted to retreat, but behind him lay an abyss. James's blonde hair fluttered in the wind. He glanced at the hunting party in the distance, then looked back at Bran. "It seems you understand what this means." Jaime withdrew his hand and looked at Cersei, who seemed somewhat frightened, just as Bran breathed a sigh of relief. "I'd do anything for love." James suddenly reached out and pushed hard. "No." Bran's scream shattered the silence of the courtyard. His body instantly lost its balance and he fell backward. At the foot of the tower, "It's here." Lynn had already calculated Bran's trajectory as he fell. The instant Bran screamed, Lynn dropped his sword and his legs began to move. Bran's body plummeted, his small frame tumbling through the air while crows circled overhead. Lynn could have caught Bran with his hands, but since he intended to gain Stark's gratitude, he naturally needed to put on a more compelling performance and gain leverage for himself. His physical condition, which started at 2 points, has almost fully recovered through rest and recuperation, and has now reached 4 points. A normal adult strong man's physical fitness level is no more than 3 points. This is also the source of Lynn's confidence in withstanding this blow. So Lynn leaped into the air, using his body to cushion Bran's fall. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Bran's body slammed heavily onto Lynn's shoulder and back. Given his Night's Watch physique, he could easily withstand that blow. The two rolled around several times on the gravel-strewn ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Summer, the direwolf, howled wildly as it pounced, circling around them. Lynn first checked Bran, then stood up to examine his own injuries. Damn, he wasn't injured. Lynn gritted his teeth, created some distance, and chose to crash his back into the tower behind him. Bang, bang. After a full-force impact, it finally tasted right. He has now lost sensation in half of his body. Lynn felt a dull pain in her back. That's good. Lynn turned her head with difficulty to look at the boy in her arms. Bran's eyes were tightly shut and his face was ashen. His right leg and left arm were unnaturally twisted. But he was still alive, his chest still rising and falling faintly. Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. He struggled to his feet and held the unconscious Bran in his arms. "Someone come here. Help, someone come quick. Bran is in trouble." Finally, someone in the castle heard the noise. The patrolling guards and the servants left behind were swarming towards this direction. On the tower, James looked down at the dust rising below and at the figure that had suddenly appeared. His brow was furrowed. Cersei rushed over and peered out the window. "Is he dead?" "He's not dead." James's voice carried a rare hint of solemnity. "Someone saved him. Who is it?" "A person dressed in black." James withdrew his gaze, his face grim. "We need to hurry." Cersei also realized the seriousness of the situation. James shook his head. "No, I have to go down and kill both of them." Cersei quickly said, "You're insane. Bran's fall can be considered an accident. If his body had human-caused wounds, that would be a completely different story. He's Ned's second son." Watching the figure rushing towards him in the distance because of Lynn's call, James scratched his blonde hair in annoyance. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. "Now we can only insist that we didn't do it," James said to Cersei. Cersei nodded, and then the two quickly tidied their clothes and left the tower. Watching the figure rushing towards them in the distance, Lynn felt a sense of relief and closed his eyes. He's wounded now, the rest is up to Stark. Lying on the soft bed, Lynn quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lynn felt like there was a noisy crow cawing in his ear when he opened his eyes again. My vision was blurry at first, then gradually cleared. The annoying cawing of crows in my ears also disappeared without a trace. An unfamiliar ceiling constructed of heavy oak. The air was filled with the smell of herbs and ointments. "You're awake," an old voice rang out. Scholar Luin sat in a chair by the bed, holding a book in his hands. He saw Lynn open his eyes and then close the book. Lynn tried to prop herself up. A sharp pain shot through my back and instantly spread throughout my body. Lynn didn't try to be brave and fell back onto the bed. "Don't move." Scholar Luin stood up and walked to the bedside. "Your spine has been subjected to a severe impact. Although there's no fracture, just to be on the safe side, you shouldn't get out of bed for the next few days. However, you have a good constitution, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Of course, it's not serious. After all, he caused the accident himself. How could he not know what he was doing wrong?" Lynn spoke in a hoarse voice. Bran, how is he?" A look of deep sorrow appeared on Meister Luin's face. "He's still alive. It's a stroke of luck amidst misfortune." The scholar paused for a moment, "But he hasn't woken up yet. His leg and arm are broken, but I think they should be able to recover. If you hadn't cushioned him, he probably would have spent the rest of his life in bed." Lynn closed her eyes. The result was better than expected. "The king and the duke are already on their way back." Scholar Luin continued. The entire city of Winterfell was in complete chaos. The Duchess. Scholar Luin did not finish his sentence. The door to the room was gently pushed open. Catelyn Stark walked in. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face was pale, and her once neatly combed hair was now somewhat disheveled. She looked like she hadn't slept all night. Meister Luin bowed slightly to Catelyn, then quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. Only Lynn and Catelyn remained in the room. Catelyn walked to the bedside. She looked at Lynn, her blue eyes filled with complex emotions. There was gratitude, sadness, and a hint of indescribable emotion within it. She suddenly bent down. Lynn was startled and quickly spoke. "Madam, what are you doing?" Catelyn stopped moving. Her tears, finally uncontrollable, slid down her cheeks. "Thank you." Her voice choked with emotion, trembling uncontrollably. "Thank you for saving my Bran, if it weren't for you." She couldn't continue speaking and could only cover her mouth with her hand to stop herself from crying out loud. "Madam, you know that if I pay the price, I can see things that others cannot." Lynn said calmly. "I sensed danger shortly before Bran's accident. But I was still too late. I couldn't stop Bran from climbing the tower. And madam, anyone who saw this would do the same." Catelyn shook her head. "No, not everyone has your courage." She wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. "Lynn Stark, I owe you a life. From this day forward, you are the benefactor of all Winterfell." Catelyn's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. "I swear to the seven gods. As long as I Catelyn live, the Stark family will always protect you. What do you want, money, status, or honor? As long as you ask, and as long as the Stark family can do it, I will grant your request." Lynn looked at her. He knew he had made the right bet. This promise is more precious than gold. "Madam," Lynn's voice was very soft, "I don't want anything. Serving the Starks is my duty." Catelyn was stunned. She hadn't expected this answer. Looking into Lynn's eyes, which appeared remarkably calm in the candlelight, her respect for him deepened. "Don't worry, Ned will give you a fair arrangement." Catelyn straightened up. "Take good care of yourself and recover well. If you need anything, just tell the servants." After saying that, she gave Lynn one last look, then turned and left the room. The moment the door closed, Lynn's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He succeeded. He gained the trust of the Stark family, especially Catelyn Stark. This is the most crucial step in his plan. This was also to let the world know that he had done a favor for the Starks. In this way, if Stark were to turn against him in the future, he would have to consider whether he could withstand the gossip and rumors from the outside world. Especially in the northern region. However, Lynn didn't even have time to catch her breath. There was another knock on the door. This time the knock was steady and forceful. "Come in," Lynn said. The door was pushed open. A golden figure walked in, Jaime Lannister. He was still wearing that gleaming golden armor without a single scratch from a weapon. A playful smile graced his handsome face. He closed the door behind him and went straight to Lynn's bedside. He looked down at Lynn, his blue eyes scrutinizing her like an interesting object. "I've heard about your deeds," James spoke, his voice carrying a nonchalant magnetism. "Catching a child falling from the sky with his bare hands. That's a truly remarkable feat. You must be James." Lynn asked calmly. James's smile froze for a moment. Then the smile deepened, becoming even more dangerous. "It seems you recognize me," Lynn spoke to himself. "What are you doing here?" "Of course, we've come to visit the heroes of Winterfell." James pulled over the chair that Meister Luin had just been sitting in and sat down. He crossed his legs and leaned forward slightly. "I'm very curious. Why were you standing under that abandoned tower back then?" James's gaze seemed to be trying to dissect Lynn's head. He wanted to see what Lynn was thinking. What else might he know? Lynn didn't move. He didn't need to do anything extra. I like quiet. Lynn spoke, his voice sounding somewhat muffled from lying down. It's secluded enough that no one will bother us. It's a good place to practice swordsmanship. This explanation is simple, direct, and flawless. James' smile remained unchanged. But the scrutinizing look in those eyes became even stronger. Practicing swordsmanship, James repeated the word, drawing out the last syllable with a hint of mockery. A man, instead of honing his skills in the comforts of a brothel, runs to this godforsaken place to practice his swordplay in the cold wind. Wow, she's surprisingly diligent. Lynn's gaze shifted from James's face to his gleaming gold armor. In the North, laziness means death. Lynn's tone was flat. It's like stating a perfectly ordinary fact. The smile on James's face finally faded slightly. He saw no fear in Lynn's eyes. There was only a still, stagnant pool. This made him feel a little annoyed. It was like punching cotton. James didn't press the matter further. He knew that asking any further would be pointless. Lynn's answer was impeccable. His gaze shifted from Lynn's face to the longsword on the bedside table. It was a very ordinary standard-issue longsword. The hilt of the sword was worn smooth, and there were a few shallow scratches on the scabbard. James stood up. He reached out and picked up the sword. The weight of the metal seemed insignificant in his hands. Clang! James drew his longsword. The sword reflected a cold, gleaming light in the dim candlelight. He flicked the blade lightly with his finger. It emitted a crisp, buzzing sound. A decent sword, James commented. It seems the blacksmiths of the North haven't lost their skill. His gaze returned to Lynn. That gaze sharpened. Have you ever used it to kill someone? Lynn's gaze did not move. Cut it. His answer was simple and direct. James pointed the tip of his sword at Lynn, the blade gleaming in the candlelight. Many people. James's lips curled into a smile. How does it feel to kill someone? Lynn said with a smile. I don't feel anything. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. James smiled too. He sheathed his longsword and tossed it onto the bed. I killed someone for the first time when I was 15. James's voice was flat. A fugitive on King's Road. He tried to steal my horse. I pierced his throat with my sword and his filthy blood splattered all over my face. James looked at his hands. They were the hands of a knight, clean and strong. I threw up all night. I thought I would remember his face forever. He paused for a moment, then looked at Lynn. But I can't remember anymore. I've killed far too many people. On the battlefield, in the arena, in the alleyways. Killing to me is as simple as breathing. James stood up, walked back to the bedside and looked down at Lynn. A person is like a tattered rag bag. A gentle poke will kill him. Killing someone isn't actually that difficult. The difficulty lies in making others feel that killing him is perfectly justified, and the simplest way is to make him draw his sword against you first. Lynn almost burst out laughing. He knew that Jaime Lannister was not just chatting idly, he was warning himself. He was telling Lynn that he was a ruthless executioner. Anyone who opposes him will face his fierce and relentless attacks. Although he wasn't sure if Lynn was truly unaware, he still warned Lynn not to cause trouble. Lynn silently added in her mind, "Don't worry, Jaime, as long as you don't draw your sword against me, you won't die." James left in a hurry. Shortly after James left, an elegant figure appeared in the doorway. Her figure was tall and slender. A deep red silk dress perfectly accentuated her mature and alluring curves. Her long, golden hair was meticulously braided into an intricate plait and coiled at the back of her head. A few unruly strands of hair fell onto her smooth neck. Cersei Lannister, the most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms. She was completely different from her character in the show, and even though it wasn't the first time Lynn had seen her, she was still slightly amazed by her beauty. This stunning effect becomes even more apparent upon close inspection. Cersei did not wear the queen's crown. But that innate arrogance shines brighter than any jewel. The room still smelled of James's leather and sweat. Cersei's arrival brought with it a rich, sweet floral fragrance typical of southern gardens. The fragrance overpowered the small room, completely dispelling the ruggedness and coldness of the north. Lynn's muscles tensed even more the moment she saw her than when James had come in. If James is a lion bearing its fangs, Cersei then is a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. "I've heard about your heroic deeds," Cersei spoke. The voice was like the finest wine, rich, smooth, and with a touch of intoxicating sweetness. But there was always a hint of mockery on her face, and this sly look made Lynn want to tear her to pieces. If Sansa represents elegance and propriety, then Cersei embodies extreme beauty. Cersei slowly walked into the room, her red skirt sliding silently across the floor. She didn't look at Lynn, but her gaze was scrutinizing every inch of the room. The simple bed, the lonely chair, and the thin layer of dust on the windowsill. A hint of undisguised contempt flashed in her eyes. It was as if her arrival was a blessing to the room. Cersei walked to the bedside and stopped. Those green eyes finally landed on Lynn. A brave night watchman. Cersei's lips curved into a captivating smile, but the smile never reached her eyes. You saved the Stark children. It also means that His Majesty the King saved face. Tell me, how can I thank you? Lynn didn't speak, she just looked at her calmly, looking at this beautiful face that was sung about by bards from 7 kingdoms. And beneath that beautiful mask lies a ruthlessness and madness. She is such a beautiful woman. Lynn made his own assessment. Cersei didn't seem to care about Lynn's silence. She reached out her hand. It was an extremely well-maintained hand. The nails were trimmed neatly and smoothly with a healthy sheen. Her fingertips gently landed on Lynn's arm, which was covered by the blanket. Even through the rough linen, Lynn could still feel its delicacy and coolness. Tell me, what do you want? Cersei was so eager to know that she leaned forward slightly, completely unaware of the impropriety in her actions. In this era, there were no obstacles. Everything there was exposed to Lynn. These 2 little white rabbits are really... That's amazing. Lynn didn't remind her, she just took it as Cersei giving her a free treat. The sweet aroma seemed even more intense. Gold. Or do you still want to secure a decent position in King's Landing? Cersei's voice was low and carried a seductive, corrupting power. Speak your mind, and the Lannisters will grant you any wish. On the surface, it appears to be a simple expression of sympathy. If it were anyone else, they would probably have already gone to collect their reward. But Lynn had God's perspective. He knew Cersei's character all too well. This is a trap. If he agrees, he will fall into the Lannisters' control. All that awaited him was to be murdered to silence him. Lynn knew that if he had any chance of knowing about this, Cersei would definitely take action herself. This woman does not allow any uncontrollable factors to occur. Lynn's eyelids drooped, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Serving House Stark is my duty, Your Majesty. Bran is still alive, that's the best reward for me. Cersei paused for a moment. A very subtle ripple flickered in her beautiful eyes. She withdrew her hand, her smile unchanged. What a loyal soldier. Ned Stark has found a good subordinate. Cersei changed the subject, her tone now carrying just the right amount of concern. That poor child, Bran, that's so unfortunate. I heard he's loved climbing since he was little. He's such a mischievous child. She seemed to be talking to herself or perhaps asking a question. Lynn's heart beat steadily in her chest. Yes, Your Majesty, this was an unfortunate accident. Lynn repeated her words without adding a single superfluous word. Cersei's gaze lingered on his face for a long time. She seemed to be trying to find even the slightest flaw in his calm expression. However, she failed. Lynn's face was like the frozen earth of the north, hard and expressionless. You were practicing your swordplay right below the tower back then? Cersei asked, seemingly casually. Yes, Your Majesty. It is indeed very quiet there. I heard screams, then I saw Bran fall. Lynn's answer was exactly the same as what he had said to Catelyn before. Cersei remained silent. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. The sweet, cloying floral scent began to feel somewhat oppressive. For a long time, Cersei finally smiled again. That smile was even brighter than before. Lynn, take good care of your injury. Cersei straightened up, regaining her haughty, queenly demeanor. Then she turned and walked towards the door. Lynn's gaze lingered on Cersei's swaying, graceful back. The queen, I wonder what it feels like to conquer it. It must be so exciting to have him pinned down and writhe in pleasure. After all, she was the queen and the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms. It would be a real shame not to try and conquer it. This world is very open. Even wives don't mind their husbands' extramarital affairs, which is why there are so many illegitimate children. It's true that you can only have one wife, but there's no rule about how many mistresses you can have. Consider it, a small dessert before the meal. Cersei disappeared behind the door. But that cloying floral fragrance, like a persistent ailment, still lingered in the air of the room. Lynn knew that he was not completely out of danger yet. As long as Bran remains unconscious, this secret will remain hidden indefinitely. Knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. The voice was very soft, unlike anyone else's. Lynn frowned. Come in. The door was pushed open a crack, a tiny head peeked in. It was a thin little face, messy hair, and a pair of gray eyes filled with worry and dependence. It's Arya Stark. She didn't wear fancy dresses like Sansa. He was dressed simply in a gray short-sleeved shirt and trousers for easy movement, with a wooden sword tucked into his waistband. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lynn. Arya pushed open the door, came in, and then carefully closed it again. She walked to the bedside, looked up at Lynn lying on the bed. Are you badly injured? Lynn shook his head and gently patted Arya's head. They say you saved Bran. Arya said again. An expression of adoration appeared on her face. That was the exact same expression Sansa had when she looked at Joffrey. They said you caught him with your body. They said your bones might be broken. Arya's tone was filled with amazement. You're so brave. Braver than Robb and Jon. Lynn looked at her. Looking at this girl who will become a faceless one in the future. At that moment she was just a little girl who idolized heroes. Thanks, Lynn said. Arya pursed her lips as if she were making an important decision. She suddenly leaned forward. Before Lynn could react, a soft, cool touch landed on his cheek. It was a kiss. It carries the beautiful aura of a young girl. Arya's cheek flushed bright red instantly after the kiss. She took 2 steps back abruptly like a startled hare. This is a thank you gift for you, she stammered. After saying that, Arya turned and ran. She opened the door and disappeared down the corridor without looking back. Despite her young age under the nun's tutelage, she is not ignorant. She is very clear about what she is doing. Silence returned to the room. Lynn raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. There, a trace of the girl's warmth still lingers. Just then, a long, drawn-out horn sounded outside the castle. The hunting party has returned. The sound of horns drifted from afar, deep and drawn out, tearing apart the afternoon silence of Winterfell. The hunting party has returned. The sound of horses' hooves pounding across the suspension bridge was chaotic and heavy. There were no triumphant cheers, only a suppressed silence that enveloped everyone who returned. The initial elation he had shown when he set out was no longer visible on King Robert's face. He dismounted, tossed the reins to his servant, and walked silently toward the main castle. Ned Stark followed closely behind. His face was more somber than the leaden clouds of a northern winter. Lynn stood in the shadow of the pillars, watching it all unfold. His injuries have been largely healed thanks to the herbal medicine, but his face remained pale, which provided him with a perfect disguise. A loyal soldier who was just seriously injured while saving people. Ned paused briefly as he passed him. Lynn, come to my study in a bit. Lynn nodded slightly, watching Ned stride away. A moment later, Lynn pushed open the heavy oak door to the study. The room was dimly lit with no lights on. The fire in the fireplace wasn't burning very brightly. It was only enough to barely dispel the chill in the room. Ned Stark did not sit in his lord's seat. He simply stood by the window, his back to the door, gazing at the gray sky outside. His tall figure exuded a sense of heaviness and weariness like that of a mountain. Adult. Lynn spoke, breaking the silence. Ned slowly turned around. He still carried the chill of the outdoors, and his leather armor, worn from the hunt, was stained with a few dark bloodstains. At this moment, those gray eyes belonging to the Stark family were bloodshot. Pain, anger, and a touch of bewilderment. He looked at Lynn, his gray eyes filled with gratitude. I heard it from Caitlin. Ned's voice was hoarse, filled with barely suppressed exhaustion. You saved Bran. Bran is still alive. Ned's voice was deep, but he didn't wake up. Lynn's gaze met that of the Guardian of the North. Sir, have you ever thought about this? Lynn's voice was very soft. Why did Bran fall from the tower? Ned's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He likes climbing. This was an accident. He said those words, but he couldn't even convince himself. Accident? Lynn countered with a question. Would a child who loves climbing fall from a tower that isn't particularly difficult to climb? Sir, this is not an accident. This is murder. The word murder instantly chilled the air in the room to the bone. Ned clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Who is it? Lynn didn't specify who it was, but instead guided Ned. Bran must have seen something he shouldn't have seen while he was on the tower. Something, enough to silence him, and now outsiders are visiting the adult's castle. Ned jumped to his feet and paced back and forth in the room. Jaime Lannister's handsome yet arrogant face. Queen Cersei's beautiful yet cold eyes. All clues point to the Lannisters. Why would they do that? Ned's voice was filled with pain and confusion. There's no point in investigating the cause now, sir. Although Lynn knew who was trying to create chaos and incite conflict between the two families, he had no intention of removing the Lannisters from the picture. Lynn interrupted Ned's thoughts. The most important question is, Bran is still alive. If he was pushed, then the murderer would never have given him a chance to wake up. Ned stopped in his tracks. He turned abruptly and stared intently at Lynn. A chill ran up his spine and up to the top of his head. Will they strike again? Definitely. Lynn's answer was resolute. Right in Winterfell. Right under your nose. Ned's face turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe that such a vicious conspiracy was lurking within his own castle. His son was lying in bed like a lamb to the slaughter. Ned's fists were clenched tightly at his sides. He's only 10 years old. Lynn simply stood there quietly, letting Ned's emotions fester in the enclosed room. Lannister. Ned squeezed out the surname through gritted teeth. Ryza's letter, your prophecy, Bran's fall. It all points to them. Ned walked up to Lynn, his eyes burning with rage as he stared intently at him. Tell me, Lynn, what did you see when you saved Bran? Have you seen any other suspicious people? Lynn shook her head. I was down in the tower when I heard screams, sir. When I arrived, I saw Bran falling from the sky. This answer made Ned slump back into his chair. The crackling sound of burning firewood in the fireplace was particularly jarring. What should I do now? Strengthen the defenses, surround Bran's room. Lynn shook her head. That would only alert the enemy. The murderers are among us. They know everything that happens in Winterfell. We can't just play defense. A cold glint flashed in Lynn's eyes. We're going to set a trap. A trap that will lure them right into it. Night, deep and dark as ink, Winterfell fell into a deathly silence. Sudden, a piercing scream tore through the night sky. Fire, the library is on fire. The silent castle was instantly detonated. Countless torches were lit, and the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed in the courtyard. Robb Stark was the first to rush out of the room, his face full of anxiety. Quick, go put out the fire. Lynn suddenly opened her eyes. It's here. He looked into the distance. Far away, a burst of flames shot into the sky. The firelight illuminated half the night sky in a crimson glow. Library, the place in the castle where a fire should absolutely not start. It houses hundreds of years of documents and history from the north. This fire was enough to draw everyone's attention. This includes the vast majority of the guards. Robb and Jon will definitely lead men to put out the fire. That's their responsibility. And this, in fact, gave the assassin the perfect opportunity. Theon Greyjoy and the other young squires were following closely behind Robb, rushing toward the tower that was glowing with orange-red flames. In the chaos, no one noticed. Outside Bran's room, in the deepest shadows, several figures remained motionless. Lynn was among them. He gripped his sword, leaned against the cold stone wall, and listened intently to every sound around him. He could hear the commotion of firefighting in the distance. Inside the room, you could also hear Lady Catelyn whispering words of comfort to the direwolf, Summer. Furthermore, one can hear an extremely faint footstep, almost blending into the sound of the wind approaching. They've arrived. A dark figure close to the wall silently slid down to the window of Bran's room. He skillfully pried open the window and nimbly climbed inside the room. Catelyn was sitting on the edge of Bran's bed. Her eyes were sunken. She hadn't slept for days and nights, leaving her looking haggard. Summer the direwolf lay at the foot of the bed, letting out an uneasy growl. Catelyn gently patted its head reassuringly. It's all right, Summer. It's just a fire, Robb will handle it. Just then, Summer suddenly stood up, her fur standing on end. It bared its sharp fangs and let out a threatening roar as it faced the doorway. A man was standing there. He was dressed in inconspicuous coarse cloth clothes, thin and with a sickly pale face. He held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was extremely ornate, with a handle made of dragon bone and a blade that shimmered with strange ripples. Valyrian steel. Catelyn's heart suddenly clenched. Who are you? Her voice trembled with fear. Get out. The man did not speak. He merely glanced at Bran on the bed with his emotionless eyes. Then he raised the dagger. No, Catelyn screamed and lunged at her. With all her might, she grabbed the man's arm that was holding the knife. The man clearly hadn't expected this seemingly delicate noblewoman to possess such strength. He was knocked off balance and stumbled. Get out of here, you crazy woman. The man growled, his other hand gripping Catelyn's throat. Catelyn couldn't breathe and her vision blurred, but she held onto that arm tightly, refusing to let go. Summer roared and pounced, biting the man's calf tightly. The man screamed and tried to kick the dire wolf away. His eyes flashed with malice, and the dagger broke free from Catelyn's grasp, poised to plunge into her chest. At this critical moment, bang, the door was flung open with tremendous force. Lynn was the first to rush in. What he saw was the moment the dagger was about to pierce Catelyn's chest, without the slightest hesitation. Lynn raised her longsword and thrust it straight at the man's back. The man sensed a deadly threat from behind. He abandoned Catelyn and rolled awkwardly to the side. The sharp tip of the sword grazed his ribs, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. Before he could even regain his footing, several other Stark guards had already blocked all his escape routes. A flicker of despair crossed the man's eyes. He knew he had fallen into a trap. He bit down on the poison in his mouth, determined to fight to the death. Kill! The man let out a beastly roar and charged at Bran on the bed without hesitation. He had to complete his mission. But Lynn was faster than him. Lynn's body instantly pressed against the assassin. The sword pierced the man's throat cleanly and decisively. The man's movements froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lynn. He opened his mouth, making a hoarse sound in his throat, and blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Then he fell straight down. Kill one enemy, experience point +1 current experience points, 7. Kill a few more people, and his light sword skill will be upgraded in no time. Lynn pulled the longsword from the corpse. Warm blood slid down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Lynn rubbed his longsword against the assassin's corpse, quickly removing the bloodstains and then sheathed it at his waist. The room was deathly silent. Catelyn collapsed to the floor. She was breathing heavily, her face covered in a mixture of tears and sweat. She is now extremely terrified. The guards, armed with swords, warily surrounded the corpse. Someone is secretly monitoring Ned's every move. Ned must not act rashly. Upon hearing the commotion, he practically rushed over. He saw the body on the ground, the terrified Catelyn and Bran, who was unharmed. Ned's gaze finally settled on Lynn. His gaze was incredibly complex. Shock, lingering fear, relief, and an indescribable sense of trust. Lynn's foresight once again saved the Starks. Soon, Ned's gaze was drawn to a glint of cold light beside the corpse. He walked over and bent down. It was a dagger. Even in the dim light, the dagger still emitted a luster that was not of this ordinary kind. The blade was covered with ripples like flowing water. That's the unique mark of Valyrian steel. The forging method for Valyrian steel has long been lost. Only 1,000 remain in the entire world. The western continent, that is, the entire continent of Westeros, has fewer than 200 Valyrian steel weapons, exceptionally precious. Its handle is made of some kind of pale bone with intricate and ancient patterns carved on it. Keel. Ned picked up the dagger. A cold, heavy sensation came from my palm. This is no ordinary assassin's weapon. It's more like a work of art, a treasure that would make any lord take notice. Throughout Westeros, only a handful of families possess such weapons. The sheer scale of using such a luxurious dagger to stab a child, the implications of it all nearly froze Ned's blood. Besides the Lannisters, who else would be so wealthy and powerful? Clean this up. Ned's voice was hoarse and devoid of any emotion. He didn't look at anyone. The guards did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to drag the still warm body away. Soon, Maester Luin also arrived upon hearing the news. He helped the still trembling Catelyn away from this bloody place. The door was closed. Only Ned and Lynn remained in the room. Ned walked up to Lynn. He said nothing, he just looked at the young man in front of him. Looking at his pale face, his blood-stained black clothes, and his eyes that remained eerily calm even in the firelight, prophecy, he fell from the building. Assassination, time and time again. This raven who escaped from the wall through his actions repeatedly pulled the Stark family back from the brink of disaster. Ned raised the dagger in his hand and then handed it to Lynn. You saved Catelyn. They saved Bran. This dagger is what you deserve. Lynn's gaze fell on the dagger. He didn't reach out to take it immediately. He recognized the dagger. In his memory, the owner of this dagger was Petyr Baelish, the man nicknamed Littlefinger. He was Catelyn's childhood sweetheart and is now the Chancellor of the Exchequer of King's Landing. A man who has nothing but money, he lost the dagger to Tyrion Lannister. And now this dagger has appeared in Winterfell. It appeared in the hands of the assassin who killed Bran. This is a perfect frame-up. It is a vicious trap that could ignite an endless war between lions and dire wolves. Adult. Lynn finally spoke. This is too valuable. Valuable? Ned gave a self-deprecating smirk. Nothing, however valuable, can bring back a life. Take it. Ned's tone left no room for argument. You are a warrior. A fine warrior needs a weapon worthy of him, and you deserve it. Ned shoved the dagger into Lynn's hand. The keel's handle was icy to the touch. That delicate texture seems to still carry the breath of an ancient dragon. Lynn gripped the dagger tightly and did not refuse again. No one could resist such a divine weapon. Ned looked at Lynn. Lynn, I will personally escort you and Jon to the wall tomorrow. You're ready? Ned patted Lynn on the shoulder quite hard. He turned around, opened the door, and his tall figure disappeared quickly at the end of the corridor without pausing. He needed to comfort his wife. They also had to prepare for that southward journey, destined to be filled with bloodshed and intrigue. Silence returned to the study. Lynn looked down at the Valyrian steel dagger in his hand. His calm face was reflected on the blade. He did not reveal Littlefinger's plot. To muddy the waters was not only what Petyr wanted, but also what he, a nobody, most desired to happen. The clanging of hammers echoed through the blacksmith's shop in Winterfell. The furnace glowed red-hot, casting a crimson light on the blacksmith Mycon's sweat-soaked face. Jon Snow stood to the side, intently watching the work in Mycon's hands. It needs to be more detailed. Jon reminds Mycon, it's even thinner than Bran's practiced sword. Mycon stopped hammering. He used pliers to pick up the red-hot iron bar. In the dimly lit blacksmith shop, the iron bar looked like a piece of burning charcoal. He looked at Jon with a puzzled expression. Lord Jon Snow, this sword is so thin it will break at the slightest touch. This is not for boys. A very faint smile appeared on Jon's face. This is for Arya, Mycon suddenly realized. He remembered the Duke's youngest daughter who was always jumping around the castle more like a wild boy than a lady. I see. Mycon put the iron bar back into the furnace and pulled the bellows hard. Sparks flew everywhere. Jon's gaze passed over the flickering flames and landed on the courtyard. He's going to the Great Wall. Go to the ends of the earth and guard a cold, desolate wasteland. All he could leave his sister was this insignificant gift, a sword that suits her. Lynn's room has been tidied up. He sat on the edge of the bed, fiddling with the Valyrian steel dagger. The hilt of the dragon bone sword felt warm to the touch, and strange ripples seemed to flow across the blade. The door was gently pushed open. Lynn sheathed his dagger and looked towards the door. Arya peeked in, her gray eyes filled with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. They said you're leaving tomorrow. Arya walked in and closed the door behind her. Lynn nodded, sheathed the dagger and tucked it behind his waist. Let's go to the Great Wall. With Jon, right. Arya walked up to Lynn and looked up at him with her little face. She paused for a moment, seemingly gathering her courage, then hugged Lynn tightly and looked up at her. Can you take me with you? Lynn paused for a moment. He looked into Arya's expectant eyes. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Arya's voice rose a few decibels. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to learn embroidery, and I don't want to be some kind of lady. I want to learn swordsmanship. I want to go on an adventure. Arya's gaze fell on the longsword at Lynn's waist. It was filled with undisguised longing. Lynn looked at Arya. He knew. If Arya follows Ned south, she and her direwolf Nymeria will clash with Joffrey on King's Road. That conflict will drive Nymeria away. This would make Sansa's direwolf lady, a scapegoat, to be executed. This will further intensify the conflict between the Stark and Lannister families. And now an opportunity to change all of this is right in front of us. Lynn thought for a moment, then stood up. Arya, come with me. Lynn opened the door and went out. Arya hesitated for a moment, then immediately followed. The atmosphere in Ned's study was oppressive. He was writing letters and making arrangements for various matters in the north. After he goes south, the burden of the entire north will fall on Robb's shoulders. Father, Arya's voice made Ned look up. He saw Arya and his brow furrowed slightly. Arya, you should be with the nun at this time. You skipped class again. Father, I want to go to the Great Wall with Lynn. Arya blurted it out. Ned's face darkened. Nonsense. This is no joke. Arya met her father's gaze without fear. I don't want to stay in Winterfell. I hate this place. It's so boring. I want to go on an adventure. Ned's breath hitched. He looked at his youngest daughter. I just couldn't bring myself to say anything to blame them. Finally, Ned said, Arya, why don't you come south with us? The warm south is ultimately more suitable for you than the cold north. Didn't you want to learn swordsmanship? Once we reach King's Landing, I'll hire the best swordsmanship instructor for you. Arya's eyes lit up for a moment. But then she caught sight of Lynn standing to the side. She shook her head without hesitation. No, I'm going on an adventure to the Great Wall. At this moment, Lynn spoke up. Adult. Let's compromise. Miss Arya, please come with me and Jon Snow to the wall. After I've finished dealing with these matters, I'll take her south to King's Landing. Ned remained silent. He knows it better than anyone else. My daughter's personality, she looked just like her long-deceased aunt Lyanna. They share the same untamed nature and the same yearning for freedom. Winterfell, King's Landing, was practically a cage for this little wolf. Let her come with me, sir. Lynn continued. I will send her and Jon to the wall. It's tough there, but at least it's safe. Once you've established yourself in King's Landing, I'll personally escort her to your side. Ned looked at Lynn. Looking at this young man who has saved his family time and time again, that trust had already taken root in his heart. Lynn's suggestion isn't entirely unacceptable. At least for Arya, it will be a wonderful adventure. For a long time, Ned finally let out a slow breath. Lynn, he looked at Lynn with an extremely solemn expression. I'm handing her over to you. You must protect her as you would protect yourself. Bring her back to me safely. I heard from Kate that she wanted to give you a reward, but you refused. I'll give you a 100-man squad at your disposal. Holy crap, 100 people. Lynn was stunned when she heard it. But then he thought of Arya and it dawned on him. Arya's influence is definitely involved. Ned knows better than anyone what the Night's Watch is now. He was worried about his daughter's safety. Heaven knows how long it's been since those Night's Watch men have seen a woman. This is enough to solve most of the problems you encounter. The Stark family is never stingy with rewards for their meritorious service. Most of these men are elite troops and there are cooks among them. You don't need to worry about their rations. I'll send them to you regularly. All I ask is that you treat them well. Arya's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She almost jumped for joy. Lynn lowered his eyes, concealing the fleeting glint of light within them. At its peak, Westeros had a population of only 3 million, with King's Landing as a megacity accounting for almost a third of that number. If calculated based on carrying capacity, supporting such a city's population would require at least 15 million rural residents. Therefore, In terms of medieval war mobilization rates, being able to muster an army of 100,000 was already considered quite impressive. Small-scale conflicts typically involved only a few thousand people. Moreover, the mobilization of the large army largely relied on the support of vassals from the territory. Take Bear Island as an example. The entire island has only about 80 highly skilled fighters. Despite having many vassals, Ned was able to draw upon 100 loyal Stark soldiers, a result of his vigorous cultivation of Lynn. Of course, there was also the factor of protecting Arya involved. Yes, sir. Being overly eager for quick success and instant benefits will only make others dislike you. For a family that values honor so much, taking a step back is the best option. Ned Stark nodded and walked straight to Lynn's side. Lynn, I can tell you're someone who values honor a lot. I've seen everything you've done to House Stark these past few days. I have made you break your promise to the Night's Watch. Please do not blame me. Lynn shook her head in denial. It is my honor to serve you. Ned now really likes Lynn, who knows what's good for her. Not only is he loyal, but his combat strength is also decent. Moreover, he knows when to advance and retreat, and he possesses the ability to predict the future. I couldn't help but think more about nurturing Lynn. House Stark never mistreats its loyal followers. Moreover, Lynn's prophetic abilities are extremely important. When you return, I need your help to find out the cause of my adoptive father's death. In return, I will negotiate with Robert to grant you a lordship title. You will be my vassal with your own fief in the north and your own people. I have high hopes for you, Lynn. Don't let me down, Lord, really. Lynn understood that giving him 100 men earlier had conveyed two important signals. Firstly, he had already become one of Ned's own people. The most important point, Ned will definitely do his best to develop him. This means that Ned wasn't just talking, he genuinely had this idea. However, certain prerequisites must be met. He needs to prove his worth to Ned before Ned will continue to increase his stake. Once Lynn becomes a vassal, even without any real power, population, or wealth, he will still transcend the realm of ordinary people and ascend to a new social class. The Starks and Baratheons married through Sansa. If Ned isn't currently considering a marriage alliance with another faction, then Arya is someone he can try to win over. Only by truly marrying Arya can he be considered truly bound to the Starks. Thinking of this, Lynn knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. Thank you for your guidance, sir. By the ancient gods above, I will certainly not disappoint you, sir. Upon hearing the words old gods, Ned's expression softened. All right, go pack your luggage and get some rest. The air in Winterfell was bitterly cold in the early morning. The courtyard was filled with noise, the white breaths of people and horses mingling together. Both teams are making their final preparations for departure. One banner flies south. They surrounded the hand of the king and the new king. The other branch went north and was much smaller. Only 100 or so elite cavalrymen from the north stood silently and menacingly. Ned Stark, dressed in a heavy fur coat, approached Lynn. The noise of the courtyard seemed to be shut out. My lord, you must remember what I said before. You are the hand of the king, but in King's Landing you have no power of your own. To whom does the golden robe obey? To whom do the nobles in the court pledge allegiance? For you to investigate now is like sticking your head into a lion's mouth and expecting it not to close its teeth. Lynn's words, though harsh, were the truth. Ned hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. I can temporarily set aside Jon's matter, but what am I supposed to do? Just wait around? Do nothing. Lynn gave an answer that Ned couldn't understand. Listen to me, just act like the simple-minded, honor-obsessed, boorish brute they imagine. Let them despise you, let them think you pose no threat. The more incompetent and outrageous you appear, the more they will lower their guard. This is the way of survival in King's Landing. Ned's breathing became heavy. These words completely overturned the principles he had upheld throughout his life. Making him play the fool, that's worse than killing him. Your primary task is not revenge, but survival. Now that Lord Arryn has just been murdered, everyone is watching you. If an adult displays too much talent or ambition, they will inevitably become a target of public criticism. Lynn looked Ned straight in the eye and explained the stakes to him again. Only by surviving can you protect the king and your family. You need time, sir. Don't rush, slowly find the hidden serpents in King's Landing, one by one. Then, using the northern method, cut off their heads one by one. Ned gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He glanced at Sansa, who was gazing longingly at Prince Joffrey not far away. He glanced again at Arya, who was standing next to Lynn, bouncing around with a sewing needle tucked into her waistband. Let's do it for the children's sake. Ned's gaze finally softened slightly. I see. Ned spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I will. Be careful. He reached out and patted Lynn hard on the shoulder. My daughter is in your care. And Jon Snow, his identity will attract a lot of attacks, so please help him out as well. Bring Arya back safely and take good care of them. Please, Lynn? Lynn nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. The bugle sounded. The southward-bound column began to move slowly. Ned, King Robert's impatient urging could be faintly heard. Ned glanced at Lynn and Arya one last time. He turned and strode toward that journey of power and death. Lynn watched the massive procession disappear into the distance. He turned around and looked at Jon Snow, Arya Stark, Benjen Stark, and an uninvited guest, Tyrion Lannister, behind him. It's time for us to set off. Jon Snow led his white horse. His face was expressionless. He simply nodded at Lynn. Arya blushed with excitement. She finally left Winterfell, the city that had suffocated her. Lynn mounted his horse. The 100 northern cavalrymen mounted their horses in unison. These are the most loyal warriors of House Stark. They would give anything for the glory of the Starks, including their own lives. Now they only obey Lynn. Giddy up! Lynn gave the reins a jerk, and his warhorse neighed and took the lead heading north. The group set off onto King's Road. On both sides of the road were vast wildernesses, the ground covered with snow. The distant woods were bare, like rows of silent sentinels. Arya was clearly experiencing such a long journey for the first time. She rode a gentle mare, darting back and forth in the procession, finding everything new and fascinating. Lynn, what lies beyond the Great Wall? Have you been there? Could you take me to see it? Jon followed silently beside Lynn. He glanced at the receding silhouette of Winterfell behind him, his expression complex. That was his home, where he had lived for more than a decade. It was also a place that would never belong to him. What are you thinking about? Lynn asked. Jon snapped out of his reverie and shook his head. Nothing. Lynn said to Jon, you must have gone to visit Bran last night. Did Lady Stark give you a hard time? Jon looked somewhat dejected. Madam has always been like this. I'm used to it by now. Lynn smiled and offered words of comfort. The Great Wall is a nice place. Their background doesn't matter. The Night's Watch are brothers, regardless of whether you're a B***D or not. Jon's body stiffened. He looked up at Lynn. Lynn's gaze, however, was fixed on the north, on that edge of the world. Tyrion is right. Never forget who you are, because the world will not forget. Use it to arm yourself, and no one can use it to harm you. Jon pondered those words, lost in thought. He was driven away by Catelyn on the night of the banquet, and he was in a bad mood. Hearing those words again now, with a different mindset, my understanding is naturally different. Tyrion, while riding his horse, raised his glass to Lynn from afar. The procession had been traveling for most of the day, and it was gradually getting dark. Lynn ordered his men to set up camp at the foot of a sheltered hill. The soldiers skillfully started a fire and set up tents. Soon, dozens of campfires lit up the wilderness. The warm firelight dispelled the cold and darkness. Lynn handed Arya a piece of roasted venison. The little girl was starving. She grabbed the venison and began to eat it in large mouthfuls. She doesn't act like a lady at all. Lynn, I never knew you were such a good cook. Just then, a scout rode out of the darkness. He dismounted in front of Lynn. Adult. The scout's voice carried a hint of seriousness. A caravan has been spotted 5 miles ahead. They seem to be in trouble. Lynn raised an eyebrow. Trouble? Yes, sir. That's what the scout replied. Their wagon got stuck in a mud pit, and there was a lot of blood around it. It's like we've just been through a battle. The news brought by the scouts instantly froze the warm atmosphere that had just begun to rise in the camp. For this to happen on the lands of the North under the Stark banner is tantamount to slapping the direwolves across the face. Lynn stood up and brushed the snow off her clothes. Jon, take some men and stay behind to protect Arya. The rest of you follow me. Jon nodded, careful. Lynn, accompanied by 20 of his most elite armored cavalrymen and scouts, disappeared into the vast night. The horses' hooves pounded the snow with a dull thud. A faint, pungent smell of blood filled the air. The closer you get, the stronger the smell becomes. Finally, they spotted the attacked caravan. Several heavy horse-drawn carriages were stuck in the mud. One of the vehicles had its axle broken, and the entire carriage had overturned to the ground. The horse pulling the cart lay in a pool of blood, its body already stiff, one eye still wide open, reflecting the dark night sky. The caravan's goods had long since disappeared. Several corpses lay scattered around the convoy. They were guards for the caravan. Their deaths were gruesome. Their bodies were covered in knife wounds, and their faces were frozen with the terror of their impending demise. Lynn dismounted and slowly walked into the mess. He crouched down and dabbed a little blood on the ground with his finger. The bloodstains had already congealed. This indicates that some time has passed since the battle took place. Sir, there are survivors here. A soldier found a huddled figure under the overturned carriage. He was a businessman. The large, fat body was stuck between the carriage and the ground, one leg twisted at an unnatural angle. His breathing was weak, and his lips were a deathly gray from blood loss. Lynn walked over and held the water pouch to his mouth. The merchant drank greedily for a few sips, and only then did a sliver of light return to his cloudy eyes. Bandits. They took everyone away. They went into the woods to the north. Extreme fear appeared on the businessman's face. Lynn stood up, his face terribly grim. Now that I'm working for the Starks, I can't just sit idly by when something like this happens. His men are all watching. Such a thing must not be allowed to happen on the lands of the north. This is the most direct provocation against House Stark. Find their trail. Lynn gave the order. The soldiers immediately dispersed and carefully searched every inch of the surrounding land. Soon they found a series of messy footprints and drag marks on the snow leading to the dense forest to the north. Lynn returned to the camp. He explained the situation briefly. Anger ignited on the faces of all the soldiers. Such brutal plundering in their protected lands is a trampling of the honor of every northerner. My lord, give the order. The cavalry captain, a burly man named Torrin, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. We'll hang those scum's heads on the walls of Winterfell. Lynn's gaze swept over everyone. Gather everyone. We'll set off immediately. He stepped aside and whispered an order to the cavalry captain, Torrin. Listen, Torrin, once you find them, don't kill them immediately. Torrin was stunned. Adult, break their arms or legs to incapacitate them. Lynn's voice was very low so that only the two of them could hear it. I want to personally end their lives one by one. Torrin looked at Lynn, his rugged eyes filled with incomprehension, but he didn't ask any further questions. In the north, obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Yes, sir. Not far away, Tyrion Lannister watched all of this unfold. He leaned against his tent, a glass of wine in his hand, his short figure stretched long in the firelight. Lynn's order was very strange. To personally execute the enemy, it's very similar to Ned's style of doing things. Very strange. What exactly was Lynn's motive? Tyrion's lips curled into a playful smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. The forest was dimly lit, and the withered branches and leaves under the snow crunched underfoot. Lynn led 50 cavalrymen through the woods. The stench of blood and a nauseating burnt smell in the air grew stronger and stronger. Finally, in the middle of a clearing in the woods, they spotted the bandits' camp. The campfire burned brightly, casting ghostly shadows on the surrounding trees. A dozen or so bandits were gathered around a campfire, laughing loudly and drinking the wine they had stolen. The sight before them, perched atop several large trees, froze the blood of every northern soldier. The abducted caravan members were stripped naked and tied to tree trunks with ropes. Some of them had charred marks on their bodies from branding irons. Others had their fingers broken off one by one, hanging limply at their sides. A woman was hanging from a tree branch, her golden hair stained with blood hanging down, her body still twitching slightly. The bandits seemed to enjoy the torture. They would occasionally pick up red-hot iron bars and head towards the poor prisoners. Amidst their agonizing screams, he let out a wild, beast-like laugh. This is not plunder. This is pure, unadulterated evil that takes pleasure in tormenting others. Lynn raised his hand. The soldiers behind him slowly drew their long swords from their waists. The sword's edge reflected a cold, icy light in the moonlight filtering through the trees. Lynn's hand suddenly swung down. Kill! A low growl. 50 elite soldiers from the north, mounted on warhorses, charged toward the camp. The bandits drank and made merry, completely unprepared under the influence of alcohol. The others only realized what was happening when the first bandit was pierced through the throat by a longsword. The battle was less a battle and more a massacre. The anger that had been building up in the guards' hearts finally erupted at that moment, but they still strictly followed Lynn's orders. Sword back, hammer handle, fists and feet. The difference between full armor and no armor is enough to make the guards go easy on them. Snap. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally clear amidst the screams. One of the thugs had his arm smashed off and he rolled on the ground clutching his arm. Another thug's knee was shattered and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up again, in no time at all. All the bandits lay on the ground. They wailed and struggled, yet none of them died. The battle is over. Lynn strode into the camp. He ignored the rescued merchants and went straight to a bandit still writhing on the ground. The bandit looked at him in terror and tried to move his body backward. Lynn drew the Valyrian steel dagger from his waist. The keel handle was icy to the touch. The dagger swiftly and cleanly plunged into the bandit's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. The bandit's body convulsed continuously and he fell silent in less than a minute. Kill one enemy, experience point plus 1 current experience points. 8. Lynn remained expressionless and moved on to the next person. He was like a tireless farmer harvesting ripe crops in his own field. Start. The knife fell. Kill one enemy, experience point plus 1 current experience points. 9. Jon stood at the edge of the camp watching this scene unfold. He watched Lynn with that dagger end one life after another. There was no anger, there was no pity. There wasn't even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It felt like dealing with a trivial matter. Jon felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He had also witnessed executions. Jon Snow had never seen so many people killed at once. In the camp, only the dull thud of daggers piercing flesh and the bandits' final gasps before death remained. Kill one enemy, experience point +1 current experience points. 10. Lynn slowly straightened up when the last bandit fell into a pool of blood. He now has 25 years of experience. Master the light sword, then focus the rest on one-handed swords. Experience -9, light sword beginner 1 right arrow 10, level up experience -16, one-handed sword proficiency, 18 right arrow 34 name, Lynn's strength 5 normal agility 5 normal physical condition, 5 normal one-handed sword proficient, 34 100 light sword proficient 1 100 riding skill proficient 1 100. Unarmed combat proficient 84 100 remaining experience, 0. Lynn sheathed his dagger. Warm blood splattered on the back of his hand, but he didn't care. They simply wiped it casually on the corpse's clothes. The camp was filled with a strange smell, a mixture of blood, burnt odor, and pine needles. The soldiers from the north have untied the ropes binding the survivors. The merchants collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling violently from fear and cold. They looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, then at Lynn, their eyes filled with awe. The fat merchant leading the group was the one Lynn had rescued earlier. He struggled, dragging his broken leg, and crawled to Lynn. Adult. Tears streamed down his face as he banged his head against the muddy, blood-stained ground. You saved us all. My life, my everything belongs to you. He pulled a heavy money bag from his pocket and held it high above his head. This is all my savings. Please accept this. Lynn's gaze swept over the money bag and then settled on the merchant's face, which was filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. I accept your thanks. Lynn's voice was calm and even. He didn't take the money bag, but instead spoke to Torrhen behind him. Take stock of their losses. Compensate them with the loot from these bandits. The remaining surplus loot will be used as military supplies. The merchants were stunned. Torrhen was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately responded loudly. Yes, sir. Lynn bent down and helped the merchant up. In the north, under the Stark banner, no one can do as they please. It is our duty to eliminate bandits. After saying that, Lynn didn't look at the merchants again and turned to walk out of the camp. Jon followed silently behind him without saying a word. The night wind blew, lifting the hem of Lynn's black coat. There was a hint of admiration in Jon's eyes. When Lynn led his team back to the campsite, the sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Arya was the first to rush out of the tent. She immediately spotted the shaken merchants and the extra carriages in the procession. Lynn. She ran to Lynn's horse, tilted her little face up, and her eyes sparkled. Did you rescue them all? What about those bad guys? Did you kill them all? Lynn dismounted and ruffled her hair. Yes, the problem is solved. Arya's face shone with adoration. In her view, this is what heroes should do. Jon Snow also came over. His gaze was complex. He watched Lynn and Arya's intimate actions and his lips moved slightly. He seemed to want to say something but ultimately chose to remain silent. He and Lynn were actually kind of the same kind of people. The only difference is that one is an illegitimate child and the other's status is vastly different from Arya's. He sincerely hoped that Lynn could turn the tide. Wonderful. A voice, tinged with mockery, rang out. Tyrion Lannister emerged from his tent, a wine glass in his hand. His dwarf body cast a short shadow in the morning light. I've heard about it, a classic northern-style justice, swift, thorough, and without leaving any future problems. Tyrion walked up to Lynn. Those eyes, one black and one green, different colors and sizes, gleamed with an all-seeing wisdom. I'm just curious. Why did you choose to kill them one by one yourself? Wouldn't it be easier to delegate that kind of task to your subordinates? Lynn met Tyrion's gaze. In the north, the lord must carry out the execution himself. This is a tradition of the north, Tyrion laughed. I understand the Ned Stark tradition. But you are not a lord, Lynn. You are just an unsung warrior. Tyrion took a sip of his drink, his smile widening. Are you doing this to intimidate your subordinates? Or is it to enjoy the process? Lynn did not answer. He simply looked at Tyrion calmly. The two stared at each other for a moment. Tyrion shrugged and was the first to look away. Okay, never mind. Only an interesting puzzle is worth the time to solve. Tyrion turned and staggered back to his tent. Another day of travel. Night fell again. The campfire in the camp was burning brightly. The soldiers were talking in hushed tones, while the merchants gathered together to pray for their fallen comrades. Lynn intended to deliver these merchants to the nearest castle. It's not entirely a thankless task. These merchants traveling through Westeros could, to some extent, expand Lynn's influence. Although this influence is currently negligible, Lynn found Benjamin Stark. The chief ranger sat alone by the fire, carefully polishing his longbow. The bow is made of yew wood, simple yet tough, with fine patterns carved on it, clearly indicating that it has been with him for many years. Each ranger has a bow. Mr. Banyang. Lynn sat down opposite him. Banyang raised his head, his weathered gray eyes appearing exceptionally sharp in the firelight. "What's up? I would like to ask you for advice on archery." Lynn got straight to the point. Banyang paused for a moment while wiping his bow. He looked Lynn up and down, seemingly somewhat surprised. "The sword is a knight's weapon. Bows and arrows are the weapons of the rangers. However, since you want to learn, I naturally have no reason to refuse." Banyang's voice was deep and powerful. He had seen Lynn's fight. "This young man is decisive, courageous, and remarkably calm. He's good material for a ranger. Watch closely." Banyang stood up, picked up his longbow, and casually nocked an arrow. He didn't aim at anything. He simply drew back the bowstring. The bowstring was drawn to its fullest extent. His arm muscles were bulging, yet he remained as steady as a rock. Your shoulders, your arms, your back should form a straight line. Use your back to pull the strings, not your arms. Feel that power flowing from your feet all the way to your fingertips. Banyang released the bowstring. The arrow whistled as it shot into the distant darkness, disappearing without a trace. Lynn stood up and, mimicking him, picked up a spare bow. He adjusted his posture according to Banyang's instructions. Once, twice. He tirelessly repeated the action of drawing the bow, feeling the subtle changes in every muscle in his body. Every archer is a strong man. If you really think of them as weak pushovers in close combat, you'd be making a big mistake. In fact, to some extent, these archers possess strength and stamina far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. Sweat began to trickle down Lynn's forehead. His arms started to ache, but he didn't care. Lynn's mind was filled with every word and every detail that Banyan had said. Through diligent practice and guidance from a master, strength attributes have reached the required level and a new skill has been successfully mastered. Archery Beginner 110. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Lynn's lips. "It's done." But he soon felt dissatisfied again. He looked around. Jon's swordsmanship is good, but it overlaps with his own. Torrin and the guards were only mediocre swordsmen. These people could teach him very little. He needs more experience and more skills. He needs to go to a wider area. The Great Wall is just the beginning. The next day, the group continued north. King's Road stretches across the boundless snowfield like a gray scar. We walked until noon. The scouts who were on the front lines spurred their horses back. "Adult, a troop has been spotted ahead. They're also flying the Night's Watch's banner." Banyang raised an eyebrow and spurred his horse forward. Lynn followed. Soon, a black-clad team appeared on the horizon. There were about 30 of them, and they were travel-worn. The leader was a tall, middle-aged man with a resolute face. "Yulin." Banyang recognized the other person and shouted loudly. The man named Yulin also saw Banyang, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The two teams met in the middle of the snow. "Banyan," Yulin dismounted and gave Banyan a bear hug. "I never expected to run into you here. I thought you had already gone back to Castle Black." Yoren is the Night's Watch recruiter, responsible for transporting criminals who are about to become members of the Night's Watch. "I'm taking my nephew to the Great Wall." Banyang pointed at Jon. Yoren's gaze lingered on Jon for a moment. He seemed somewhat surprised, but nodded nonetheless. Then his gaze swept over Lynn, Arya, and the 100 elite northern warriors. "This is..." Yoren's face was filled with confusion and a hint of barely perceptible aloofness. He clearly recognized Lynn, the man rumored to be a deserter in Castle Black. "Lord Stark is going to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King," Banyang explained simply. "This is the guard he gave Lynn specifically to escort Arya north." Yulin's group joined Lynn's neat ranks. Through his inquiries, Yoren learned that Lynn, now aligned with Lord Ned, naturally dared not say anything more. This made the team even more silent. Those 30-odd so-called new Night's Watchmen stood in stark contrast to Lynn's armored and imposing northern soldiers. The fresh blood was dressed in rags, and its body reeked of a long-unwashed, sour stench. Some people were timid and avoided eye contact, like a rat that's used to living in the gutter. Others had fierce eyes, with the ferocity of a wild beast driven to the brink of despair. Lynn and Arya walked side by side. Arya also whispered, "Lynn, my father promised to help you obtain the title of Lord. If you become a lord, will you be eligible to marry me?" Lynn paused. Arya was still young and didn't have a deep understanding of power or the issue of being mismatched in social status. She only cares about who makes her happy, and that's who she chooses to be with. A typical Stark straightforwardness. However, these words were clearly said intentionally to Arya. Lynn did not deny it. Yes, once I become a lord, your father will definitely agree to my marrying you. Arya became more talkative when she was happy. Just as I suspected, Jon Snow didn't lie to me. He also wants me to help you more and to put in a good word for you with my father. It was Jon Snow. This kid has probably already figured out from the subtle clues that Arya has different feelings for him. After all, Jon and Arya have a very good relationship, so it's not surprising that he could tell. Fortunately, Jon had no ill intentions, and Lynn's tense expression eased. He turned around and looked at Jon Snow behind him. Jon Snow was riding a horse. He didn't look at Lynn, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards those people. Jon saw a man missing an ear. He was staring intently at Arya with his murky eyes, his gaze filled with naked greed. He saw another person with a hideous scar on their face. The man made no attempt to hide his chapped lips, his gaze sweeping over the supplies in the group. These people are his future brothers. Jon's brow furrowed unconsciously. The Night's Watch he envisioned was an iron bulwark composed of countless heroes who defended their homeland, like his Uncle Bunyan and Lynn, instead of this mob. To call them a rabble is to overestimate the number of people in front of us. What are you looking at? A voice interrupted Jon's thoughts. Tyrion Lannister, unnoticed, rode up to Jon Snow on his pony. His eyes of different colors held a hint of knowing amusement. Admiring your future comrade, you be ******** little brother. Jon's lips pressed into a stiff line. They are also members of the Night's Watch. Jon's voice carried a hint of defense that he himself was unaware of. Oh, of course. Tyrion nodded dramatically, as if agreeing with a truth. He took a sip of the wine from the bullet-shaped pouch he carried with him. The spicy liquid made him squint his eyes contentedly. They will soon don black robes and guard the kingdom. How noble. Tyrion pointed his short finger at a man with pointed ears and a monkey-like face. Did you see that? I bet he's a thief. Those habitual offenders who can't control themselves. Perhaps it was for a few slices of bread, or perhaps for the Lord's wife's necklace. The judge gave him a choice: cut off his hand or go to the Great Wall. It seems he cherishes his hands. Jon's face paled slightly. Tyrion's gaze then shifted to the man with the scar on his face. And that one. Look at the way he walks and those eyes. A murderer without a doubt. Perhaps it's for a **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************2 Whether he faced the noose or headed north, the outcome would be the same for him. Tyrion's voice wasn't loud, but it precisely dissected the fragile cloak of honor that Jon had draped over the Night's Watch. And that guy, the one who keeps staring at Arya. Tyrion's lips curled into a slight smile. ********T, the most disgusting kind. If it weren't for Yulin's chains, I bet he would have pounced on him by now. Castration or becoming a lifelong bachelor at the Great Wall wouldn't be a difficult choice for him. He really cherished his job. However, I think any man would make the same choice as him. Tyrion shrugged. Jon's breathing became heavy. His hands, gripping the reins tightly, turned white from the force. Stop talking. Ha, Tyrion let out a short laugh. You be **********D brat, what do you think the Great Wall is? The ultimate fate of heroes? No, no, no. Tyrion shook his head dramatically, as if correcting a child who had made a mistake. The Great Wall was the largest latrine in the Seven Kingdoms. All the filthy, foul-smelling, and shameful garbage will eventually be washed up there. Thieves, robbers, murderers, rapists, and, as Tyrion finished speaking, his shrewd eyes remained fixed on Jon's face. Jon's body froze on horseback. He wanted to argue, but found himself unable to utter a single word. What Tyrion said was true, a fact he had been deliberately avoiding, yet which existed in a bloody way. He raised his head and looked again at his new brothers. This time what he saw was no longer his future brother. Rather, they were specific sordid crimes. It is theft, it is robbery, it is murder, it is debauchery. His long-held lofty ideals about the Night's Watch were shattered in this moment by Tyrion in the most cruel way. At the front of the procession, Lynn reined in his horse. He didn't turn around, but he heard the conversation clearly. Banyang maintained his gentle expression, seemingly unconcerned about these matters. Seeing that no one was speaking, Tyrion lost interest. He picked up a book and began reading it with great interest. This also piqued Jon's curiosity. I noticed it before. You seem to be always reading. Why do you read so many books? Tyrion didn't even look up. Jon, I need you to watch over me. Then answer me, what did you see? Jon was at a loss for words. It was Tyrion who spoke first. I bet you're thinking what you're seeing is a dwarf. Indeed, I am a dwarf. If I had been born into an ordinary family, my parents would probably have drowned me in the latrine long ago. Tyrion continued flipping through the book in his hands. But of all people, I was born in Casterly Rock of House Lannister. I am under a lot of attention. My sister is the queen. My nephew is the future king, the protector of all 7 kingdoms. And me, occupying the Lannister title without bearing any responsibility. My brother has his sword. King Robert has his warhammer. And I have my own brain. Tyrion tapped his temple with his short fingers. A sharp mind requires extensive reading just as a sword needs a whetstone to be sharpened. That's why I read so many books. Jon remained silent. He looked at the dwarf in front of him. For the first time he felt that Tyrion's small frame contained a strength that rivaled any knight's. Jon also thought of himself. What then are his own strengths? Tyrion looked up at Jon. I really enjoy communicating with others. This way I can learn different ways of thinking from different people. And you, illegitimate little brother, now it's your turn. What is your story? Being called a B********* D child repeatedly, Jon rolled his eyes and responded rather irritably. Dwarf, beg me, maybe I'll tell you if I'm in a good mood. Jon turned his head away, ignoring the incessantly chattering dwarf. The only sound in the air was the crackling of the firewood as the campfire burned. Tyrion Lannister's smile did not diminish in the slightest. He was strong-willed. Jon's sharp tongue, which he considered a fatal blow, couldn't affect his good mood at the moment. Tyrion's gaze shifted from Jon's stubborn young face to another, much calmer one. Lynn. This name has been appearing far too frequently in Winterfell lately. A Night's Watch deserter who should have been beheaded. He transformed himself into a benefactor of the Stark family. He even had a close relationship with Lord Eddard Stark. The twists and turns in this story are full of intriguing details. And what about you, Lynn? Tyrion shook the wine flask in his hand, the pungent aroma of the wine spreading through the cold air. Heroes of Winterfell. And why did you choose to wear black? His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. All eyes instinctively turned to Lynn. The newly recruited prisoners looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and indifference. The guards also looked at Lynn with curiosity. Benjen Stark still had that gentle expression, but he stopped wiping his bow and arrows, clearly paying attention to this side. Even Arya, who had been chattering away, fell silent and looked up at Lynn. She hadn't yet learned much about Lynn's past. Lynn did not answer immediately. The memories of my past life are incredibly clear in my mind. His predecessor was blinded by honor, which led him to join the Night's Watch. He has no prior criminal record. This supports his argument. This is also why Ned was willing to trust him. Lynn raised his head and looked at the night sky, which was illuminated by the firelight. The night in the north is so deep and pure that it is without a trace of impurity. I have not committed a crime. It was the old gods who guided me here. Lynn's words plunged the already quiet atmosphere in the camp into an eerie stillness. Old gods. Arya's eyes lit up instantly, filled with undisguised adoration. Jon's face also showed a look of astonishment. As a northerner, he grew up listening to stories of the old gods and worshipped them. However, the criminals from the south had strange expressions on their faces. In the south, the worship of 7 gods is widespread. However, most of them don't even know if they'll see the sun tomorrow, let alone believe in any vague or ethereal gods. Old gods. Tyrion finally couldn't help but let out a short, mocking laugh. He reacted as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Lynn, your excuse is far more amusing than our illegitimate son's silence. Tyrion took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Let me guess. Was it the weirwood tree in the forest that spoke to you? Was it a crow in the sky that brought you a letter? Tyrion's tone was mocking and full of skepticism, but beneath his nonchalant expression, his uneven eyes were fixed intently on Lynn. He was a Lannister who lives in a magnificent castle in the south, believing only in gold and power. The old gods are an ancient belief held by the barbarians of the north. In his view, they were nothing more than bedtime stories to fool country farmers. However, we still need to test the waters. Arya suddenly stood up, her face flushed red as she glared angrily at Tyrion. Lynn would never lie, and the old gods are real. Tyrion watched the bristling she-wolf with great interest, his smile widening. Lynn reached out and gently placed his hand on Arya's shoulder. Arya turned around and saw Lynn shaking his head slightly at her. She pursed her lips reluctantly but still obediently sat back down. I checked Lynn when he joined the Night's Watch. A deep voice broke the somewhat comical standoff. It's Benjamin Stark. He remained seated by the fire, his gaze calmly fixed on Tyrion. He had no branding marks on his body. His name was not on the bounty posters issued by the 7 kingdoms. He is neither a fugitive nor a criminal. Ban Yang's voice was devoid of any emotion. He was simply stating a fact. He walked alone across the Jing's River all the way to the foot of the Great Wall. He said he wanted to join the Night's Watch. I was there at the time. Tyrion's smile froze for a moment. He can mock vague and ethereal beliefs, but he could not refute the facts stated by the Chief Ranger. An innocent man gave up everything and voluntarily came to this harsh, icy land to become a Night's Watchman. This is something that cannot be explained by common sense. Why become a night's watchman if you haven't committed any crime? Either they're mentally ill or there's something truly hidden behind it. Lynn's story may be absurd, but Ban Yang's words draped this absurdity in an undeniable veneer of truth. Tyrion looked into Lynn's eyes, which remained calm even in the firelight. This is the first time I've felt this way. Perhaps I've really encountered an eccentric person whose worth cannot be measured by money or status. This puzzle was more complex than he had imagined. Tyrion's smile froze for a moment after Benjen finished stating the facts, but he recovered quickly. It was as if the embarrassment just now was merely an illusion cast by the flickering firelight. He raised his wine flask and offered a toast to Ban Yang from afar. "All right, Chief Ranger." Tyrion's gaze returned to Lynn. The look of inquiry in those eyes, one black and one green, seemed even stronger. An innocent person willingly forgoes sunshine and fine wine to come to this desolate, icy plain to brave the cold wind. This story is far more fantastical than the heroic epics sung by bards. So what exactly are you after? Honor? Tyrion chuckled and shook his head. Honors won't fill your stomach in winter. That power? He shook his head again. Besides savages, there's nothing on the Great Wall worth ruling. His gaze tried to cut through Lynn's calm exterior and peek into the truth beneath. Could it be? All for a woman? A knowing smile played at the corners of Tyrion's lips. It was as if this was the only answer to all the illogical things in the world. Let me guess, a noble lady who can't have you in her life. Or a S*X scandal that will ruin your reputation. Love can always turn the smartest person into the most foolish one. When Tyrion said this, his eyes were flippant, and his tone was full of the sarcasm and disdain of someone who had been there all along. Arya's expression turned somewhat grim. She liked Lynn, and these words hit her sore spot perfectly. Arya was about to retort again, but Lynn stopped her with a look. In the camp, everyone's eyes were focused on this silent confrontation. Lynn remained seated calmly. He picked up a branch and poked at the campfire in front of him. Sparks flew up, leaving brief, bright trails in the air. "Love," Lynn finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet it clearly drowned out the crackling sound of the burning firewood. The Lannisters seemed to have studied this word quite well. Tyrion shrugged. "I know a little bit about it." Lynn smiled. The smile was faint and appeared somewhat enigmatic in the firelight. "I have heard a story about love." Lynn's gaze shifted from the flickering flames to Tyrion's face. "It's also a love story, and the protagonist is a Lannister." Tyrion's body stiffened for a moment. His hand gripping the wine flask tightened unconsciously. "Oh," Tyrion tried to keep his tone light. "We Lannisters have quite a story to tell." "I'm not sure which one you're referring to." Lynn ignored Tyrion's feigned composure in response to his question. He just kept talking to himself. The voice was completely calm, as if it were telling an ancient legend that had nothing to do with the speaker. "The story says there was a young Lannister. He rescued a girl who was being bullied by robbers. The girl was running, followed by two men. His brother drew his sword and quickly drove the robbers away. He took off his cloak and gave it to the girl." Every word Lynn spoke struck Tyrion's heart like a heavy hammer blow. The color was fading from Tyrion's face at a visible rate. The smile on his face had completely frozen, turning into a ridiculous mask. She was an ordinary working-class girl, the daughter of a wheel mechanic. She was starving when we rescued her. He took the girl to an inn, where they ate 3 roast chickens and a large jug of wine. Jon and Arya looked at the two men with confusion. They couldn't understand why a perfectly good story would make Tyrion's face turn so ugly. Only Benjamin Stark frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. Lynn's voice continued. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a magical power, plunging the entire camp into a deathly silence. Strangely, he didn't drink alcohol at the time, yet he drank half a pot. He didn't want the girl to notice his physical defect. "So he's not good at dealing with women. I can only use drinking to numb myself to the facts I don't want to accept." The women only stared at his brother because his brother was tall and handsome, and he was afraid of that. This girl is different. She was gentle, considerate, and willing to accept all his imperfections, and so the young Lannister fell in love with the girl. The two went to bed and whispered sweet nothings to each other. The girl can also sing a very sad song. Finally, they found a drunken monk, slipped him a few gold coins, and they got married in a daze. Thump. The wine flask in Tyrion's hand slipped and fell to the ground. Deep red wine seeped into the dirty snow beneath our feet, staining it a shockingly dark hue. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, preventing him from making any sound. Lynn finally raised his eyes and looked directly into Tyrion's wide, differently colored eyes, which were bulging with shock and fear. Pity. 2 weeks later, the monk sobered up. He told the man's father about it. The boy's father made his older brother tell the truth. It was actually a scam. That girl was just a PR asterisk and asterisk ute. It was his father who hired him with a few gold coins. It was all for the sake of giving him a lesson in adulthood. From the chase to the brother going after them, then to the inn, the monk getting married. Everything was prearranged. Boom, a thunderclap seemed to explode in Tyrion's mind. That memory, which he had spent his entire life trying to bury and forget, was brutally unearthed by Lynn in the most cruel way, exposed to everyone's gaze. Lynn stood up. He looked down at Tyrion, who was slumped on the ground, trembling all over. The voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. The end of the story. His father, so that he would remember this lesson. He summoned his newlywed wife to the barracks. He made all the guards in the camp line up and take turns enjoying his new wife. The price is reasonable. Each person receives 1 silver coin from him, the husband. How many PR asterisks and asterisk utes can afford that price? He himself was forced to watch the entire thing, and at the end, he was compelled to give his new wife a gold coin. His wife earned so many silver coins that they were countless. The gleaming silver coins slipped through his fingers and fell to the ground. Arya felt a pang of pity, and her expression turned somewhat grim. Jon's expression was also complicated. The story was so cruel that he found it unbearable. He tried to put himself in the protagonist's shoes. I felt a heart-wrenching pain. Lynn leaned down slightly and whispered in Tyrion's ear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he uttered those words that sounded like a curse. Is that so? That girl named Tessa. That last word utterly shattered Tyrion's entire defenses. A roar, inhuman and filled with endless pain and rage, burst from Tyrion's throat. He suddenly raised his head. There was no longer any mockery or composure in those eyes. All that remained was a beastly madness. He stared intently at Lynn. It was as if she wanted to etch the man's appearance into her very bones. I have always deliberately concealed this from myself. It's a secret that even one's own brother and father would never reveal to the outside world. How did Lynn find out? Lynn slowly stood up and looked down at Tyrion. Now, do you believe I have received guidance from the old gods? Less guessing, less talking. I don't like being judged or criticized. Have you remembered, Your Excellency Lannister? Tyrion tried to regain his composure. But he just couldn't do it. Lynn bent down and patted Tyrion on the shoulder. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. However, I want to tell you this. What you see is not necessarily the truth. A few seemingly ordinary words elicited a strong reaction from Tyrion. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly into Lynn's eyes. What do you mean by that? What else do you know? Tyrion Lannister's breathing became heavy and rapid. He gripped Lynn's arm tightly. In those eyes, which were of different sizes, burned a flame that bordered on madness. What's the meaning? His voice was hoarse, like 2 rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other. What else do you know? Say it. The camp was deathly silent. Even the crackling sound of the campfire seemed to be swallowed up by the frozen air. Jon and Arya looked at each other in bewilderment. They simply couldn't understand it. Why could a story cause a Lannister to lose his composure to such an extent? Only Benjamin Stark, in his weathered eyes, flashed a knowing look. He silently stood up, took the still somewhat dazed Arya and Jon's hands, and walked towards the other side of the camp. Some things are not for children to hear. Tyrion's past is truly too cruel. Lynn did not break free from Tyrion's grasp. He simply lowered his head and calmly looked at the dwarf who was grabbing him. Looking at his face, flushed red from the intense emotional turmoil, she was also looking at the bloodshot eyes in his eyes. Lord Lannister. Lynn's voice remained eerily steady. Some truths are like Pandora's box. Once it's opened, what's released might devour you. No, Tyrion growled. Tell me the truth, please. Tyrion practically choked out the last word. The proud Lannister lion at this moment lowered his head, which he had never bowed to before, all for a truth that could potentially change his life. Lynn shook her head. Now is not the time. Tyrion swayed slightly. The flame in his eyes dimmed instantly, leaving only ashes and despair. Why? What do you want? Tyrion abruptly raised his head. His mind was racing, trying to find a bargaining chip. Is it gold? Casterok is overflowing with gold. A gold mine. I'll give you a gold mine. Just tell me. Tyrion was practically begging. A Lannister traded a gold mine for an answer. Lynn smiled. He slowly pried open Tyrion's fingers one by one, which were tightly gripping his. My lord, do you think the old gods would need gold? These words completely stunned Tyrion. Is this also guidance from the old gods to you? He looked at Lynn into those unfathomable eyes. For the first time, he realized that his wealth and wisdom, which he was so proud of, were so pale and powerless in the face of this man. He couldn't be bought off with money. I couldn't persuade him with words either. I felt like a fly caught in a spider's web. The other side, however, was the patiently waiting spider. What do you want? Since you've brought these things up to me, there must be something you want. Just tell me what you want, and as long as it's within my power, I'll give it to you. Tyrion's voice trembled slightly. Lynn leaned down and whispered in Tyrion's ear, what I need you can't give me right now. However, that day will come. Explaining the truth to Tyrion now won't be very effective. He was waiting for the Lannisters to reach their limit in their pressure on Tyrion. This would be more advantageous for him. Lynn straightened up and stopped looking at Tyrion. Get some rest, sir. The road to the Great Wall is still very long. After saying that, Lynn turned around and walked towards his tent. The distraught dwarf was left alone in the cold night. Tyrion collapsed onto the snow, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's not because of the cold. If all of that is a lie, if Tessa wasn't a PR asterisk and asterisk ute, she was just a pitiful, ordinary girl. If that wasn't a scam, then what about the pain and humiliation he has endured over the years? What cruel role did his father, Tywin Lannister, play in his life? Tyrion's fist slammed heavily onto the frozen, hard ground. Blood seeped from his broken knuckles, but he felt no pain whatsoever. In the shadows in the distance, Jon Snow witnessed all of this and was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that words could possess such terrifying power. Lynn didn't even draw his sword. They utterly crushed a high and mighty Lannister. Was he always this skilled when he was a member of the Night's Watch? Jon couldn't help but ask Benjen beside him. Banyang withdrew his gaze from Lynn's retreating figure, his expression complex. No, Banyang shook his head. Lynn used to be just an ordinary young man. His current state. Banyang paused for a moment, seemingly searching for a suitable word. More like a sword drawn from its sheath. He now also began to believe that the old gods had conveyed some message to Lynn, and at such a critical juncture. Arya gripped the sewing needle at her waist tightly. Her eyes shone with adoration. This is the person she wants to become. Instead of being a lady like Sansa, dressed in a pretty dress, waiting for a prince to rescue her. Rather, they are strong individuals who can use their own power to instill fear in their enemies and reassure their families. I've been living in a lie tailor-made for me all along. My father, my sister, my brother, everyone is manipulating my life in ways I can't see. Lannister knelt on the ground, utterly dejected. The Lannister surname is not a name of honor. Especially for someone as short as himself. Lynn watched Tyrion's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. He did not dislike Tyrion. The purpose of telling Tyrion these things was not only to teach him a lesson in his sharp tongue, but also to pave the way for the future. Everyone is a piece, but everyone is also a player. Even ordinary people can influence the situation. The seeds have been planted. That was a seed called hatred and betrayal. One day it will take root and sprout. It will grow into a towering tree capable of upending the entire Lannister family. And he, Lynn, will be the sole waterer. The next morning, when the team set off again, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Tyrion Lannister has changed. He stopped drinking. He threw the wine flask, which he almost never let go of, into the ashes of the extinguished campfire. He just focused on reading. He stopped talking. The dwarf, who was always witty and sharp-tongued, armed himself with a sharp tongue and wisdom, seemed to have become mute overnight. While traveling, he simply rode his horse in silence, following at the very back of the group. That face, once etched with cynicism, now held only a chilling gloom. Jon tried to go up and talk to him several times, but every time he saw Tyrion's empty eyes, he swallowed his words. Arya was somewhat frightened. She quietly moved closer to Lynn and asked in a low voice, "Lynn, what happened to that little dwarf? He looks like he's about to die." Lynn patted her head. "No, he's not dying." Lynn's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on that short figure. "He was reborn." Arya nodded, seemingly understanding. The group continued northward in silence. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Even the criminals that Luin brought sensed this unusual aura and began behaving themselves. Only Lynn remained calm. He spent most of his time learning archery from Banyang, draw the bow, aim, and fire. They were repeating the same monotonous actions. Archery beginner, 5'10", archery beginner, 6'10". Lynn discovered that with guidance and continuous practice, he could also gain experience. This discovery thrilled Lynn. The training also became more rigorous. His rate of progress astonished even Benjamin Stark. This young man seemed born to fight. Whatever techniques he taught, Lynn mastered them in the shortest amount of time. That kind of focus is nothing like that of a restless young person. 5 more days passed. When a colossal white shadow stretching across the sky appeared on the distant horizon, everyone reined in their horses. Great Wall, the Great Wall in desperate circumstances. It was an unimaginably magnificent barrier built of ice, snow, and magic. It resembles a giant white dragon lying prostrate at the edge of the world, towering into the clouds, stretching endlessly. That colossal white shadow stretching across the heavens and earth seemed like a sigh left behind by the creator god in the mortal realm, Great Wall. It stands there silently, dividing the world in two. On one side are the Seven Kingdoms, a land with civilization and greenery. On the other side lies the land of eternal winter. There are wild men and also the legendary White Walkers who have supposedly vanished without a trace. Arya's little mouth opened into a circle. Those gray eyes reflected the pale light emanating from the ice wall. This was more magnificent and grand than any story she had ever heard. Jon reined in his horse. He looked up, staring blankly at the icy cliffs. This is the place he will dedicate his life to protecting. The unease caused by the prisoners of Urin seemed to be soothed by this magnificent miracle at this moment. Tyrion Lannister stopped reading. He squinted his uneven eyes, scrutinizing this greatest creation in human history. For the first time, a pure, unadulterated look of amazement appeared on her face. Only Lynn remained calm. He looked at that familiar silhouette. The awe I felt when I first saw the Great Wall seems to still linger in my memory, but now in his eyes that wall is no longer the end of the world. Rather, it is a new beginning. The group slowly approached Black Castle. The fortress built at the foot of the Great Wall appears small and simple compared to the grandeur of the Great Wall itself. The black wooden and stone buildings, set against the backdrop of pure white snow, resembled ugly patches. As they passed through the deep, dark tunnel carved into the ice wall, a bone-chilling cold swept over them from all directions. The sound of horses' hooves echoed in the narrow space. When the light returned, they were already in the courtyard of the Black Castle. The courtyard was muddy, mixed with snowmelt and horse manure. Dozens of men dressed in black were carrying out their daily drills and work. Their arrival instantly silenced the entire courtyard. Everyone stopped moving. All eyes turned to them, not because of Benjen Stark, the first ranger. It wasn't because of Arya, a rare woman. It wasn't because of Tyrion's conspicuous dwarfism. Their gazes passed through everyone and were fixed on one person. Lynn. A strange, hostile atmosphere began to fill the air. It's him, that deserter. He actually dares to come back. Whispers rang out as soft as the buzzing of mosquitoes. A tall, thin man with a stern face put down his training sword and walked over slowly. It is Sir Elisha Thorne, the coach of Black Castle. His gaze pierced Lynn. A deserter actually came back alive. Lord Stark didn't see you off on your way. Thorne's voice was sharp and cutting, filled with undisguised malice. And Benjamin, why are you bringing the Stark guards with you? How, Lord Ned Stark, do you intend to replace us Night's Watch with your own guards? The Night's Watchmen behind him also wore expressions of mockery and disdain. In their eyes, Lynn was a disgrace. A coward who broke his oath and deserved to be beheaded. Now this coward has returned alive. Lynn did not speak. He simply sat calmly on his horse, looking down at Alyssa Thorne before him. The 100 elite cavalrymen from the north also placed their hands on the hilts of their swords at their waists. These elite troops obeyed Lynn's orders. This was personally instructed by Lord Stark. Now that Lynn has been humiliated, they naturally need to draw their swords in retaliation. A chilling killing intent instantly spread. The temperature in the courtyard seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Thorne's expression changed slightly. The rabble behind him involuntarily took a step back. That's enough, Alyssa. Benjamin Stark urged his horse forward, his voice deep and powerful. Lynn came back with me. If you have any questions, go talk to the commander-in-chief. The chief ranger's imposing presence froze the mockery on Thorne's face. He snorted coldly and reluctantly stepped aside. But those venomous eyes never left Lynn's back. The commander-in-chief's room was simple yet tidy. The flames in the fireplace dispelled some of the chill. Old Bear Giorgio Mormont was sitting behind the table, flipping through parchment documents. He had a full head of white hair and a thick beard. That weathered face was etched with the marks of time. A crow perched on his shoulder. It tilted its head, scrutinizing the two people who entered with its dark, beady eyes. Ban Yang. Commander-in-Chief Mormont raised his head, his voice hoarse like aged wine. His gaze passed over Ban Yang and landed on Lynn. That gaze was sharp and heavy. Why is he back? Why didn't he die on the guillotine at Winterfell? Benjamin Stark gave a brief and concise account of what had happened. From the White Walkers and the guidance of the old gods to Bran's fall, to the assassination attempt at the library, and then to Ned Stark's request. Commander-in-Chief Mormont simply listened quietly. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. After Ban Yang finished speaking, Commander-in-Chief Mormont remained silent for a long time. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the endless ice wall outside. Ned wants him to leave the Night's Watch. Commander-in-Chief Mormont's voice was devoid of emotion. He saved the Stark children. This is the reward Ned deserves. Banyan added. A reward? Commander-in-Chief Mormont turned around. Banyan, you're a night watchman too. Have you forgotten our vow? The long night is coming, and I shall begin my watch now, and it shall not end until I die. I will not marry, nor will I be granted land, nor will I have children. I will not wear a crown, nor will I vie for glory. I will serve my duty faithfully, even unto death. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian of the great wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light that breaks the dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the sturdy shield that guards the kingdom. I pledge my life and my honor to the night's watch, so to this night and all the nights to come. Every word he uttered seemed to be carved from ice and snow, cold yet resolute. Banyang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He knew that the commander-in-chief was not wrong. Oaths are the cornerstone of the night's watch's existence. If the situation falters, the entire legion will fall apart. Getting Lynn in through the back door is obviously not that easy. But sir, no buts. Mormont interrupted him. He walked back to the table and sat down again. Lord Stark is the hand of the king, but he is not Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Although Lord Stark is the Warden of the North, but here my words are the law. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. Lynn stood there the whole time without saying a word. He knew that this was Old Bear stating his position. This is something he has to do. Rules are rules. No one may trample on it, but Ned Stark was, after all, the Warden of the North. He couldn't refuse Ned's request. Most of Black Castle's supplies come from the Seven Kingdoms. Ned's mercy always resulted in giving more than that of the other Guardians. Lynn knew what was going on. Really, Mormont sighed. There was a hint of helplessness and weariness in that voice. But he looked at Lynn, a complex expression flashing in his sharp eyes. Since Lord Ned values you so much and has you stay at the wall, it is truly a waste of your talent. Mormont's fingers tapped lightly on the table. How about this? You remain a member of the Night's Watch and your oath remains valid. But your place of vigilance is not at the Great Wall. Isn't Lord Ned going to King's Landing? You should go with him. However, remember you are still a Night's Watchman. In this way, I haven't broken my vow and I've also repaid Lord Ned's favor. A relieved expression appeared on Banyang's face. This is a win-win solution. Lynn lowered his eyes, concealing the fleeting glint of light in them. He knew. This Old Bear commander was far more shrewd than he appeared. This is hardly a win-win situation. This clearly puts this controversy back into Ned Stark's hands. In name only, he was still a Night's Watchman, but in reality, he is already free. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, Lynn bowed slightly. Mormont continued. However, I agree that the attitudes of the other Night's Watch members are also important. After all, this isn't my personal domain. You'll have to figure out how to persuade them yourself. The air in the room became heavy because of Commander-in-Chief Mormont's words. Lynn walked out of the room. In the courtyard, Elisha Thorne and his Night's Watch had clearly been waiting. Upon seeing Lynn emerge, Thorne's usually stern face immediately broke into a mocking sneer. He had always despised deserters, and he had a great deal of resentment towards Lynn. What? Has the Commander-in-Chief already prepared a carriage for you, the traitor, to King's Landing? The watchman behind him burst into laughter. That laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. Lynn ignored him. His gaze swept over every man dressed in black in the courtyard. Their eyes held a range of expressions. Some were numb, some were resentful, and some were gloating. These people are the garbage cans of the Seven Nations, the dregs discarded by mainstream society. For most of them, a sense of honor is a laughable word. They only believe in the most primitive laws. Strength. Sir Thorne. Lynn's gaze met Thorne's venomous eyes, showing no fear. You seem to dislike me. Thorne's smile faltered for a moment, but he did not deny it. Certainly. Lynn nodded. He took off his cloak and casually tossed it to Torrin behind him. Then he drew the long sword from his waist. It was an ordinary Northern Standard longsword, its blade reflecting a cold, icy light in the pale daylight. Then let's use the rules of the North. Lynn pointed the tip of his sword at the ground. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the entire courtyard. One-on-one, anyone who disagrees, step forward. I will beat you all to a pulp and shut you all up. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence instantly. Even the distant clanging of blacksmiths stopped. Tyrion, holding a glass of hot wine, leaned against a pillar on the second-floor balcony, watching the scene below with great interest. This is much more exciting than the stories in his book. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that this deserter, whom they considered a deserter, would dare to be so arrogant. Elisha Thorne's face turned ashen. These words were tantamount to slapping him hard across the face in front of everyone. Arrogant, Thorne forced out two words through gritted teeth. He turned to the crowd behind him and shouted sternly, "Someone go teach this arrogant brat what rules are." A commotion broke out in the crowd. A burly man in black with a face full of scars walked out with a sinister grin. He picked up a heavy two-handed greatsword from the weapon rack. "Kid, I'll smash your pretty face into this frozen ground." He dragged the greatsword and walked step by step toward Lynn. Every step leaves a deep footprint. John's heart leaped into his throat. Arya gripped the sewing needle at her waist, her small face full of tension. Lynn stood still, motionless. He simply watched the burly man approaching him, the ferocious smile on his face and the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. The burly man roared, raised his greatsword high, and with all his might brought it down on his head. The wind is howling. Its imposing presence seemed to cleave Lynn along with the ground in two. Lynn moved. Just as the greatsword was about to fall, he slightly shifted his body to the side. This caused the greatsword to graze his clothes and slam heavily onto the ground. Bang! Ice and soil splashed everywhere. The burly man's body stiffened briefly due to the excessive force he exerted. This is the moment. Lynn's longsword moved. A flash of cold light streaked past so fast that its trajectory was impossible to discern. Arya's face lit up with excitement. This was Lynn's light sword. She studied it. Clang, a crisp metallic clang. The longsword struck the burly man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The burly man felt a numbness in his wrist and a sharp pain in his hand. The heavy greatsword slipped from his grasp and finally, with a thud, embedded itself in a nearby snowdrift. The burly man was stunned. He looked down at his empty hands, his face filled with disbelief. The next second, Lynn's sword hilt slammed heavily into his chin. Click! A clear cracking sound. The burly man's body flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing heavily to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. Fast, too fast. In the courtyard you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was frozen in shock. Elisha Thorne's pupils contracted sharply. Lynn knew his own limitations very well. After all, he was the coach. When Lynn first joined the Night's Watch, he was responsible for personally teaching the Night's Watch's standard swordsmanship. They often made things difficult for him. They've only been gone a short time, and this kid is already using such a strange and unpredictable light sword. For these Night's Watchmen who were used to using greatswords, it was like being completely restrained. The mockery and disdain on the faces of the Night's Watchmen behind Sir Thorne had vanished, replaced by an expression of astonishment and fear. Lynn sheathed his longsword. His breathing was perfectly steady, as if he had just done something insignificant. His cold gaze swept over the men in black once more. Next, night fell. A cold wind howled above the black castle. In Lynn's room, the fireplace was burning brightly. Torrin was carefully wiping Lynn's longsword with a clean linen cloth. More than a dozen tiny nicks have appeared on the sword. This afternoon, Lynn stood alone in the center of the courtyard with only a sword. He defeated a total of 10 challengers. From the initial ease to the end, Lynn had more than a dozen bruises on his body, but he never fell. Anyone who dares to come up, he will cut them down with his sword. At first, Lynn paid attention to rules and techniques, but as time went on, he fought more and more wildly, turning into a frenzied slashing attack that terrified every opponent. The Night Watchman, who had been shouting, fell silent. Thorne had secretly signaled to a few of his confidants that they were preparing to strike Lynn when he was exhausted, but Maester Eamon, who had come upon hearing the news, stopped them with a single sentence. "The Commander-in-Chief is watching." The centenarian scholar uttered only one sentence, trembling, and Thorne dared not make any further moves. This made Thorne feel even more humiliated, and he gritted his teeth whenever he thought of Lynn. The first day of the competition has now come to an end. Adult. Torrin respectfully handed the cleaned longsword back to Lynn. "You should get some rest. My brothers and I will keep watch inside the gate." Lynn nodded and took the longsword. He knew that Elisha Thorne wouldn't let it go so easily. Having lost face so badly during the day, that mean-spirited man will surely seek revenge in secret. However, Lynn didn't care. He tended to his wounds while reflecting on what he had accomplished that day. Although no one was killed, no experience points were gained. But the intense real combat experience deepened his understanding of swordsmanship, especially when dealing with opponents who use heavy weapons, how to use speed and skill to overcome great strength with minimal effort. Light sword proficient, 64-100, you can also gain experience by fighting a lot of enemies. Lynn looked at the system panel and smiled. Black Castle is a really nice place. These good brothers are all top-notch sparring partners. The door was gently pushed open. A faint creaking sound was particularly clear in the quiet room. Lynn did not turn around. He sat shirtless on a low stool in front of the fireplace, letting the warm firelight lick his wounded skin. The air was filled with the mingled smells of herbs and blood. Arya slipped in silently and quickly closed the door. She stood behind the door, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, her gray eyes fixed on Lynn's back in the dim light. A dozen or so bluish-purple bruises crisscrossed his broad back. One of the most serious wounds extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was barely sewn together with rough needle and thread. Like an ugly centipede, it lay sprawled on those firm muscles. That was left by a Night's Watchman wielding a warhammer during the last match of the afternoon. Arya's nose tingled, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She hurried over to Lynn's side and watched him clumsily apply the dark ointment that Aemon had given him to a wound on his ribs with a piece of linen cloth. "You're an idiot." Arya's voice was trembling with tears, a mixture of anger and anxiety. Lynn paused for a moment while applying the medicine. He turned his head and saw Arya biting her lip, stubbornly refusing to let her tears fall. He looked like a little wolf that had been provoked but didn't know what to do. Arya snatched Lynn's ointment and applied it to the sword wounds. "Why are you working so hard? You've defeated them, you've proven yourself." Arya's voice grew louder and louder, trembling slightly without her even realizing it. In her heart, Lynn was already the greatest hero in Westeros. Moreover, he is very intelligent. Lynn didn't need to prove anything to anyone, especially those crows with foul mouths and murky eyes. "Lynn, I am a daughter of House Stark. If I give the word, Commander-in-Chief Mormont will definitely let you leave." He swore allegiance to my father and to House Stark. Lynn didn't speak, he just quietly looked at Arya. The firelight danced deep within his eyes, reflecting the girl's face, which was filled with heartache and grievance. Lynn reached out, wanting to pat her head. But seeing the ointment and bloodstains on his hands, he pulled them back. "Arya," Lynn's voice was very gentle. "I'm not trying to prove anything." He pressed Arya down onto a stool, and the two turned to face the warm fireplace. Lynn's gaze pierced through the flickering flames as if he could see into the far distance. "If I can't even get out of that little black castle." Lynn paused for a moment. "How will we ever return to Winterfell openly and honestly again? Will I marry you?" The room fell into a deathly silence. Only the pine wood in the fireplace remained, crackling softly as it burned. Arya froze completely. She stared blankly at Lynn's profile. The face, sharply defined in the firelight, now appeared incredibly serious. "To marry me." These two words, like two thunderclaps, exploded in Arya's little head. She considered many possibilities. Lynn may have thought it was for honor, for freedom, or even to prove his abilities to Ned Stark. But she never thought of it. Every drop of blood Lynn shed in the courtyard, every wound he sustained, was for her, for a promise that is so distant yet so solemn. With a wow, Arya could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks like a burst dam. But this time it wasn't because of heartache. It wasn't because I felt wronged. It was an emotion that made her heart tremble violently, an emotion that defied description. She lunged forward and hugged Lynn tightly from behind. Those tiny arms used all their strength. It was as if she wanted to meld herself into Lynn's body. She buried her face deeply in Lynn's back. Hot tears soaked the bandages wrapped around Lynn's back. Lynn's body stiffened slightly. The girl's hug aggravated the wound, sending a sharp, stinging pain through it, but he didn't move. He simply let the girl hug him, feeling her body tremble and listening to her suppressed sobs. Lynn's purpose wasn't just that. This is the only thing that's appropriate to say to Arya. In Westeros, where male chauvinism reigns supreme, Arya had never heard of such a thing. She was almost moved to tears. For a long time, Arya's crying gradually subsided. She let go of Lynn's hand and walked around from behind him to face him. A pair of eyes, red and swollen from crying, shone strikingly bright in the firelight. She tiptoed, stretched out her small hand, and hastily wiped away the tears on her face with her sleeve. Then, in an extremely solemn tone, she spoke to Lynn. "I'm waiting for you." After she finished speaking, Arya suddenly noticed that there was someone else in Lynn's room. Two guards stood in the shadows, watching the two men with enigmatic smiles on their faces. Arya felt her face burning. She quickly covered her face, turned around, and ran out of the room. Lynn was left alone, sitting quietly in the firelight. He looked down at his hands, calloused from repeatedly gripping the sword. A slow, gentle smile curved her lips. The night grew deeper and deeper. The castle fell completely silent. Only the sound of the wind remained, like the wailing of ghosts. Lynn lay on the bed, breathing steadily, seemingly fast asleep. The door to the room was silently pushed open a crack by a dark figure. A man dressed in black slipped in silently, like a raccoon dog. He held a dagger in his hand. The dagger gleamed with a faint white light in the dim moonlight filtering through the window. The dark figure approached the bedside step by step. He stared at the sleeping figure on the bed, a savage, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He raised the dagger high. Just as he was about to stab him, two figures suddenly sprang up from the shadows in the corner of the room. They were Stark's guards. They didn't even make a sound. A steel knife from behind cleanly and swiftly sliced across the assassin's neck. Another longsword pierced his heart from the side. Warm blood gushed out. The assassin's body froze. He looked down in disbelief at the tip of the sword that had pierced his chest. A hoarse sound came from his throat. Then she collapsed limply to the ground. The whole process was lightning fast. The assassin was given no chance to react. On the bed, Lynn slowly opened her eyes. He sat up and looked at the still convulsing corpse on the ground. Someone actually dared to assassinate me? Lynn also found it somewhat unbelievable. And it was at this moment, a voice that only Lynn could hear echoed in his mind. Your soldier killed 1 enemy, experience points plus 2 current experience points. 2. Lynn's body jolted violently. His pupils also contracted to their maximum size in an instant. He didn't kill them. It was Torrhen and his men who killed them. It can actually increase experience points. It felt like a thunderclap exploded in Lynn's mind. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the 2 guards who had returned to the shadows. Look at the unwavering loyalty in their eyes. He remembered what Ned Stark had said to him in Winterfell. This 100-man squad is at your disposal. They only obey you, I see. It turns out that as long as someone belongs entirely to you. The experience points they gain from killing enemies will also be credited to their account. An indescribable ecstasy instantly swept over Lynn's entire body. His biggest limitation has been broken. He no longer needs to do everything himself. He could easily build an army loyal to him, an army that can endlessly grind experience points for him. From this moment on, the world truly became interesting. A flock of crows circled above Black Castle, emitting piercing cries. Lynn lay on the simple bed, his eyes fixed on the crisscrossing wooden beams on the ceiling. The room was filled with the bitter smell of herbs, and several rolls of blood-stained bandages were piled in the corner. The assassins from last night have been hastily buried, their bodies laid to rest in the mass grave behind the castle. No one questioned the identity of the body. Nobody cared who sent him. In places like the Great Wall, death is perfectly normal. Torrhen entered the room carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup. My lord, Meister Eamon says you need to replenish your strength. Lynn took the wooden bowl, the warmth of the soup seeping through her palms. He took a small sip, the salty, fishy taste spreading across his tongue. Has the identity of that person from last night been confirmed? Torrhen shook his head. Just an ordinary night watchman named Bill. I'm not very talkative and don't have many friends. As for who instructed him, Torrhen's voice trailed off. Such things are commonplace at Black Castle. When a person dies, the trail goes cold. Lynn placed the wooden bowl on the small table beside the bed. He had anticipated this outcome. Elisha Thorne is a scoundrel who always leaves no room for error in his actions. Even if he really did instigate it, he wouldn't leave any evidence. Never mind. Lynn slowly sat up, the pain in her back aggravated by the movement. Dead men tell no tales. Even living people may not tell the truth. Torrhen's fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Sir, should I take some men to teach that Thorne a lesson? No need. Doing this for no reason will only anger Mormont. Lynn waved his hand. Now is not the time. Lynn tapped her fingers lightly on the edge of the bed, making a rhythmic sound. He was already starting to plan something else. Last night's gains are far more important than catching the assassin. You also gain experience points when your subordinates kill someone. This discovery completely changed his strategic plans. If his subordinates could also gain experience points from killing enemies, then he could easily send out squads to hunt. Meanwhile, I focused on improving myself in other areas. Torrhen. Lynn's voice suddenly turned serious. Choose 10 of the most reliable brothers, take sufficient supplies and patrol the outer perimeter of the Great Wall. Torrhen paused for a moment. Sir, you mean, savage? A glint of shrewdness flashed in Lynn's eyes. It is said that there have been quite a few small groups of wild men active near the Great Wall recently. Perfect, you can use them to practice. Torrhen's face lit up with excitement. These northern soldiers had been itching for a long time. A real bloody battle would be exactly what they wanted. Yes, sir. Torrhen turned to leave, but Lynn called him back. Remember, don't linger in battle. Act according to the situation, safety first. Lynn's tone was sincere. Back when I played Mount and Blade, even though my subordinates were all virtual characters, Lynn would still feel heartbroken when they died, let alone now. These 100 elite soldiers are Lynn's lifeblood. Their lives are more valuable than experience points. Experience can be gained gradually, but loyal subordinates are not so easy to find. A flicker of emotion crossed Torrhen's eyes. He could see that Lynn's words of advice came from the heart. He nodded emphatically and strode out of the room. Lynn lay back down on the bed and closed her eyes. He needs to focus on recovering from his injury for the next few days. At the same time, there is another, more important thing to do. He remembered the training methods he had learned in his previous life. Since you're just killing time anyway, why not try a more scientific way to exercise? 3 days later. Lynn's injuries have mostly healed. He stood in the training ground of Black Castle with several iron pots borrowed from the kitchen beside him. He strung these iron pots together with ropes to serve as makeshift load-bearing equipment. Jon Snow stood a short distance away, watching Lynn's actions with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" Jon walked over and pointed to the oddly shaped iron pots. "Train." Lynn strapped the iron pot to his shoulders and began to do squats. The movements were slow and precise, with each squat causing the leg muscles to tense. Jon's brow furrowed even deeper. "I've never seen this kind of training method before." Back in Winterfell, the knights practiced directly with their swords. Lynn didn't stop moving. Beads of sweat began to slide down his forehead. Everyone has their own way. The core of strength training is progressive overload. Only by continuously increasing the burden on muscles can we promote their tearing and regeneration. Westeros's traditional training methods are clearly still at a rather primitive stage. 1 hour later, Lynn put down the iron pot, his whole body soaked in sweat. He leaned against a wooden stake by the training field, panting heavily. A feeling of soreness or tightness in the muscles is a sign of increasing strength. Through scientific strength training, your strength has been slightly increased. Please explore other methods of attribute enhancement on your own. Strength 5, current progress 4%. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lynn's eyes. It worked. Name: Lynn. Strength 5, 4% agility, 5, 0% physical condition, 5, 0%. Click to expand. Remaining experience 2. It seems that only after filling the progress bar will the strength attribute reach 6 points. Jon was still examining the iron pots. "Does this really work?" He tentatively lifted an iron pot, feeling its weight. "You can give it a try." Lynn stood up again and patted Jon on the shoulder. "However, you should proceed gradually and avoid using too heavy a load at the beginning." Jon nodded and began to mimic Lynn's earlier actions. Although the movements were a bit clumsy, the posture was still fairly standard. Lynn was deeply moved as she watched Jon train so diligently. The sun is setting. Only 2 figures, sweating profusely, remained on the training field. In the distance, Arya leaned against the windowsill, intently watching Lynn's every move. The girl's eyes were full of admiration and concern. She didn't understand why Lynn trained in that strange way, but she knew there must be a reason. After all, everything Lynn does will eventually prove to be the right thing to do. Day 7. Torrhen led his squad back to Castle Black. They all had excited smiles on their faces, but their bodies were stained with a lot of blood. The spoils were packed into several sacks and unloaded from the horses. Lynn stood in the center of the courtyard, awaiting Torrhen's report. Adult. Torrhen strode up to Lynn, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. "We discovered a small group of savages about 20 miles from the Great Wall. There were 12 people in total." Lynn nodded, signaling him to continue. "We launched an attack from the flank, catching them completely off guard. The battle lasted less than half an hour. All the savages were killed. Only 2 of our brothers sustained minor injuries." Torrhen's tone was full of pride. Lynn's attention, however, was focused on something else. "Killed 12 enemies, gained 15 experience points, current experience points. 17, the system notification sounded in her mind, instantly making Lynn feel great. Sure enough, the results of his subordinates' battles were also counted on his head. This means he can send out multiple squads at the same time to hunt cannibals in different locations. With proper command, the speed of gaining experience points will be greatly increased. Here you go." Lynn patted Torrhen on the shoulder. "Let the brothers get some rest. We'll prepare for the next operation in 3 days. Torrhen grinned. "Sir, the brothers are very excited. They say this is real fighting, much more interesting than standing guard in Winterfell." A slight smile appeared on Lynn's lips. "It seems that the fighting spirit of these northern soldiers has been completely ignited. This is good news for his plans." The room of Meister Eamon was filled with the scent of herbs. Various odds and ends were piled up in the corner, and glass bottles contained various kinds of liquid medicine. The old scholar sat hunched over at the table, his hands skillfully grinding some kind of dark green leaf. Although his eyes were already blind, he could not see the leaves. So he used his nose to smell and his hands to sense. "Are you interested in herbalism?" Iman's voice remained gentle. He seemed to sense Lynn's arrival. "There have been several guards getting injured these past few days, and I'd like to learn some basic treatment methods from you." Lynn pulled up a chair and sat down, his gaze falling on the strangely shaped plants on the table. Iman stopped. He turned his head to the side, his empty eyes looking in Lynn's direction. "This is the job of a bachelor." Seeing that Lynn did not answer, he continued, speaking to himself. "Treating injuries is merely the most basic application of herbal medicine. True herbalism encompasses a much broader range of fields." Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly. He understood the deeper meaning in Eamon's words, for example. Iman chuckled softly and continued grinding the leaf in his hand. For example, drugs that induce drowsiness. A drug that affects a person's mind, causing them to become delirious and reveal the truth. Herbal remedies that enhance physical fitness after consumption. Even. A poison that incapacitates the enemy. The old scholar spoke the last few words with exceptional softness. A brief silence fell over the room. The flames in the fireplace crackled softly. Herbs that enhance physical fitness, wouldn't that save me from the tedious training process? Would you be willing to teach me? Lynn didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Iman's lips. Iman poured the powder in his hand into a small porcelain bowl. Power itself is neutral, the key lies in the user's mindset. He stood up and groped for the glass bottles on the medicine shelf. Using herbs to save people from fire and water. Using poison to take lives. Even though they are the same herbs, different people will use them in different ways. Lynn listened quietly without interrupting. Which one do you want to learn? Learn everything. Lynn's answer was concise and to the point. Eamon stopped moving, his blind eyes staring directly in Lynn's direction. Interesting. The old scholar sat back down in his chair. Most people, when faced with this problem, would choose the side of justice. At least that's how it appears on the surface. And you, a hint of approval lingered in Iman's voice. You are very honest. Lynn did not reply but waited for Eamon to continue. In that case, let's start with the basics. Ammon pointed to the ground powder on the table. This is nightshade grass. It has a mild paralyzing effect. When used alone, it only causes mild dizziness. But if combined with other herbs, he had Lynn pour some white powder from another bottle and mix it with the green nightshade grass. Adding extracts from bitter vine will enhance the numbing effect several times over. Lynn meticulously recorded the mixing process. He memorized every single step. What if you apply it to weapons? Lynn asked the question. Iman paused for a moment, then continued stirring the mixture. The poison on the weapon needs to have stronger penetrability. Ordinary poisons take a long time to take effect after contact with the skin or a wound. But in battle, there are often only a split second to seize an opportunity. He asked Lynn to take a small black bottle from the medicine shelf. The bottle contained a dark green liquid that emitted a pungent odor. This is the sap of a blood-sealing poison. Large doses can be fatal. And with just a very small dose, it can quickly paralyze the muscles near the wound. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lynn's eyes. This is exactly what he needs, but remember this. Iman's voice suddenly turned serious. Poison is a double-edged sword. Even a slight mistake by the user could result in injury. Over the next few hours, Eamon explained in detail the properties and preparation methods of various herbs. Lynn was completely absorbed in learning every detail. With the guidance of Meister Eamon, you have mastered a new skill. Herbalism Introduction 110, the notification sound in his mind jolted Lynn awake. Indeed, learning with guidance is much more efficient. This basic knowledge should be enough for you for a while. Eamon pushed several small bottles toward Lynn. Remember the recipe? You can make it yourself later. Lynn carefully tucked the bottle into her bosom. A bottle of hemostatic agent, a bottle of crushed nightshade grass, and a bottle of bitter vine extract. One of the bottles, a dark green liquid, was particularly eye-catching. That is a ready-made paralyzing poison that can be applied to weapons. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Lynn got up to leave but was stopped by Eamon. Lynn. The old scholar's voice carried a hint of deeper meaning. Herbalism is merely a means, not an end. True wisdom lies in knowing when to use it and when to stop. Lynn nodded, pushed open the door, and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, Torrin was cleaning equipment with several guards. Upon seeing Lynn come out, he immediately went to greet her. Sir, the brothers are ready. This time we're going to go deeper and search for more groups of cannibals. Lynn glanced at the sky. The sun was setting. No rush. He took out the bottle of dark green poison from his pocket. Deal with the weapon first. Torrin looked at the small bottle with a puzzled expression. Sir, what is this? Poison. Lynn answered succinctly. Applied to the blade, it can quickly incapacitate the enemy. A flicker of excitement crossed Torrin's eyes. Warriors from the north are always pragmatic. As long as they can gain an advantage, they don't care whether the means are honorable or not. Give a little to everyone, and remember, don't let it touch your own wound. Lynn handed the small bottle to Torrin. Let's set off after sunrise tomorrow. That night, Lynn lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. I kept replaying the gains I had made over the past 7 days in my mind. Besides herbalism, the most important thing is accumulating experience points. Over 7 days, the 3 teams took turns launching attacks. On average, they could bring back the heads of more than a dozen savages every day. Current experience points, 170. This number made Lynn extremely happy. That's enough to upgrade both skills to the next level. Lynn closed his eyes and began allocating experience points. Do you wish to spend 36 experience points to upgrade your light sword to mastery level? Confirm light sword mastery, 0500. A warm current flowed through my body. Lynn felt that every move she had mastered was becoming more and more refined. At the same time, my understanding of light swords has reached a new level. Upgrading your skills not only makes your existing skills more refined, but also enhances your understanding of the weapon to some extent. Do you wish to spend 66 experience points to upgrade your one-handed sword to mastery level? Confirm one-handed sword, mastery, 0500. Another wave of warmth swept over us. Lynn could clearly feel that his understanding of swordsmanship had become more profound. The application of force, the timing of attacks, and the angles of defense, all of these are improved subtly and gradually. Not only that, Lynn also discovered there are subtle commonalities between light swords and one-handed swords. Through these complementary efforts, his understanding of light weapons became even more profound. Do you wish to spend 16 experience points to upgrade unarmed combat to mastery level? Confirm unarmed combat mastery, 0500. Do you wish to spend 4 experience points to upgrade your archery skill to proficiency? Confirm archery proficient, 0100. Do you wish to spend 9 experience points to upgrade herbalism to proficiency? Confirm herbalism proficient, 0100. Name, Lynn strength, 54% agility, 50% physical condition, 50% one-handed sword mastery, 0500. Light sword mastery, 0500. Riding skill proficient, 1100. Unarmed combat mastery, 0500. Archery proficient, 0100. Herbalism proficient, 0100. Remaining experience, 43. Now that our overall strength has improved, let's use you as examples. Lynn looked at the group of Night's Watchmen outside, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Continue the tit-for-tat strategy. Beat them all one by one to the ground. Lynn stood in the center of the training ground, the air thick with the smell of snow and horse manure, while several ravens cackled shrilly from the city walls. This winter is exceptionally cold. Without the help of warm moleskin gloves, even your fingers might freeze off. Elisha Thorne was already waiting there, followed by about 20 Night's Watchmen. Their faces were filled with resentment. Today we'll teach this deserter what rules are. Thorne's voice was particularly grating. The watchmen behind him nodded, their hands gripping various weapons tightly. Lynn slowly drew his longsword, the blade reflecting a cold light in the pale morning light. The feeling after upgrading skills is completely different. Every swing of the sword, every step, appeared more precise and deadly. Who wants to go first? Lynn drew his longsword and pointed it at the group of people. This dismissive behavior only fueled their anger. A burly man with a full beard walked out. He held a two-handed battle axe and was exceptionally robust. Kid, I'm going to chop your head off and use it as a football. The burly man roared as he charged toward Lynn, his battle axe tracing a vicious arc through the air. Lynn's body shifted slightly to the side. The battle axe whistled past his shoulder, creating a gust of wind. In the next instant, Lynn's sword was already pressed against the burly man's neck. The whole process was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. The burly man's eyes were filled with disbelief and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Next, Lynn sheathed his sword, his tone remaining calm. The burly man slunk away to the side, his face grim. The second challenger was a tall, thin man who used a spear. He tried to use the length advantage of his weapon to keep his distance from Lynn, but Lynn weaved through his attack range, each dodge perfectly timed, gradually closing in on him. As the spear pierced Lynn's chest, Lynn dodged the spearhead and simultaneously struck the shaft with his sword. The wooden spear shaft snapped in two. The tall, thin man now only had half a broken spear left in his hand. He stared blankly at his weapon. I admit defeat. He dropped the broken spear and retreated dejectedly. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Every challenger was defeated cleanly and decisively. After upgrading his skills, Lynn's swordsmanship became even more refined. He began to use skill to overwhelm his opponents. What were seemingly simple sword techniques became unpredictable in Lynn's hands. The expressions on the faces of the watchmen changed from mockery to shock and then from shock to fear. Elisha Thorne's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, how did he suddenly become so strong? It wasn't like this last time. Thorne gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. After one of the challengers fell, the courtyard fell into dead silence. Lynn stood amidst a group of defeated men, while the others gripped their weapons but dared not step forward. Lynn's breathing was only slightly rapid, as if he had just done a set of morning exercises. Who else? Lynn's gaze swept over the remaining Night's Watchmen. Everyone he saw unconsciously took a step back. Elisha Thorne took a deep breath and finally stepped out himself. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson myself. Thorne drew his longsword, a finely crafted weapon. The sword was engraved with intricate patterns, clearly indicating that it was not an ordinary item. Sir Thorne, are you sure you want to do this? Tyrion's voice came from the courtyard entrance. He and Jon Arya walked over, their expressions somewhat worried. Lynn was hacked to death, and the secrets he wanted to know were buried with him. This is an internal matter for the Night's Watch, Thorne answered without turning his head. You have no right to interfere. Tyrion frowned but ultimately did not stop it. The Night's Watch does have its own rules and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Arya nervously gripped Benjamin's sleeve. Uncle, will Lynn be in danger? Ban Yang shook his head. Thorne is slightly better than the average Night's Watchman, and he's older, so he'll have more experience than Lynn. Overall, Lynn is at a disadvantage. However, I don't think he'll be a match for Lynn. Ban Yang recalled the scene of him teaching Lynn archery. He's truly a promising talent with exceptional comprehension. Here, Thorne raised his longsword and assumed a standard fighting stance. He was, after all, the instructor of Castle Black, and his strength surpassed that of the ordinary Night's Watchman. Kid, let me show you what real swordsmanship is. Thorne charged toward Lynn, his sword strike sharp and precise. Every sword strike was aimed at Lynn's vital points, showing no mercy. Lynn took a few steps back and began to respond seriously. Thorne's strength is indeed remarkable. His swordsmanship is skillful and ruthless, befitting a veteran of the Night's Watch. However, Lynn's skills had reached the mastery level, and the sword techniques he had mastered were in no way inferior to Thorne's in terms of skill. The two swords clashed repeatedly in the air, producing a crisp metallic clang. Sparks flew, illuminating their focused faces. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time went on, Thorne became increasingly alarmed. He could even sense that Lynn's swordsmanship was constantly improving during their battles, with each move becoming more exquisite than the last. What kind of heaven-defying comprehension is this? Lynn could even try to imitate some of his own sword techniques. Thorne was chilled by this ability to grow rapidly in battle. That's impossible. Thorne's stamina was constantly being depleted, and so was Lynn's, so Thorne gritted his teeth and launched a fierce attack. Although Lynn was exhausted, he had completely adapted to Thorne's rhythm. Lynn was bullied by her classmates from a young age. It was his father who taught Lynn. When you get into a fight, don't be fooled by how nonchalant the other person may seem. You feel tired, and so does he. He might even be more tired than you. You feel pain, he feels pain too, even more than you. Never be fooled by appearances. Give it your all and go all out. Only by persevering can we achieve victory. Those who give up halfway will only be bullied by others. From that day on, no one dared to bully Lynn anymore. Lynn, who's in charge, is a mad dog. He either beats others or gets beaten himself. Only one person can stand. Lynn gritted his teeth and began to increase his strength, engaging Thorne in a head-on clash. From figuring out the strategy to launching a counterattack, expanding the advantage, and achieving results. Finally, after a skillful parry, Lynn relaxed, panting heavily, but the tip of his longsword was already pressed against Thorne's throat. The courtyard fell silent once more. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. Elisha Thorne, the coach of Black Castle, they actually lost to a deserter. Are you admitting defeat? Thorne's face turned bright red and veins bulged on his forehead, but the tip of the sword was pressed against his throat. With just a gentle push from Lynn, he would die on the spot. I give up. Thorne gritted his teeth and uttered those words. Lynn sheathed his sword and turned to face all the Night's Watchmen. Now, is there anyone who still disagrees? No one answered. Everyone kept their heads down, not daring to meet Lynn's gaze. The battle just now had completely shocked them. Very good. Lynn nodded and sheathed his sword. From now on, if anyone has any objections, feel free to come to me. After saying that, Lynn turned and left the training ground. Commander-in-Chief Mormont stood at the tower window and witnessed everything that had just happened. This young man, the old bear muttered to himself. Perhaps letting him leave Black Castle is indeed the best option. In the afternoon, Mormont summoned Lynn. The room remained simple with the fireplace burning brightly. The crow remained perched on the old bear's shoulder, scrutinizing Lynn with its beady black eyes. Please sit down. Mormont pointed to the chair opposite him. Lynn sat down, waiting for Old Bear to speak. Your performance this morning was excellent. Mormont spoke slowly. I haven't seen such superb swordsmanship in a long time. Thank you for the compliment, Commander-in-Chief. Lynn answered humbly. However, I'm more curious about the speed at which your strength has improved. Mormont's eyes sharpened. Not long ago, you were just an ordinary Night's Watchman, and your swordsmanship was only average, perhaps above average. Yet today you've managed to defeat Thorne. This pace of progress is somewhat unusual. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained unchanged. Perhaps it's a gift from the old gods. Mormont stared at Lynn for a long time before finally nodding. Whatever the reason, since you've managed to shut them up, I will keep my promise. Lynn waited for Old Bear to continue. Mormont stood up and walked to the window. You may go to King's Landing with Lord Stark. But nominally you are still a member of the Night's Watch. This is the best arrangement I can give you. Lynn was secretly delighted. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, but Mormont turned around. Before you leave, I hope you can do one thing for us. What's up? The activity of wild men outside the Great Wall is becoming more and more frequent. Mormont walked back to the table and unfolded a map. I need you to take some people and clean up this area. He pointed out several locations on the map. Traces of wild men have recently been discovered in these areas. With your current abilities, you should be able to handle this task. Lynn carefully examined the locations marked on the map. Those places aren't too far from the Great Wall, but the number of wild men there might be quite a few. Mormont sat down again. However, I suggest you bring more people. Although the savages are poorly equipped, their fighting power should not be underestimated. Lynn nodded. This was exactly the opportunity he needed. More cannibals mean more experience points. At the same time, the Valyrian one-handed sword passed down from the Qing family patriarch was exactly what he urgently needed. The longer you stay here, the greater your chances of obtaining long claws. Longclaw, a Valyrian steel sword imbued with incantations and magic, was originally a family heirloom given to Jon Snow by the Old Bear to repay a life-saving debt. All I can say to Jon is sorry. I need 3 days to prepare. Mormont waved. Go well, and I hope you return safely. As Lynn left, Sir Elisha Thorne's voice echoed across the training ground. You bunch of spineless cowards from the south. You can't even hold a sword properly, and you want to be a Night's Watchman. His gaze fell on Lynn, who was walking out of the door. He dared not provoke the attack, but he felt a tightness in his chest. Finally, his hateful gaze fell on Jon Snow. The disdain in his eyes was almost tangible. Look at our esteemed Lord Jon Snow. The B*****D son of the Duke of Winterfell. Thorne drawled, his face revealing undisguised malice. He lives in a warm castle with a knight personally instructing him in swordsmanship. Unlike you, you're just a bunch of bastards without a father to discipline you. Jon gripped his sword tightly. He pressed his lips tightly together and remained silent. He knew that any rebuttal would only invite more vicious humiliation. Since Lord Jon Snow is so outstanding, Thorne's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then let him teach you what real combat is. He waved to the other recruits. Let's go together. Let Lord Jon Snow teach you a lesson. The new recruits looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of them were thieves from the slums or farmers abandoned by their lords. There will be fighting there. However, under Thorne's pressure, a burly boy named Glenn was the first to raise his sword. The same applies to Piper. Bring it on. Others gathered around as well. Jon's heart sank. He looked around and saw only hostile faces. Sir Roderick's words, which he had been taught in Winterfell, echoed in his ears. When facing multiple enemies, do not linger in battle. Find their weaknesses and defeat them one by one. Jon took a deep breath. Thorne's insults ignited the anger within him. He lowered his center of gravity and assumed a standard defensive stance. The first recruit rushed forward, wildly slashing down with his sword. Jon did not take the hit head-on. He sidestepped and easily dodged. At the same time, he thrust his sword forward, striking the opponent's wrist precisely. Clang! The iron sword fell to the ground. The recruit clutched his wrist, wincing in pain. The second, the third, Jon Snow's figure moved nimbly through the encirclement. Using the techniques taught to him by Sir Roderick, he disarmed them one by one and then brutally knocked them down with his fists and elbows. On the training field, cries of pain rose and fell. Many of the new recruits were either clutching their bleeding noses or their stomachs, which had been kicked by Jon. In just a short while, all the new recruits who had been besieging the area fell to the ground, bruised and battered. Jon stood in the center of the arena, his chest rising and falling slightly. He looked at the new recruits lying on the ground groaning, feeling no joy of victory, only suppressed anger. Elisha Thorne's face was terribly grim. He originally intended to take this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Jon. Unexpectedly, this illegitimate child became the center of attention. Very good. Thorne forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. He looked at Jon, his eyes turning playful. However, Lord Jon Snow, you haven't made any friends today. After saying that, Thorne turned and left. Jon sneered, make friends. These people are criminals. How could I possibly be friends with them? Training is over. Jon walked alone down the dark corridor leading to the armory. The events of the day left him feeling more isolated than ever before. He thought that at the Great Wall one's background was no longer important. Everyone is a brother of the Night's Watch, but reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Footsteps sounded from behind. Jon stopped and turned around. It was Glenn, Piper, and two other recruits he had taken down during the day. They blocked the other end of the corridor. "You little b***********, you broke my nose." Glenn cracked his wrists. Jon instinctively reached for his waist. It was completely empty. After training, all weapons must be handed in. Jon turned around, looked at Glenn's bleeding nose and said contemptuously, "Consider it as plastic surgery for you." He was confident that he could defeat him even with his bare hands. Unexpectedly, Glenn roared and the other recruits managed to hold Jon firmly under their control. This change caught Jon Snow completely off guard. Clearly, the other party was prepared. Glenn pulled a dagger from his pocket. "I think I need to wipe your neck." The cold blade reflected a chilling light. "Guess how long it would take you to hit the ground if I threw you off the Great Wall? Aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Why aren't you saying anything now?" Glenn grabbed Jon by the collar and pressed the dagger against Jon's throat. Jon stared intently into Glenn's eyes. He did not beg for mercy. The Starks will not bow to anyone. Just then, the door creaked open. Glenn's body stiffened abruptly. He and two other recruits looked in the direction of the sound. A figure slowly emerged from behind the door. "It's Lynn." He was already waiting outside the door. It was as if they knew this would happen from the very beginning. "This is a matter between us new recruits." "I shout," Gran shouted, his voice stern but his tone weak. "This has nothing to do with you." Lynn ignored him. His gaze passed over Glenn and landed on Jon. "Are you scared?" Jon did not answer, but his rapid breathing betrayed his inner tension. Lynn smiled. He took a step forward. "I don't like it when people point weapons at my friends. Put the dagger down. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind having a few more corpses here." The recruits instinctively took a step back. They had witnessed firsthand how Lynn defeated Sir Thorne. The fear made their legs go weak. Lan dared not continue to resist and wisely withdrew her dagger. Jon slumped against the wall, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. "Everyone knows what this place is, but nobody told me. Except for you and Tyrion. My father must have known, but he still agreed to let me join the Night's Watch." Tyrion heard the commotion and was about to come over to check when he found Lynn leaning against the door. He leaned closer to see what had happened. He quickly extracted the key points from the fragmented clues in the conversation. He was also present when Jon Snow was targeted by Alicent. They also saw Jon Snow brutally beating up a group of new recruits. The two are related. Clearly, this was a premeditated act of retaliation. Despite his fondness for Jon Snow, who shared his plight, but it seems there's no need for him to step in right now, because Lynn has already resolved it. He stood by, arms crossed, watching. "Let's see how Lynn handles this." "You blame your father for abandoning you in a place like this?" Lynn pointed at Glenn. He was only 3 years old when his father abandoned him outside the farm to fend for himself. Lynn's gaze then swept over the others. Papel stole a piece of cheese. His sister hadn't eaten for 3 days, and if he didn't want his hand chopped off, he had to become a night's watchman at Castle Black. Glenn and Piper both looked at Lynn, seemingly not understanding how he knew about his past and crimes. Seeing that Lynn seemed to be defending these two villains, Jon became anxious. "They hate me. Because they can't beat me, they resort to this despicable sneak attack." Lynn nodded. "Yes, you are indeed better than them. Not everyone has the opportunity to receive personal instruction in swordsmanship from Sir Roderick. I guarantee that neither of them had ever touched a decent real sword before coming here. Do you still think you're better than them?" Jon was stunned. In that case, he had only defeated a few civilians, so what was there to be proud of? Moreover, most of the watchmen who come here have their own unspeakable secrets. They didn't look as bad as they had imagined. Seeing Jon deep in thought, Lynn knew that Jon understood. Instead of clashing with fellow countrymen, it's better to set aside your prejudices and integrate yourself into the group. This way, Jon can truly connect with these people. It's better than constantly shouting for war and killing. Having helped Jon resolve his interpersonal issues, Lynn could accept the Longclaw heirloom from the Bear family without any qualms. Lynn patted Jon on the shoulder and then pointed to Glenn and his companion, who were staring at each other. "Teach them the swordsmanship you learned from Roderick, give them pointers, and I believe you'll soon have a group of good companions." Tyrion crossed his arms, a look of almost admiration gleaming in his uneven eyes. He looked at Lynn. "You're a really interesting person." Tyrion's voice broke the silence. "Lynn, you should be the Archbishop of the Seven Gods, not stuck in this freezing, godforsaken place." Lynn ignored his teasing. His gaze remained fixed on Jon. Jon lowered his head, his face flushing red and then turning pale. He always believed that coming to the wall meant abandoning everything Stark had to do, but now I realize that he never truly let go. Glenn, Piper, and the others also lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lynn. The resentment in their hearts had largely dissipated after Lynn expressed his understanding of them. "Let's go." Lynn patted Jon on the shoulder. Jon nodded silently. "My lord, a carrier raven from Winterfell." A night watchman respectfully handed a small roll of parchment to Commander-in-Chief Mormont. Old Bear unfolded the parchment and held it up to the firelight in the fireplace. A look of relief gradually appeared on his wrinkled face. "Good news." Commander Mormont put down the parchment and looked at Bunyan and Maester Aemon in the room. "Bran Stark can now get down on his feet with crutches." Ban Yang's face instantly lit up with wild joy. "May the old gods protect you." Maester Aemon smiled as well. Although he couldn't see, he could feel the joyful atmosphere in the room. When Jon heard the news, his body jolted violently. Bran, the younger brother who always followed behind him, dreaming of becoming a knight, the younger brother who fell from the tower and is now in a coma, he can actually walk now. An indescribable ecstasy instantly dispelled the gloom that had been building up in Jon's heart recently. He suddenly stood up, wanting to find someone to share his joy. But when he looked around, all he saw were numb or indifferent faces. His joy was something no one here could understand. Jon's heart sank again. He thought of Bran, Robb, Arya, and Rickon. "I remembered the warm fireplace in Winterfell and the smiling faces of my family." He picked up his glass and downed the rest of the ale in one gulp. The cold liquor slid down my throat. Drinking alone is not a good habit. Tyrion had somehow ended up sitting opposite him. He poured himself a glass of wine and refilled Jon's empty glass. "For Bran Stark." Tyrion raised his glass. Jon glanced at him, said nothing, but simply raised his glass and clinked it against his. Clang. The crisp sound was barely noticeable in the noisy restaurant. "You don't look very happy." Tyrion took a sip of his drink. "Your brother can get out of bed now, isn't that a wonderful thing?" Jon opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was happy, but he felt even more guilty. He came to the end of the world when his family needed him most. Tyrion seemed to read his mind. "You blame your father." Jon shook his head. "So you blame yourself?" Jon remained silent. Tyrion put down his wine glass, took an envelope sealed with sealing wax from his pocket and pushed it in front of Jon. "What's this?" "Some pointless suggestions." Tyrion shrugged. "About how to survive here and live like a human being." Jon looked at the envelope but didn't reach for it. Tyrion smiled and stood up. "Don't rush to refuse. Perhaps one day you will need it." After saying that, he staggered away, holding his wine glass. Jon was left alone, staring blankly at the letter. Night deepened. Jon found Lynn wiping his longsword. In Lynn's room, Torrhen and several other guards were helping him pack. Arrows, dry rations, water bag. They will set off early tomorrow morning for the area beyond the Great Wall. "Lynn." Jon stood in the doorway, his voice hesitant. Lynn looked up. "What's up? Are you going to King's Landing? Will you be passing through Winterfell?" Lynn paused for a moment as he wiped his longsword. He looked into Jon's expectant eyes and nodded. "Certainly." "Then, could you help me?" Jon's lips moved, but the words seemed to get stuck in his throat. "Please pass on a message to Bran." His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Tell him I think about him every day. He must be strong." Lynn stood up and walked over to Jon. He didn't say anything, but simply reached out and patted Jon's shoulder heavily. "I will." Those two simple words instantly brought tears to Jon's eyes. He nodded vigorously, then turned and walked away quickly. Lynn watched his retreating figure until he disappeared at the end of the corridor. "Adult." Torrhen's voice pulled Lynn back to reality. "Everything is ready." Lynn looked away. Thinking about how these northerners revered close combat and always charged forward recklessly, as if it were a fight to the death, Lynn felt a headache coming on. "It seems I need to give them a heads up first." Lynn walked up to the map and ran his finger across it. "Our target is this area." His finger stopped at a marked place called Ghost Forest. Commander Mormont said that there have been many savages active in the area recently. "Listen up, everyone. Always remember, don't just charge headlong into the road." Lynn's gaze swept over every guard in the room. "The savages are much stronger than you. You need to use your brains more. Don't just rush in and fight them head-on. Using our superior intellect compared to savages, we can achieve the greatest results with the least cost. Use poison, traps, arrows, every means at your disposal. I don't want to see any of you lose your lives at the hands of those savages. Even though this isn't exactly the North, who wouldn't want to live?" "Yes, sir." Inside the room, a series of low, synchronized growls, barely suppressed with excitement, rang out. Other adults are always teaching them empty words like honor, bravery, and sacrifice. But Lynn, this adult, seems to be a little different from the other adults. Lynn nodded and walked to the window. He opened the window. A cold night wind carrying snowflakes swept over my face. In the distance, the Great Wall, stretching across the sky and earth, resembled a sleeping white dragon under the moonlight. on the other side of the dragon. In the endless darkness, countless experience points await him. The cold morning wind, carrying shards of ice, swept across the battlements of the Black Castle. The heavy iron gate slowly rose amidst the creaking and groaning of the winch. A deep and dark tunnel appeared before them. At the other end of the tunnel lay endless whiteness. Benjamin Stark, dressed in black, sat astride his warhorse. He turned around and his gaze fell on Jon. There was worry in his eyes, but also expectation. "Take good care of yourself." Ban Yang's voice was broken by the wind. Jon nodded vigorously, his lips pressed tightly together. Ban Yang's gaze then turned to Lynn. "Beyond the Great Wall, there are more savages than just barbarians. There are also some even older things. Don't be too careless." Lynn met his gaze and nodded slightly. "Clear." The two teams parted ways at the tunnel entrance. Banyan led his squadron of rangers toward Frostfang in the northeast. They were going to investigate the rumors about Mansred, the king of the frontier, gathering his tribes. Lynn, meanwhile, led his 100 elite northern warriors northward. Their target is the Ghost Forest. Arya stood on the city wall, her small figure wrapped in a thick fur cloak. She watched Lynn's group disappear into the snowstorm until not even the last black dot could be seen. The girl's eyes were a little red. Tyrion stood not far away. He gazed at the vast, desolate snowfield, a complex and enigmatic light flashing in his uneven eyes. The horses' hooves creaked and crunched on the thick snow. There was a deathly silence all around. Only the wind whistling through the bare tree trunks could be heard. Ghostly forest, the trees here are twisted and ancient. The black tree trunk was covered with icicles. It reflected a cold light under the grayish-white sky. Lynn pulled on the reins and the procession came to a stop. He dismounted and squatted down. There was a series of messy footprints on the snow. The footprints were deep, sinking into the snow. This indicates that the person who left the footprints was in a hurry. It's a savage. Torrhen also came over, picking up a bit of snow with his fingers. Judging from the traces, it took no more than half a day. Lynn stood up and looked into the depths of the forest. "Sir, shall we go straight there?" A guard asked in a low voice, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. "No." Lynn shook her head. He looked at the 20 archers in the group. "We are hunters. Quietly surround them. Don't make any noise. Wait for my signal." The team instantly disintegrated. It blended silently into this forest of black and white. Every soldier's movement was light and swift. Using trees and rocks as cover, they slowly approached their target. Lynn walked at the very front. The longsword in his hand remained unsheathed. Instead, a yew longbow was selected from the Black Castle armory. Inside the quiver, the arrowheads of each arrow were coated with a paralyzing poison concocted by Maester Aemon. Soon, a small clearing in the woods came into view. 8 savages dressed in animal skins were gathered around a campfire. The weapons were crude stone axes and bone spears. One of the savages, who appeared to be the leader, was distributing dried meat to the others. Lynn showed no pity whatsoever. He slowly raised his longbow. The bowstring was drawn to its fullest extent. The cold arrow was aimed at the savage leader who was distributing food. Lynn's fingers loosened. Whoosh, a soft whooshing sound. The arrow, like a black lightning bolt, pierced the silent forest. The savage leader's body jolted violently. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the arrow piercing his chest. He opened his mouth but felt completely powerless. He was full of vitality. He didn't die immediately after being hit by the arrow, but simply collapsed to the ground with a thud. The other savages jumped up in terror. They hadn't even had time to react. Arrows rained down from all directions. Pht. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh rang out in rapid succession. The screams stopped abruptly. The entire process took less than 10 breaths. The battle is over. Only 8 corpses riddled with arrows remained on the open ground, and that flickering campfire. Killed 8 enemies, gained 10 experience points. A system notification sounded in Lynn's mind. Lynn lowered his longbow. "Go get it checked. Finish off the enemy, then collect the loot." Torrhen, accompanied by a few guards, cautiously entered the open space. They used the tips of their swords to pierce the hearts of the savages one by one, making sure they were completely dead. The spoils were pitifully small, a few tattered animal hides and a few crudely made weapons. There was also some moldy food. It has absolutely no value. "Sir, there's something on this savage." A guard pulled a small bag made of an unknown animal hide from the savage chieftain's arms. The bag is old. It was covered with strange symbols drawn on it using red dye. Lynn walked over. He took the bag and opened it. A fresh scent, a blend of earthy and natural fragrance, wafted towards me. Inside the bag was the rootstock of a plant. The root was an eerie, blood-red color. It is covered with silver thread-like patterns. In the pale light of the sky, it seemed to pulsate slightly, emitting a faint halo. Lynn's pupils contracted sharply in an instant. The words Meister Eamon had spoken to him in the room flashed through his mind. In the far north there grow some plants blessed by the ancient gods. They draw upon the purest power of the earth and its ice and snow. One of them, called frostheart grass, has blood-red roots and stems with silver veins. It can increase strength after taking it. Lynn's fingers trembled slightly. He looked at the blood-red root in his hand and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. Frosty heart grass, a miraculous medicine that can enhance physical fitness. Lynn did not hesitate at all. He put the frostheart grass into his mouth. The root and stem are consumed. A burst of spicy juice instantly erupted. It felt like swallowing a mouthful of fiery liquor. A scorching warm current traveled down Lynn's throat and burned all the way into his stomach. Immediately afterwards, Lynn's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt like all the muscles in his body were tearing apart. My skin felt burning hot as if it were on fire. The intense pain almost made Lynn cry out, but Lynn gritted her teeth. Sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. "Sir, what's wrong?" Torrhen sensed something was wrong and quickly ran over. He saw Lynn's face flushed red, his whole body trembling and veins bulging on his forehead. "I'm fine." Lynn squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. The violent heat surged through his body. About 15 minutes later, the burning pain gradually subsided. Instead, it evokes a feeling of power. Lynn could feel that every muscle in his body contained explosive power, and it was at this moment. A voice that only he could hear echoed in his mind. "Having consumed frostheart grass, a blessing from the old gods, your physical attributes have been permanently enhanced. Continued use of frostheart grass will not be effective. Please seek other blessings." Strength, 5-4%, right arrow 6-28%. Is this the blessing item the system spoke of? Another way to increase attribute points. Lynn slowly exhaled a breath of white air. He opened his palm, then clenched it tightly. Click. The knuckles made a series of crisp popping sounds. A surge of power came from my palm. This place is truly a treasure. Torrhen and the other guards stood nervously around Lynn at a loss for what to do. They watched in disbelief as Lynn's skin turned bright red, his veins bulging like earthworms beneath his skin, and his entire body radiating a terrifying heat. "My lord, are you all right? Should we go find Meister Eamon?" Torrhen was sweating profusely with anxiety. "I'm fine." Lynn slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing in them. "My lord, you..." Torrhen looked at Lynn, who had returned to normal, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Lynn did not answer. He simply stood up and walked to a dead pine tree that required 2 people to hug. Then Lynn took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and punched. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding thud. Lynn withdrew his fist. On the tree trunk, a shallow fist-shaped mark was clearly visible, surrounded by tiny cracks. It seems that this single attribute point has a very significant impact on improving strength. Lynn thought to himself. Torrhen and the guards around him nearly popped their eyes out. What's going on? They were all elites from the north, and they considered themselves quite strong. Even with all their might, they could only leave a few scratches on the tree. But Lord Lynn's punch was clearly beyond their reach. Moreover, the adults weren't this fierce on the training field just a few days ago. Did they have a backup plan? They grew increasingly awed. Lynn stretched his body, feeling the unprecedented surge of power, and his mood was extremely good. Strength, 6-28%. With just 1 herb, his strength attribute broke through the bottleneck. It also includes a progress bar that's almost a third of the way through. This ghost forest is a treasure trove. Unfortunately, Master Amon said that the effects of taking frostheart grass again after 1 initial use would be greatly reduced. However, using it to enhance the strength of loyal subordinates also seems like a good option. After all, the stronger they are, the greater their ability to gain experience. It's equivalent to improving oneself in a roundabout way. Clean this up, then we'll move on. Lynn's voice carried in barely suppressed excitement. "My lord, are we still advancing?" Torrhen hesitated. "We've ventured nearly 30 miles into the ghostly forest. Further ahead, we might encounter a tribe of savages." "Isn't that perfect?" Lynn grinned. That smile in Torrhen's eyes was more dangerous than any wild beast in the ghost forest. "Sir, but..." "No buts, Torrhen." Lynn patted his shoulder hard as usual, so hard that Torrhen stumbled and almost lost his balance. Lynn quickly grabbed him. Feeling embarrassed, Lynn quickly said something. "What are we here for? We're here to hunt. Since it's a hunt, we should naturally look for large prey." Lynn's gaze drifted into the depths of the forest. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf that had caught the scent of blood. "These small ones aren't even enough to fill a gap between our teeth." Torrhen swallowed hard, seeing the frenzied fighting spirit in Lynn's eyes. He had no idea what his family had just gone through, but he knew that adults today were more powerful than ever before. "Yes, sir." Torrhen stopped trying to persuade him and responded loudly. He turned and roared at the other guards. What the hell are you all standing there for? Pack your things and get ready to go. The guards were awakened by Torrhen's roar and immediately began to move. The team resumed their journey. Lynn rode on his horse, feeling the power surging through his body. He felt that the effects of the Frostheart grass were even better than he had imagined. This filled him with anticipation for this unknown forest. Since there's a first Frostheart grass here, there must be a second and a third. He wants to become stronger than anyone else. We also need to make our subordinates stronger. Only in this way can he truly take control of his own destiny on this chaotic continent, instead of being a chess piece at the mercy of so-called nobles and kings. The group marched forward for another 10 miles or so. The sky gradually darkened, the light in the forest dimmed, and the shadows of the surrounding trees began to grow menacing like ghosts. The scouts who were tasked with exploring the area ahead rode back on horseback. Adult, the scout's face showed a mixture of tension and excitement. There's a big discovery ahead, Lynn raised an eyebrow. Explain, there is a valley about 5 miles ahead. There seems to be a savage tribe in the valley. The scout swallowed hard. It's a huge operation. I glanced at it briefly and there were at least 100 tents. Hundreds of tents, this number made everyone hold their breath. Outside the Great Wall, there are hundreds of tents, which means there are probably 300 to 500 wild men. Among them, at least 200 men should be capable of taking up arms and fighting. Lynn and his group only numbered 100, although they were well-equipped and highly trained elite troops from the north. But facing an enemy twice your size and on their territory is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous gamble. Adult, Torrhen's face showed caution. Should we retreat first, take the message back to Castle Black and have Commander-in-Chief Mormont send a large force? This was beyond the capacity of their 100-person team to handle. Charging straight in would be tantamount to suicide. The other guards also turned their gazes toward Lynn. They were not afraid of fighting, but they did not want to die in vain. Retreat, Lynn laughed. His gaze swept across the face of each guard. Why retreat? Torrhen, tell me, what are we? Torrhen paused for a moment, then instinctively replied, we are Lord Stark's guards, soldiers of the north. No, Lynn shook her head, we are hunters now. And those savages in the valley ahead are our prey. Are you scared? No one answered, but their grip on their weapons and their tense bodies said it all. Being afraid is the right thing to do. Lynn's voice suddenly softened. It would be foolish not to be afraid when facing an enemy twice your size. But you must remember this. Lynn's gaze sharpened. We are different from them. They are just a bunch of barbarians with stones and bones. And us. Lynn pointed to himself, then to their armor and steel swords. We are warriors from the civilized world. We have sharp weapons, sturdy armor, strict discipline, and a mind smarter than all of them combined. Lynn pointed to his temple. That powerful confidence seemed to have a magical effect, dispelling much of the fear in the guards' hearts. Sir, do you mean? Torrhen asked tentatively. We won't fight them head-on. We need to use our brains to defeat them. Now, everyone dismount and follow me. Lynn entrusted the horses to a few guards, then led Torrhen and several other squad leaders quietly toward the valley. They climbed up the ridge on one side of the valley, hid behind a dense forest of black pines, and looked down. The sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. In the valley, hundreds of makeshift tents made of animal hides and bones were densely packed together. Countless campfires burned between the tents, billowing thick smoke. Groups of savages, men, women, and children gathered around a campfire. Some were butchering their prey, some were sharpening their weapons, and some children were chasing and playing in the snow. The entire valley resembled a chaotic anthill. The cacophony of shouts, women's laughter and curses, and children's cries echoed through the valley. Oh my God. A young guard, his voice trembling. There are at least 500 people here, not only. Lynn's gaze fell on the largest and most magnificent tent in the very center of the valley. The tent was made from a single giant bear skin. At the entrance of the tent, the skull of an unknown wild animal was hanging. Several exceptionally burly savages, their bodies painted with blood-red totems, stood guard at the tent entrance, spears in hand. Clearly, that was the residence of the tribal chief. This is a medium-sized tribe. Lynn's tone was calm. To be able to support so many people, their leader must be no ordinary person. Lynn was calculating rapidly in his mind. 500 savages, how many experience points would I get if I killed them all? The moment the thought crossed Lynn's mind, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. This is a huge crisis, but at the same time it is also an unprecedented opportunity. He must take over this tribe. Moreover, since the two sides are currently in a state of hostility, Lynn has no reason to be merciful. Turning them into experience points is the best way to deal with these savages. Sir, what do we do now? Torrhen's voice pulled Lynn back to reality. Wait. Lynn uttered a single word. Wait, yes, wait until it gets dark. Lynn's gaze swept quickly across the entire valley's terrain. The valley has only one narrow exit. There are steep mountain walls on both sides. This is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, but at the same time it is also a perfect trap. Torrhen, go and do a few things right away. Lynn lowered his voice and began to give orders. First, have the archers prepare all our poisoned arrows. The poison on the arrowheads must be doubled in concentration. Use up all the remaining paralyzing poison. Second, send a team to the valley's exit to set traps for me. The more the better, and the more concealed the better. Dig holes, bury spikes, set snares, use every method you can think of. Third, ensure everyone has a good meal to recharge their energy. Lynn's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. Because tonight we're going to pull off a big heist. Looking at the confident expression on Lynn's face, Torrhen's unease was gradually replaced by a strange trust. He didn't know what Lord Lynn's specific plans were. But he knew that as long as he followed Lord Lynn, they would definitely win. Loyalty and trust in one's superiors is every soldier's duty. Yes, sir. Torrhen nodded emphatically and quickly turned to relay the order. Lynn turned his gaze back to the valley. Night is slowly falling. The campfire in the valley grew brighter and brighter. The clamor of the savages gradually subsided. A hunt is about to begin. This time, Lynn and his companions were hunters. Those seemingly powerful savages are the lambs to the slaughter. Lynn lay prone in the snow. In his mind, a bold and crazy plan slowly took shape. The night was as deep as ink. In the ghost forest, only the mournful sound of the wind whistling through the treetops remained. In the valley, the clamor of the savage tribe had completely subsided. Most of the campfires had gone out, leaving only a few scattered ones still burning, casting dim, flickering light. The vast majority of the savages returned to their huts made of animal skins and bones and drifted off to sleep. Only a few savages on night watch, clutching rough stone spears and draped in heavy animal hides, were dozing off by the tent. All was silent. This was exactly the opportunity Lynn had been waiting for. On the ridge, Lynn and his 100 elite northern warriors had already assembled. Everyone was dressed in leather armor that allowed for easy movement, blending into the night. Each soldier deliberately kept their breathing extremely soft. "Is everything ready?" Lynn asked in a low voice. "Ready, sir," Torrhen responded in a low voice. The 20 archers behind him had already knocked their poisoned arrows. The black arrow gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the faint starlight. "Where's the trap?" Lynn asked again. "Everything has been set up." Another squad leader answered. "The valley's exit is now a dead end. Make sure they don't come back." Lynn nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over the young yet resolute faces before him. "Listen," Lynn's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with undeniable authority. "Our goal is not to fight them head-on. Our mission is to create chaos to spread fear." Lynn pulled out several small packets wrapped in oilcloth from his pocket. He handed one of them to Torrhen. "What's this?" Torrhen took it and felt that it contained some powdery substance. "A little gift from Maester Aemon." A cold smile curved the corners of Lynn's lips. "Throw them into those still-burning campfires." Lynn didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already clear. That was prepared by Maester Aemon. A herbal powder that produces a large amount of thick smoke and has a mild numbing effect. "I understand, sir." Torrhen's eyes lit up. Archers divided into 4 groups. Lynn continued his deployment. Arrows were soaked in oil and ignited from 4 different directions, then launched. Remember, don't target specific individuals. Your main targets are the tents, the stockpiled supplies, and anything that can catch fire and cause panic. After firing 3 volleys of arrows, retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. The remaining people will split into 2 teams. Lynn turned to Torrhen and another captain named Harvey. "You will lead 2 teams to launch a simultaneous surprise attack from both sides of the valley. Remember, don't go too deep. Charge in, cut down a few tents, kill a few unlucky savages, and then immediately retreat. Your task is to turn them into headless flies, bumping around aimlessly." Lynn meticulously etched every detail of the entire plan into everyone's minds. Lynn's gaze pierced through the darkness and landed on the huge bearskin tent in the center of the valley. "I'm going to meet their leader." "Sir, this is too dangerous," Torrhen immediately objected. "You're going alone? No way, I'll bring a team to protect you." "Need not." Lynn shook her head. "With more people around, it's easier to be exposed. All you need to do is follow my plan and turn the entire camp upside down. When they're in complete chaos, that's the perfect time for me to make my move." Lynn patted Torrhen on the shoulder. The power emanating from Lynn's hand inexplicably lessened Torrhen's worries. "Believe me?" Torrhen looked at Lynn's eyes, which shone brightly even in the darkness, and nodded emphatically. "Yes, sir. Action." With Lynn's command, 100 northern soldiers silently slid down the ridge. They split into several groups and silently surrounded the sleeping valley. Lynn was alone, and his movements were the fastest and lightest. He moved like a shadow stealthily through the snow, rapidly approaching the center of the valley. Light sword skills not only improve swordsmanship, but also provide comprehensive control over body coordination and agility. Soon, Lynn crept into the shadows less than 50 paces from the bearskin tent. He could smell the odor coming from inside the tent. It smelled of animal hides, sweat, and cheap ale. He could even hear heavy snoring coming from inside. Lynn looked up and glanced at the ridges on both sides of the valley. The time is almost here. Sudden, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of burning arrows fell from the sky with a piercing whistling sound. They weren't aimed at the savages on watch, but rather landed precisely on the supplies piled with hay and animal hides and on the flammable tents. The arrow, coated with fire oil, instantly ignited everything around it. Flames shot skyward. Immediately afterwards, the teams led by Torrhen and Harvey also pierced into the savage tribe's camp from both sides of the valley, like two sharp knives. Kill! The deafening shouts of battle ripped apart the tranquil night sky. The sleeping savage tribe was instantly awakened. A cacophony of piercing screams, screams of agony and curses filled the air. Countless naked savages rushed out of the tents, their faces filled with terror and bewilderment. They didn't know where the enemy came from, nor how many there were. All they saw was firelight everywhere in the camp and arrows whistling past everywhere. The thick smoke from the burning herbal powder quickly filled the camp. The pungent smell caused many of the savages to cough violently. Tears streamed down their faces and their minds began to fog up. The entire tribe was thrown into complete chaos. Chaos spread through the savage tribe, terrified screams, angry roars, the clashing of weapons. The savages, like headless flies, stumbled about aimlessly amidst the thick smoke and firelight. Some savages attempted to mount a counterattack, but were quickly felled by poisoned arrows shot from the darkness. Driven by fear, many more people instinctively rushed toward the valley's only exit. Then, they walked right into the trap Lynn had carefully prepared for them. A piercing scream came from the direction of the valley entrance. This adds yet another layer of despair to the chaos. Both Torrhen and Harvey's teams strictly followed Lynn's orders. They swept back and forth along the edge of the camp. Each charge took the lives of several savages and set several tents ablaze. Then they quickly retreated into the darkness, giving the enemy no chance to regroup and counterattack. Their aim was not to kill but to create panic. They succeeded. The entire savage tribe was thrown into chaos. Lynn lurked in the shadows outside the bearskin tent, coldly observing everything. His heartbeat was steady and his breathing was long and deep. The hellish scene before him did not stir any emotion in him. Now it's the opposing team's turn to speak. The curtain of the bearskin tent was suddenly flung open. A savage, as massive as an iron tower, burst out from inside. He was shirtless, his bronze skin covered with hideous blood-red totems. His muscles were bulging, brimming with explosive power. In his hand he held a huge bone battle axe. Dark bloodstains still remained on the axe blade. Roar! He let out a roar like a giant bear, a sound that drowned out all the noise in the camp. Some of the savages, still in disarray, seemed to find their anchor upon hearing this roar and instinctively moved closer to him. He is the leader of this tribe, Bloodaxe Ragnar. Ragnar's crimson eyes scanned the chaotic camp and he quickly assessed the situation. They're crows from the south. He roared in a savage language. There aren't many of them, don't be afraid. Warriors, take up your weapons, follow me and kill all these damned crows. His shouts did have some effect. Some savage warriors began to gather around him, attempting to organize an effective resistance. But it was too late. While Ragnar focused all his attention on the chaos in the camp, a black shadow silently emerged from the shadows behind him. It's Lynn. The purpose of hiding here was for this very moment. The instant Ragnar turned, Lynn's speed exploded to its limit. The Valyrian steel dagger in his hand flashed coldly in the firelight, aiming straight for Ragnar's back. This strike was as fast as lightning and from a tricky angle. However, Ragnar's reaction exceeded Lynn's expectations. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly twisted his body to the side. Sizzle! The sharp edge of the dagger grazed Ragnar's ribs. The blow created a deep, bone-revealing wound and blood gushed out instantly. However, it did not hit a vital spot. The excruciating pain caused Ragnar to roar in fury. He turned around abruptly. The enormous bone axe swept across the room with a whooshing sound that tore through the air. Lynn's pupils contracted. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and his body retreated rapidly. The axe blade barely grazed the tip of his nose. The sharp wind stung his cheeks. What a quick reaction, such incredible power. A flicker of surprise crossed Lynn's mind. This savage leader was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Having missed his first strike, Lynn sheathed his dragonbone dagger, then drew his own sword, gripped it with both hands, and assumed a fighting stance. Ragnar regained his balance. A pair of scarlet eyes were fixed on Lynn, a little mouse. He grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth, his face filled with a cruel smile. "How dare you touch me here?" He stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. "I'll tear you to pieces," Ragnar roared and charged again. He wielded the bone axe with wide, sweeping movements. Each strike was powerful and heavy, stirring up gusts of fierce wind. Lynn did not choose to fight him head-on. Although the power boost from the Frostheart grass was enormous, it was still far from enough to compare to the power of the monster before them. Don't try to take it head-on. He mastered the art of light sword techniques. His figure amidst Ragnar's relentless and stormy attacks was like a leaf in the wind, flickering and uncertain. Every single time, it's by the smallest margin, he narrowly avoided the deadly axe blade. Clang, clang, clang. Lynn's longsword clashed with the bone axe from time to time, producing a series of crisp, striking sounds. He didn't use the blade to parry, but rather the sharpest part of the blade, to cut, to draw, to deflect the opponent's force. Each collision left a shallow nick on the bone axe. Ragnar grew increasingly alarmed as the game progressed. The crow in front of me was so thin that it looked as if a gust of wind could blow it over, but it was as slippery as an eel. Every attack he made seemed to hit empty air. He had the strength but couldn't use it. But the opponent's sword, like the fangs of a venomous snake, always strikes from the most unexpected moments and the most cunning angles. Although each time it failed to cause a fatal wound, the stinging pain was constantly draining his strength and patience. "This is so frustrating. Damn crow, don't hide if you dare," Ragnar roared in exasperation. His response was yet another cunning stab from Lynn. The longsword was like a nimble serpent. He bypassed the axe handle and thrust straight at Ragnar's wrist, which was holding the axe. Ragnar was forced to parry with his axe. Clang! Another loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. Ragnar felt a violent tremor in his hand and his arm went numb. He was horrified to discover that the other party was subtly gaining the upper hand. How is that possible? In that instant when Ragnar was lost in thought, a cold glint flashed in Lynn's eyes. Chance he stopped dodging. He suddenly stomped forward and lunged into Ragnar's arms. The longsword in his hand was sheathed, then thrust out again. This sword strike abandoned all techniques and variations. All that remains is the purest speed and power. The cold blade pierced through Ragnar's solid chest without any resistance. The sword tip emerged from his back, stained with warm blood. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Blood axe Ragnar's body froze. His bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief as he lowered his head. He looked at the long sword that had pierced through his chest. A numbing sensation suddenly exploded from the wound, instantly engulfing his entire body and brutally stripping him of control over it. "Is it poisonous?" Ha ha. Ragnar opened his mouth as if to let out a final roar, but only air mixed with blood and foam could come out of his throat. His pride and strength, his body as powerful as a bear, seemed so fragile at this moment. Lynn's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly twisted his wrist. The longsword ruthlessly slashed through Ragnar's warm flesh. It shattered his heart completely. The intense pain caused Ragnar to let out a short, piercing scream. The fierce glint in his eyes quickly faded. Lynn suddenly drew his longsword. Warm blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over his hand. Ragnar's towering frame swayed slightly. Then with a thud, it fell straight backward. He slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of snow. Kill one savage leader, experience points +5. In my mind, the system's cold notification tone arrived as expected. Lynn glanced at his panel. Killing a leader actually gave me 5 experience points. Sure enough, the stronger the opponent, the more experience I gained after killing them. Lynn suppressed her joy and suddenly felt a slight numbness in her hand. Lynn frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on his hands. This poison is still too potent, it even paralyzes the enemy's blood. Fortunately, the reduced concentration has weakened it considerably. It seems that applying poison requires the use of ranged weapons. Only then did he understand what Master Eamon meant by the double-edged sword. Lynn pondered it carefully again. This paralyzing poison doesn't cause loss of pain sensation. It only causes loss of control over one's body. It's very potent. Lynn then quickly wiped the bloodstains away with his clothes and glanced around. Those savages who were still putting up a last stand witnessed their strongest leader being slaughtered like livestock. The last vestige of fighting spirit in his eyes was completely extinguished. The leader is dead. Ragnar is dead. Someone let out a desperate scream in a savage language. The morale of the entire tribe collapsed instantly. The savages dropped their weapons. They cried out like a frightened herd of beasts and began to flee frantically out of the valley. Don't let them get away. Lynn's voice suddenly exploded. These are all experience points gained from walking. Furthermore, they are mortal enemies of the Night's Watch. In the original story, the Night's Watch would behead or hang any wildlings they captured. The savages are even more cruel when they catch a night watchman. They usually chop him up and feed him to their livestock. The fight is a fight to the death. Showing mercy would be irresponsible towards one's own men. Torrhen and Harvey's teams flanked them from both sides. Archers emerged from the shadows, drew their bows, and aimed at the fleeing figures. A chase and massacre unfolded in the chaotic camp. The demoralized savages were utterly no match for the well-equipped and highly motivated soldiers of the north. The battle ended quickly. Throughout the entire valley, apart from a few captured ones, not a single savage could be seen still standing. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Adult, Torrhen strode up to Lynn, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement and admiration. We won, we wiped them out. What are the casualties? This was what Lynn cared about most. Only 5 brothers sustained minor injuries, none were killed in action. Torrhen's voice was filled with pride. Their Lord Lynn is absolutely amazing. They achieved a victory against overwhelming odds, and at the cost of almost 0 casualties among their own 100 men, they annihilated a savage tribe of 500. Despite having armor against no armor, this is still a tremendous victory. The way all the guards looked at Lynn changed. It was a heartfelt admiration and respect for the strong. Your soldiers killed 527 savages, gaining 612 experience points. Upgrade your one-handed sword to the next level. Upgrade the rest of them to light swords. Consumed 500 experience points, one-handed sword, mastery, 0 right arrow, 500 experience points maxed out. One-handed sword, mastery, right arrow, expert, 0 1000 remaining total experience. 160 consumes 160 experience points, light sword, mastery, 160 500. A powerful surge of combat insights washed over Lynn's mind. It was as if he had experienced thousands of life-and-death battles, and his understanding of the one-handed sword he had mastered had leaped from skillful application to the realm of complete mastery. The transmission of force, the choice of angle, the grasp of timing. Everything became instinct. Is this what expert level is? Lynn muttered to himself, then gave the order. Clean up the battlefield. Collect all weapons and valuables. The guards questioned the savages, but the savages only stared at them with hatred and tried to bite the guards with their teeth. Forget it, these captured savages will only be executed by Mormont if we take them back. Ask them questions first, don't torture or abuse them, then just give them a quick death. There's nothing we can do about it. He was being stared at by a group of people. On one side are the savages who are the enemy, and on the other side are the orders of the commander-in-chief. The choice is obvious. Releasing them would be tantamount to treason, and if anyone were to leak even the slightest word back home, they would face certain death. The glory of the ancestors made the savages refuse to submit to the king within the walls. The grudges of our predecessors, the thousands of years of fighting, hatred cannot be easily resolved. At least for now, without the White Walkers pressuring them, these wildlings have no intention of heading south to escape them. They only panic when the White Walkers get close. That's when reconciliation will be key. Lynn certainly had the idea of subduing them, especially the giants, who were practically invincible when combined with the giant tree stump, but it would never be at this stage. Soon, Lynn gained 44 experience points. Then the guards began excitedly searching the camp again. Lynn then walked into the huge bearskin tent. Inside the tent, a strong, pungent stench wafted out. I don't know how long it's been since Ragnar last cleaned himself. He stinks horribly. The ground was covered with haphazardly laid animal hides, and in the corner lay a pile of human skulls. This was clearly Ragnar's trophy. They were also Lynn's former crow colleagues. Lynn frowned and began to search carefully. There should always be some good stuff in a tribal chief's tent. Soon his gaze was drawn to a wooden box placed beside a leather bed. The wooden box was very old-fashioned, with some twisted runes inlaid on it with an unknown metal. Lynn used a dagger to pry open the lock. There was no gold or silver treasure in the box, nor the magical Frostheart grass. There was only a map made of tanned human skin and a few black stone-like objects. Lynn picked up the black stones. The stone feels cool to the touch, yet it's very light. Its surface is smooth, like glass. Dragon crystal. Lynn examined it carefully again. That's right, Lynn's heart skipped a beat. This thing is the bane of the White Walkers. During the subsequent Battle of the Long Night, this item became as valuable as Valyrian steel. He never expected to find such a valuable item in a savage chieftain's chest. Lin Enqiang suppressed his overwhelming joy and carefully put the dragon crystals into his pocket. Then, he unfolded the roll of human skin map. The map was drawn very crudely, using charred charcoal and an unknown red liquid. The above shows the terrain of Ghost Forest and the surrounding area. Lynn couldn't understand most of it. But in the center of the map, a symbol resembling an eye drawn in red dye instantly drew Lynn's full attention. Next to the symbol, there is a line of small characters written in an ancient language. Lynn couldn't understand it, but he knew this thing must be very important. This might explain why the Ragnar tribe is located here. They seem to be looking for this place marked on the map. Adult, Torrhen's voice came from outside the tent. We've found something. Lynn carefully put the map away and stepped out of the tent. Several guards were gathered around a tent that was half burned down discussing something. Lynn walked over. In the ruins of the tent, he saw several corpses, but something was off about the corpse. Their eyes were an eerie, sapphire-like color. In the flickering firelight, several pairs of eyes were staring eerily at the gray sky. They just stared straight at the sky. It seemed to be silently telling a story of some ancient terror. Lynn's heart sank. In his mind, those long-buried memories of fear belonging to the original owner surged up once again. That kind of chill that seeps into your bones, that suffocating, deathly silence, that indescribable ancient evil. They are White Walkers, no. To be precise, they are whites transformed from wildlings killed by the White Walkers. The guards around them clearly sensed that something was wrong. Sir, these corpses, they're so strange. A young guard, his voice trembling slightly. Their eyes. I've never seen eyes that are so frighteningly blue. Another guard chimed in, instinctively tightening his grip on his sword. Torrhen crouched down, intending to use the scabbard to poke at one of the corpses. Don't touch it, Lynn sternly stopped him. Torrhen was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. Everyone looked at Lynn in confusion. Lynn's expression was more solemn than ever before. He stared intently at the corpses. Sir, what's wrong? Torrhen asked cautiously. Lynn did not answer. He simply drew the long sword from his waist slowly. Everyone step back and stay away from the corpse. Although puzzled, the guards obeyed orders and stepped back a few paces, cautiously surrounding Lynn and the corpses. Lynn took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. He knew that these demigods were still just corpses at the moment, but given the right conditions, they could wake up at any time. The only way to deal with them is with fire. Torrhen, Lynn's voice regained its composure. Bring me a torch. Burn this place along with these corpses completely. Not a speck of dust should be left. Despite his doubts, Torrhen immediately went to carry out the order. Soon, dozens of torches were lit. The raging flames were thrown into the ruins. The dry animal hides and wood were instantly ignited. The fire spread at an alarming rate. The charred corpses crackled and popped as they were engulfed by the flames, sending up plumes of black smoke. An indescribable stench filled the air. The guards covered their mouths and noses, their faces showing disgust. Lynn remained motionless. He simply stood there, silently watching the sea of fire. The flickering flames were reflected in his eyes. He only slowly withdrew his gaze after the corpses had been completely burned to ashes. Sir, what? What are those things? Torrhen finally couldn't help but ask. Lynn remained silent for a moment. He knew that some things could no longer be hidden. Moreover, these were his most loyal subordinates, so telling them wouldn't hurt. These are the things I told Lord Stark about at Winterfell. Lynn's voice was very low. Ghoul. These two words plunged the entire valley into a deathly silence. The only sound was the crackling of the flames. The guards' faces were filled with shock and fear. White Walkers. Isn't that a monster that only exists in bedtime stories told by old nannies? Isn't that a legend from thousands of years ago, about people driven back to the land of eternal winter by the ancestors of the heroic era? How could this be? How could this be? Have they reappeared? Sir, are you serious? One of the guards' voices trembled uncontrollably. Do you think I'm joking? Lynn countered with a question. His gaze swept across everyone's face. Beyond the Great Wall, something has awakened. Winter is coming. The words spoken by Lynn carried a chilling sense of fatalism. The guards looked at each other, their faces drained of color. They were all from the north. They understood better than any outsider the heavy meaning behind the words, winter is coming. That's more than just a family motto. That was a warning from ancient times. What should we do now? There was a hint of confusion in Torrhen's voice. Let's go back first. Lynn's answer was simple and firm. Send a scout to tell Commander Mormont and Maester Amont everything we have seen here. Lynn's gaze turned north again. In that endless darkness, it seemed as if countless pairs of icy blue eyes were watching them. The group set off on their return journey to Castle Black early the next morning. The atmosphere was terribly heavy. No one spoke. Every soldier wore a solemn expression of relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. The shadow of the White Walkers weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. The group continued south. Halfway there, the scouts who had been scouting ahead rode back again. Adult, the scout's face held a strange expression. There's something going on up ahead. "What is it now, savages?" Torrin immediately became alert. "Number, not a savage." The scout shook his head. "It's a battlefield. It was a terrible tragedy, but it's strange." When Lynn and his men arrived, they finally understood what the scout meant by strange. It was a snowfield stained red with blood. The carcasses of several warhorses lay on the ground, their entrails spilling out. Broken weapons and shattered armor were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of blood. This was clearly a brutal battle that had just taken place, but strangely enough, aside from the carcasses of horses, not a single human corpse could be seen on the entire battlefield. Only a few long drag marks remained on the snow, stretching into the depths of the forest. The drag marks on the snow were exceptionally clear. It was as if they had been forcibly dragged away from here and disappeared into the icy shadows of the forest. What's going on? Torrin dismounted and frowned as he examined the marks on the ground. Cleaning up the battlefield doesn't seem like it. If it was done by savages, they wouldn't have spared these warhorses. Horse meat is a good thing, another guard analyzed. Moreover, they will take the weapons and armor with them. The sword on the ground and the broken chainmail suggest that this is not the case. Lynn's gaze fell on the drag marks. He recalled the plot of the original novel. A patrol team went missing and never returned. The missing patrol was led by Sir Wimmeroys. They encountered the White Walkers, completely annihilated. Could this battlefield before us be? Lynn dared not think any further. "My lord, what should we do? Should we go after them and see?" Torrin asked. "No need." Lynn shook her head. "This is something we can't handle right now. Now return to Castle Black at full speed immediately. Don't waste a single moment." Lynn's tone left no room for argument. Although Torrin was puzzled, he immediately issued the order. The group didn't stop and sped off towards the Great Wall to the south at top speed. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts, although they didn't know what had happened. But they could sense the seriousness of the situation from Lynn's solemn expression. When the familiar black silhouette of the Black Castle reappeared on the horizon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of coming home has never been so comforting. However, as they approached the castle, they sensed something was amiss. A small group of people had gathered at the castle gate. Instead of practicing or working as usual, they huddled together, pointing at something and discussing it animatedly. Lynn reined in his horse. He saw in the center of the crowd 2 objects wrapped in Black Knight's watch cloaks placed on a makeshift sled. Several rangers, travel-worn and with expressions of lingering fear on their faces. They were speaking to Commander-in-Chief Mormont and Maester Aemon, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Jon Snow and Arya were also standing in the crowd. Jon's face was filled with shock and unease. His direwolf ghost was pacing restlessly at his feet. It let out low growls from its throat, baring its sharp fangs at the things on the 2 sleds. The same applies to Arya's direwolf Nymeria. It nestled close to Arya's legs, its fur standing on end, its golden eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Those 2 corpses. Lynn dismounted, pushed through the crowd, and walked over. He recognized the 2 rangers at a glance. One is Oser, one is Geoffrey Boot of Flower. They were members of another patrol that Benjamin Stark had sent out before he set off. Now they're back, but in this way. What happened? Lynn walked up to Commander Mormont and asked in a low voice. Old Shing's face was terribly grim. "They are dead. Our people found them. They were buried in the snow. His body was frozen stiff, but there were no obvious wounds. No wounds the White Walkers kill without leaving any wounds. They will use their icy touch to suck away all the heat and life from your body. Their eyes," Mormont paused, seemingly searching for a suitable word. "It's blue, like a sapphire." "Really?" Lynn pulled back the cloak covering the corpse. "Commander-in-Chief." A ranger spoke to Mormont. "We searched the surrounding area but found no trace of Sir Weimar. Neither alive nor dead has he been found." Commander-in-Chief Mormont's face was clouded with gloom. He stared at the 2 corpses and remained silent for a long time. "Bring them in," Old Bear finally spoke, his voice filled with an inescapable weariness. "Aemon, check it out. Let's see if we can find out the cause of death." Maester Aemon nodded. 2 night watchmen stepped forward, ready to drag the 2 sleds into the castle, etc. A voice suddenly rang out. "It's Lynn." All eyes instantly turned to him. Commander-in-Chief Mormont turned his head, his sharp eyes filled with a hint of confusion, and looked at Lynn. "Lynn, is there a problem?" Lynn took a deep breath, meeting everyone's gaze. He knew that what he was about to say might be considered ravings of a madman, but he had to say it. "Commander-in-Chief." Lynn's voice was steady and powerful. "We can't bring them in." "Why?" Mormont frowned. "Burn them," Lynn said, enunciating each word clearly. "Right here, immediately." The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was looking at Lynn as if he were crazy, burning his own brother's body. In the tradition of the Night's Watch, this is the greatest blasphemy against the dead. Only savages would have such customs.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.